1001 chapter is about to arrive. After the Cape of Good Hope, the fleet went all the way north to Côte d'Ivoire, also known as the Ivory Coast or the Gold Coast, a famous black slave trading point. European ships brought industrial products and weapons, traded slaves from local tribes here, and then sold slaves to farmers in the Americas, exchanged agricultural products and gold from farmers, and transported them back to Europe for sale. This is the famous triangle trade. Almost without much cost, huge profits can be obtained. Today, in Côte d'Ivoire, the slave trade is still prosperous, but Dawa did not participate in it, because Dawa does not. 1002 chapter stick Suta. Although 5,000 reinforcements sent over, but do not carry heavy weapons. This is also no way. Those heavy weapons are not easy to carry, and they are very conspicuous. The European Union's army has a breach in its hands and is equipped with a large number of artillery. Fortunately, he had the army's artillery also a smoothbore gun, small power. The European Union has mastered rifled gun technology, but technology does not mean that we can immediately production. Wu-Chengking hands as well as artificial satellite technology, it is also now seen him flying out of the earth. Although the European Union has mastered the technology of rifled guns, it lacks relevant technical talents and cannot keep up with industrial manufacturing capabilities. At the same time, it is very short of money. In short, there are many difficulties, and some of the rifled guns currently manufactured in a small amount are all equipped on warships. The hard-pressed army is still using the old-fashioned smoothbore guns, and will be used. I don't know how long Your Majesty's fleet will be able to arrive. Suta, the temporary headquarters, the commander-in-chief of Suta, Wang Ziking was slightly worried. He held Suta. He was still very confident. However, he did not want Suta to suffer too much loss. Under the indiscriminate shelling of the enemy, many civilians were accidentally injured. Moreover, the city's food, fresh water supply should also become difficult again. In terms of medical treatment, there are also tensions. In short, there are many problems. A short time, these problems are just minor problems. But over time, these problems will evolve into major problems, and then cause a large number of casualties. It should be coming soon. I arrived in South Africa 7 days ago, and it is estimated that I have already arrived in Ivory City. In 2 or 3 days, we will be able to see our fleet. Chen Luo was very optimistic. Only 2 or 3 days, Suta could hold it. Chong, take Suta, kill all the Chinese, grab all their gold and silver jewelry, shouted an EU army officer. Then, EU soldiers rushed towards the block ahead. He who looks a bit assault tactics, but in fact nothing tactics, is simple to use some experience. For example, don't squeeze together to charge, use more obstacles, etc. He had not fought and Huajun, tactical level is also very low. Only those officers in India, according to some battlefield, developed some skills. Then teach these ordinary soldiers. Even the officers in charge of teaching are on paper. Naturally, you can't expect these soldiers to learn much. He had previously scored Huajun Naliangpian positions, she said to be by tactics, but in fact still rely on human life enchant. Right now, his assault is still the case. In Yang's burning and looting committed under those ordinary soldiers Oao shouted toward the front Huajun. He had the impression, suit a few of the incredible wealth of the city, as well as countless numbers of women, as well as many dower beauty. The current country, the international situation. The Europeans in the face of large Chinese. In fact, there are some inferiority complex, or the Chonghua capitulation. After all, Dawa is more civilized, more advanced, and more developed than theirs. Naturally, he had a woman's desire for Yuob, far more than European women. In the eyes of these soldiers, Dawa women are 10 times better than European women. This is actually quite normal. Most of the majestic women who can come to Sutu are people with some culture or family background. These people are well educated, and in terms of temperament and self-cultivation, they are definitely better than village girls. And these European soldiers used to be in contact with their aunts from rural Europe. A comparison of the two, plus a little bit of adoration and flattery, will naturally think that our women are the best, like fairies and nuns. In the past, let alone ordinary soldiers like them, even the noble lords would have little hope to taste the majestic women. But now, they have this opportunity, which makes them not excited. Like in the hereafter, if rushed past will be able to grab Taylor Swift or Scarlett Johansson, Ken fixed a lot of people will choose to fight it. The EU soldiers screamed and rushed, followed by the sound of Dower machine guns. Dihua reinforcements did not bring heavy artillery, machine guns, but with a lot. This kind of defensive artifact is still not well understood by EU soldiers. With the sound of machine guns, EU soldiers continued to fall. Here's a gun that killed the lucky ones. Fear of being hit on the hands and feet. That kind of talk only on the battlefield. Crying, waiting to die. Be evil, those waste. Why even a mortar are not made out. Union in a military head of curse. The easy-to-carry mortar is the best choice for the firepower of the machine gun, but unfortunately they don't have it. No forced blow gun. They can only watch as you are raging machine gun, helpless. Leader, let's change another batch. This battalion has already suffered heavy losses, and it will collapse if it rushes again. The subordinate reminded him. In desperation, Maitru could only replace a group of people to continue the charge, consuming the energy of the Chinese army, not allowing the Chinese army to rest, and creating pressure on the Chinese army. Although the Huajun is a big killer with a machine gun, it is actually not easy to defend. Union military weapons has been able to cause greater distress to them. Union army rifles, flintlock hit rate than the already high end times. Union army to find the right bunker, have even carried on the radio and through Huajun can, but will not eat too much loss. Dihua wanton massacre of opponents of days gone forever. Face attacks on allied, Huajun casualties in the past few days is not small, the loss of nearly a full 1,000, of which there are 400 people who died. This is just a defensive battle, not a decisive battle like in India. Such casualties are already quite tragic for the Chinese army, and this also played out the anger of the Chinese army. Weapons have always been bullied by negative people that they, when the birds received such gas, fight me fiercely. Don't worry about not having ammunition. At most a few days, Your Majesty's fleet will arrive. And then let these grandchildren see the true combat effectiveness of our Dower. On the Chinese army position, an army company commander gritted his teeth. The army's weapons development was slow and unable to form a crushing advantage over the enemy, which made him very depressed. In contrast, see development of the military would quickly and more enemies can already hit dimension reduction. Unfortunately, this is the scenery of the navy. In this way, it seemed that their army was quite useless, which made him feel depressed. And this depression was also vented to the enemy's head. With the full firepower of the Chinese army, those EU soldiers who were charging were immediately hit by another tragic blow. All cried and fled back. Dear attractive woman again, there must be a way to enjoy life. 1004 chapter could not touch. Subsequently, the Chinese soldiers in the air raid shelter rushed out of the air raid shelter under orders. The military order is like a mountain, even if there are still shells falling outside, but the military order is so, those soldiers can only bite the bullet. Moreover, these soldiers knew in their hearts that the power of enemy shelling was not particularly great, and the probability of being hit was not high. But if you hide in a hole and cause the enemy to break through the line of defense, the danger is much greater than the enemy's artillery. The soldiers of the Chinese army have high military literacy. Faced with this situation, even if there is no order, most of them will choose the most correct approach and rush out. What's more, there are orders now. As a large number of soldiers entered the trenches, it was inevitable that some people were concentrated and affected by the falling shells. Not over, the emergency. Gunfire on Huajun positions also will be sounded. Huajun started shooting. Red in front of the Union army fell straight one. They never imagined Huajun will withstand shelling to defend. As a result, he had the purpose of direct shelling will fail, only a little killing effect. However, compared to the Chinese army's killing of them, the damage of the Allied artillery is not worth mentioning. Compared with the field artillery of the Chinese army, the power of the Allied artillery is far worse. A wave of fire broke out from the Chinese army, and the Allied soldiers who fought quickly searched for cover and counterattacked, not daring to charge straight back and forth. Although this can reduce casualties, it is at odds with the purpose of the general offensive. If they could take Ceuta from a far distance in this way, they would have taken it long ago. So why would they have to desperately charge? This kind of shooting is too slow to kill. And even covering fire, assault continued even too. Union Army commander is still in command. You want to take advantage of covering fire, cross forward. The idea is okay, provided that the firepower in the fire cover is strong enough that Chinese soldiers who can fight in a short time dare not raise their heads. Unfortunately, he had not so fierce firepower. Although there are also machine guns, the number is extremely limited. Ever since, when they began to execute a command, there have been such a scene. Chinese soldiers did not evade the enemy's fierce counterattack. Soldiers were shot from time to time in the position, and most of the shots were on the head. But this same time, they also played a lot of bullets. Those red Allied fronts, not out of 30 meters a company basically died. In contrast, the Union Army miserable than the Huajun. Union Army commander vomit fragrance, continue urging soldiers rushed. However, this time the soldiers had a lot of ink stains. The situation is too obvious, and rushing to it is basically a dead end. However, due to military orders, they had to rush. Union Army bitter, Huajun also having a hard time. This is the decisive moment. Competition is the will. Which party can't bear the casualties first, chooses to retreat, and which party will lose. The Chinese army refused to retreat, and the Allies did not dare to retreat. The scene was once again in a stalemate. Fight me to death and fight for our Kyoto province. In the battalion of Fuso soldiers, Battalion Commander Jujiro encouraged everyone. In this battle, these Fusang soldiers and Annan soldiers performed no worse than the Central Plains soldiers. There are many reasons for this, and one of them is to fight for hometown. He who are aware that their own home where, standing in Dowa is far less than the Central Plains provinces. The treatment of the hometown fathers and fellow villagers is far inferior to that of the Han people. The family wants to improve the status of rural, or by economic development, or to rely on the performance on the battlefield. As long as he had to play a good, hometown will no longer be discriminated against, otherwise they do not agree. Moreover, once he had merit, got other recognized comrades, when his hometown of being bullied, they could come out sounding. The army is a melting pot, the easiest way to eliminate ethnic estrangement. After all, on the battlefield is the friendship that fights side by side. Just like in history, groups to accept blacks were the white soldiers who fought side by side with blacks. In the drum Kikujiro under strength, hibiscus soldiers also defended not afraid of dying, played very fierce. In the case of weapons dominance, they all performed quite well. Annan soldiers are also similar. He wanted Kikujiro perhaps not so deep, but they are also clearly. If you want to change your own destiny, you must fight tenaciously on the battlefield and do meritorious service. When Fuso soldiers, Annan soldiers were dead time of war, the Central Plains native soldiers even more embarrassed retreat, is people have to face. People in the Central Plains have a sense of regional superiority. If you take the lead in fleeing on the battlefield, it will discredit the Central Plains. This is something that the Central Plains interest group will never allow. Those officers from the Central Plains also gave orders to die at this time. Those who dared to escape were shot to death directly. Absolutely ruthless. Under such orders and the sense of honor, the soldiers of the Central Plains also clenched their teeth. Diehua powerful, not without reason. Lopez looked down the telescope, with a sigh. The army in front of him can only be regarded as Dowa's second-line unit. After all, the most elite armored division is not there. But this kind of second-line troops also broke out with a tenacious will to fight, leaving them helpless. Lopez's view, the Union Army soldiers have been very brave, and Ben did not collapse in such a tragic casualties. However, This kind of bravery still can't be exchanged for a victory, all because the performance of the Chinese army on the opposite side is not bad at all. Commander, do you want to urge you to give the next death order? Ace asked. No, he had already reached a critical point of a nervous breakdown, and then forced useless, it might even cause mutiny. Continue this fight it, 2 hours later. No progress. Will we retreat? Lopez said helplessly. Those are all living people, soldiers who have independent ideas and can think independently. If you really push everyone to a desperate situation without giving a glimmer of hope, I'm afraid those people will be mutiny. After all, the rabble will always be the majority, and the enlightenment of the soldiers in the army is far from reaching the point where they can give their lives for Europe. Survive. He is their most valued thing. As an indication of Lopez continues, the Union Army headquarters has begun to box up, ready to evacuate. As the headquarters had all retreated, the frontline commanders were even more reluctant to let their men go to death. Those men, most of all he can be their hometown. They also have compassion. Fortunately, the signs of the retreat of the headquarters have not been known by ordinary soldiers on the front line. Whether the collapse in the moment. No one wants to try to fool, but do not want fool like a kind of played out. 1005 Chapter Bombing. Troops withdraw quickly, but also very timely. In his post not long after their retreat, Yuob's fleet arrived in Ceuta, and this time the defenders of Ceuta not had time to clean up the battlefield. The war zone are tatters. From the corpses and the smoke that has not yet dispersed, one can feel the fierceness of the battle. After the fleet arrived in Ceuta, on the one hand, it cooperated with Ceuta's defenders to clean the battlefield, and on the other hand, it eliminated the threats around Ceuta. The same time, part of the fleet starting to Gibraltar attacked, separated by a distance too close, will have to blow up a military base in Gibraltar. Yuob's Mediterranean fleet parked in the safe. Otherwise, at night, the enemy sneaked out to play night attacks, which could also cause some trouble to the Chinese army. 1,000 days of its anti-thief, not as proactive. And then say, Huajun from afar, has been forced not wait and want the enemy to fight a battle of 10 battleships were dispatched, including aircraft carriers. First out movement is fighters, to accumulate practical experience in the bombing. Of course, there is also the meaning of showing off the new weapons and giving off their horse. Ceuta from Buziliuchua close, less than 30 kilometers away, in the fighter's combat radius. Therefore, none of the aircraft carriers in Ceuta need to go to sea, and the fighter planes take off directly to Gibraltar. 10 minutes after the bell, 28 fighter aircraft arrived over the composition of Gibraltar on military bases. This Yuob aircraft when there is no clear distinction fighters and bombers in the bombing of a little more partial functions. After all, they have no opponents in the air at this time, and there is actually no point in developing fighter jets. They can only entertain themselves. Partial bombardment means that it does not pursue speed, flexibility, or air combat capability, etc., but only pursues the amount of ammunition carried. This time Huajun aircraft carries a 5 is 100 kilograms of bombs, 3 of high explosive, 2 incendiary. According to any of the different tasks of the bomb carried by different types of aircraft. If it is bombing warships, they usually carry armor-piercing shells. For attacking ground targets, high explosive bombs and incendiary bombs are better. Armor-piercing projectile charge amount than less, shell thickness, can rely on a strong kinetic energy armor breakdown, then the explosion, the armored ship for bombardment. The high explosive charge more than the amount of bombs, shells thin, after the explosion spread to a wider range of ground targets for destruction. The fuel-burning bomb, the power of the moment may not but for flammable target can cause sustained damage, but also can create confusion, the enemy of energy involved. The overall effect is often better than high explosive. What's that? Buziliuchua. Although it is a military base, but this time the military base, far later so great. Close to the base, there are various residential areas and trade markets. When the Dower plane appeared, the residents of Gibraltar saw it. Because Yuob aircraft flying very low, the speed is very slow, like 200 km/h, also in drag racing and later the same speed. Moreover, something on the ground at a speed of 200 km/h will give people a feeling of speed. But when placed in a vast air, the same speed will give people a feeling of slowness. At least, Sepia, resident of Gibraltar, early on saw the black dot in the distance, then waited only see the plane looks like. Big bird, flying dragon, the devil, it's a person, it's a person. At a flying altitude of less than 200 meters, people on the ground can even clearly see the pilot on the plane. In Doha, people going to heaven are no longer particularly attractive news. But in Western Europe, it was quite shocking to see people flying in the sky. This subverted their three views. In their worldview, humans are ground animals. Appearing in the sky is very unreasonable, very abnormal, and incomprehensible. Only a very small number of people who love to read newspapers and know Doha very well know that Doha people have been in heaven for many years. God, he had to fly in the sky. I want to fly. Oh, hi. The people below were even cheering to Doha's pilots, making those pilots want to laugh but a little embarrassed. After all, people are so enthusiastic, but they are going to bomb each other, a little bit villainous. The lead Xijin earned a little while, found a military port in Spain, then swung under the wings, do the pointing, fly. The other planes followed one after another, but the eyes of the residents below remained on the plane until a loud noise came. Dihua bombing began, enemy attack. Due to being at war and Yuobin, so the military base, the Allied vigilance actually quite high. In one bomb after bomb explosion, they sounded the alarm enemy attack. Unfortunately, this is not useful for birds. Time they encountered the bombing, they were completely confused and didn't know how to fight back. They could only watch the Chinese army bomb them. There were also a few clever soldiers who raised their rifles and tried to shoot the planes in the air. Not before. This difficulty is too great. The target of the plane in the air is small and the speed is fast. Moreover, the soldiers who saw the plane for time were completely inexperienced. When the bullet passed, the plane had already flown away. To hit an airplane, it is necessary to judge its flight trajectory and speed, and then aim at the front of the airplane to shoot. If you are lucky, there will be a situation where the plane voluntarily hits the bullet. Aiming at the plane to fight can only fight loneliness. These Allied soldiers obviously didn't know this truth and could only mean it. The Army can look for high-value targets in a very leisurely and calm manner, and carry out precise bombing. He had the happiness of future generations than the bombing. Later an important military base will have a strong anti-aircraft fire, slow anti-aircraft fire bomber in the face of these very fragile and can only be aimed at a general goal. In the bomb dropped on high altitude, which is real and very revel. Under normal circumstances, we are relying on volume to pick up wins. Throw the bomb more, the probability bombed big. It's like the current Huami, in the sky and walking around their own yard, unscrupulous. Xijin saw a warehouse similar to storing munitions, and flew directly to this warehouse. When he was about to arrive, he dropped an incendiary bomb. To hit a plane requires advanced measurement. And bombing also requires knowledge of the law of inertia and free fall. Flying directly above the target and throwing a bomb can only blow up loneliness, because the flying plane has a huge inertia, and the trajectory of the bomb falling is actually a parabola instead of falling vertically. In history, because of the lack of understanding of this law, there have even been jokes and tragedies about throwing bombs at the visiting officers' corps during exercises. 1006 chapter captured Buzilio, boom, bang, explode for death. Even in Ceuta people can vaguely hear a little bit. Xijin Alliance bombed the military arsenal, which reserves a lot of gunpowder. Encounter burning bomb, which was detonated gunpowder, a huge shock. And even Xijin aircraft are shaking a bit. Thick smoke billowed and rose to an altitude of tens of meters. The residential area in the distance saw all this in his eyes. God, those are the majestic army, the enemy. The Chinese are throwing bombs at us. It's over, Doha dispatched the devil, and we are determined to lose. Residential area of the public eye, open eyes wide open looking at one's own unbombed, but no way. Don't say they can't help it, even the soldiers in the barracks. He who, in addition to around the fire, reduce losses outside. There is no other dry up. And this time, the 5 bombs have been thrown over the plain, align those trying to put out the fire, and also exposed the soldier. Pulled the trigger. Dihua. These aircraft are equipped with a machine gun, is primarily used for ground attack. This is quite a lot on the plain caliber machine with a 12.7 sub-millimeter shells. Lethal. Amazing. As long as soldiers are being shot, the body cannot find a full, basically a shot of life, regardless of body parts. For a while, the soldiers hurriedly searched for a place to hide. Some soldiers felt that it was safe to hide behind the template or inside the house. However, these large E-caliber bullets soon shattered their illusions. Those inside would in front of the bomb, not the slightest shielding effect. At this time, whether you can survive or not depends purely on luck. Fortunately, the Chinese army did not kill them all. This time they mainly came to practice bombing. Maybe bad. Watching the Chinese plane leave leisurely, the surviving Allied forces shouted all kinds of abuses. In addition to mouth curse, something to vent their feelings, they have no other way. After the scolding, everyone was like a frosted eggplant, and their morale fell to the bottom. Compared with a decisive battle with more tragic casualties, this kind of powerless battle hurts morale more. Must battle low casualties, but at least there is hope of winning. Even if there is no hope of winning, they can at least counterattack with the weapons in their hands, which more or less gives them the feeling that they can control their own destiny. And this kind of unilateral beating, although not many people died, but lost this feeling. He who cannot find a way to fight back, it means Huajun think what time would come. I want to go when and on what time to go. He had to die in addition to prayer. There is no any other way. This feeling is undoubtedly very bad. Some soldiers start to leave quietly in the chaos. They don't want to be at the mercy of others like a target. After the bombing, the entire Gibraltar military base was nearly scrapped. The warehouses storing supplies were bombed, and there were more than a dozen fires burning in the base. The firefighting method of relying on buckets to fight these fires does not have much effect on these fires. All fried shells after throwing finished, they went to the neighborhood and the market, the drawing of a circle and then return. Looking at the planes, these European people couldn't help their legs trembling. This was not over yet. After the Chinese plane returned, the battleship had arrived outside the port of Gibraltar, and shelled the warships stocked inside and the military installations on the shore. The main attack hit the enemy or coastal defense guns. Destroy these coastal defense guns. Huajun, you can visit Gibraltar. Control this place and clear the other 2 military ports in the Mediterranean. Dao can completely control the Mediterranean, and they don't have to worry about being attacked. After that, go look for the EU fleet battle, or to hit London, Paris, and force them to allied naval battle. If the EU will surrender, then sit down and talk. Anyway, Dao want to swallow right now in Europe. Not so easy. If the European Union continues to resist, it will bring the army in Pakistan to the European mainland. This is the general strategic thinking of the Chinese army. As for the specific combat plan, a lot has been deduced. But these plans need to be revised according to the situation. Buzilio just been airstrikes, followed by another large E-caliber artillery bombarded constantly, can be described as one after another. This place can't be guarded anymore. Several soldiers hiding in a pothole communicated, and Dao's bombing opened their eyes and refreshed their 3 views. Yeah, let alone their army has not rushed over. Even if we bomb us twice a day, we can't stand it either. Before they finished speaking, a shell fell not far away from them. A huge shock move that falls in a pit of mud crashed, which makes them feeling uncomfortable. This place can no longer be guarded. Most of our supplies have been burned. Morale has dropped to the bottom, and we have to continue to withstand bombing. Buzilio headquarters, where an officer said, the current low morale far more than a soldier, that he had these high-ranking officers. There is no confidence in the hold of Gibraltar. Now they just want to stay away from the sea. Stationed by the sea, It made no sense of security at all. But if you lose this place, the Chinese will completely control the Mediterranean, the commander-in-chief said. It's as if we stay here without losing the Mediterranean. Which fleet now dares to fight Dowa's navy? The British have already transferred their fleets to Scotland to avoid the battle and want to preserve their strength. Another officer complained. Ming know that the Great China Navy to come, while the Navy AU countries all have in hiding, afraid to go to the front of confrontation, tried to wear down the army and land Huajun. Compared to expensive Navy, the EU's army is also stepmother raised. Well, order to retreat. The commander-in-chief was persuaded, as his subordinates said, even if they control this port, they cannot control the Mediterranean. On the sea, Dowa's advantage is too great. When the Chinese army stopped shelling and the Marines began to land, they found that the Allied forces had already left. This makes the combat experience of the Marines extremely poor. Are said to make little group of bastards play a few guns, save some ammunition. Oh, great, put directly to frighten the enemy. We also make a hammer. A Marine Corps soldier dissatisfied. Really, real man should be above mention shells so difficult to transport supplies. Might as well to us to solve. A base layer officer agreed. 1007 Chapter Only Kill Nobility. The Chinese army occupied Gibraltar's military bases, including surrounding residential areas, markets, ports, and so on. Until this time, Europeans felt that the war had come to their side. Those stupid nobles, why do they want to go to war with the big Chinese? Isn't this looking for death? Listen said to be active against those nobles. Ceuta. Those who are sick do. Why should attack Ceuta? Ceuta, I love that place. Listen say 6 or 7,000 allied dead, nor take Ceuta. It's all a group of people with big dung in their heads. And we are also unlucky. Although the Chinese army has not done any brutal actions against these Western Europeans for the time being, these people are still very nervous. After all, as the defeated party, they are the fish on the chopping board at this time, and the next step is to steam or boil. It is up to the Chinese to decide, and their safety has been lost. Since ancient times, the defeated side has never had a good end. Some timid people, this time has been plunged into endless panic and worry. Yes, worries are not unfounded, at least, the rich of them to suffer a lot in the next calamity. The Chinese army did not act on the poor. Anyway, it would not be profitable, and it would easily arouse the anger of all Europeans. If all the Europeans are really forced to unite, it would be a huge trouble for Dowa. But just targeting the rich group alone, then there is no problem at all. Those poor people looked at the incomparable scenery before, and even the rich people who had bullied themselves were unlucky, and even cheered in their hearts, and even took the initiative to cooperate with the Chinese army. If Dowa can keep doing this, they might still follow Dowa and overthrow their country's rule. This cannot be said that these people are stupid. After all, they do not have a lot of favor with the ruler who exploits them. It can only be said that they lack a long-term vision, and they don't know that after being ruled by Dowa, they are the same as being ruled by the current nobles, and they will all be exploited. The Chinese army only robbed the wealthy, and was able to divide the European class to a certain extent and gain the favor of the bottom. In the income obtained on, it will not be much less than the comprehensive looting. After all, those poor people had never even it can grab. As for this kind of behavior will completely offend the nobles in Europe, it is not a big deal. After all, after Dowa completely ruled this place, he would also have to deal with the wealthy. Wealth is so much. If we don't take away the rich, how can the poor get the benefits? If they can't share the benefits, how can they support Dowa's rule? Moving fresh, hibiscus, Annan and India, you are bar so dry, but to varying degrees. Moving fresh hibiscus, start with the rich is not so hard. In India, it is the original line and the whole ruling class, very thorough. So that, in today's India, the end of those who rule layer of Europe are very welcome. Under this strategy, the rich in Gibraltar have suffered. Capable enough to recognize the status quo, the property will offer obediently out who comes in can keep a small life. A little bit of resistance, the Huajun all acted directly. After all, there are also some low-quality Anan soldiers and Fuzang soldiers in the Chinese army, and this kind of work is entrusted to them. As for the impact, don't worry about this. At sea for 2 months, and some soldiers have been wolf big hair. At the same time, a pair of very pretty mother and daughter also was sent to Ceuta. Buzilio only a beginning, just occupying one strait Buzilio, certainly not to force the EU into submission. The next day, the Chinese fleet destroyed a military base in Marseille and a military base in Sicily, and carried out some looting, which was similar to that in Gibraltar. Due to the destruction of not only the occupation, so the real property of those rich, it was not way away, only the cheap local civilians. When the Chinese army left these two places were plunged into chaos, and the poor fought fiercely for those landless lands. Both of these bases were destroyed, but the Chinese army did not capture the EU fleet in these two places, did not destroy the EU navy, and I don't know where those navies hid. Not too caught up in the Mediterranean also will control Uob. In this sea passing ships must undergo interrogation. Huajun. The European Union was blocked in the Mediterranean. The army that attacked Ceuta fled all the way to Tunisia, looking for a way back to Europe, but was blocked by this blockade. The Chinese army did not try to encircle them, because the Chinese army did not have many ground troops. There are more than 6,000 armies of Ceuta and more than 3,000 marines. The remaining more than 20,000 people are all navy, technical arms, and it is impossible to go ashore to carry guns and fight. With these 9,000 ground troops, it is no longer easy for Gibraltar to defend Ceuta. It is just wishful thinking to encircle and suppress more than 70,000 people. Even if these 70,000 enemies are depressed, but the number is there, they cannot ignore their ability to counterattack. For this group of enemies, the Chinese army only needs to blockade the Mediterranean so that they cannot return to Europe. Let them wander in North Africa for a few more days and consume their food. At that time, they might be able to force them to surrender. The Chinese army was not in a hurry. On the one hand, it was repaired in Ceuta, and on the other hand, it arranged ships to transport the Pakistani army to Suez. After arriving at port said, you can reach Ceuta by boat again. This time only the AU hurry. In Cepu after the fall of Gibraltar, Spanish King Juan Carlos, nervous to death, constantly urging soldiers allied to the Madrid gathering, he feared the rise of Dawa play a direct immediate concern all the way to Madrid. Although this possibility is very small, Carlos is afraid these savages only act on our nobles. It's really damn it. Carlos scolded European countries before the interwar, no matter win or lose, life worry too much, after all, we are all nobles. Even all relatives. And now, it's unreasonable that the Dawa people only attack the nobles. Carlos worried that after the fall of Madrid, person to die was himself. Not only was Carlos scared, but the nobles across Europe fell into panic after learning about the situation in Gibraltar. He had discovered that the original Dawa Europe and not in war, but in Europe and the nobility of war. Those close to the sea aristocratic side has begun to move away from the sea. Some nobles are beginning to look for other ways of retreat. 1008 Chapter Bombing of London. This time the AU has floundered, destroy Ceuta plan fails, they can only wait for good news from Côte d'Ivoire and South Africa. But according to the situation of Ceuta point of view, he also need to be considered in case that the two branches consequences of the failure of the team. The Chinese army only came from the navy and a small number of marines. Obviously, they have no plans to occupy the European continent, so I think there is still hope for peace talks. Raffalan said, Dawa in the Battle of Gibraltar to the top of Francis scared. After studying that mysterious airplane for a long time, they found that they had no means to resist. They could only dig a hole to hide. How to fight it? He had configured according to UOB troops, suggesting that the intention is not occupied Dawa mainland Europe, so the top of the French have tended to surrender talks. He estimate that as long as the Americas give Dawa The Chinese should be able to make big meat. In America's deepest interests will lie Big Diane and Spain. They lose the Americas for France. There is not much advice. Although, they also know that after surrendering the Americas to Dowa, Dowa will develop more rapidly, and their development will be even more difficult. But that's something for the future. I can't care about it right now. What else can I care about in the future? Ra4 Blue, you do not naive. Your Emperor personally come? You think they are coming? Joke. Even if they are willing to peace talks, we'll definitely have a big opening. William complained. How can I know if I haven't tried it? Rafalan said. Does this still have to be tried? Then you said how to deal with it. Please give a plan to defeat the Chinese. They burst made a quarrel. Other representatives also face irritable. By now, I can only hold out. They do not have much ground forces. We cannot do nothing. William said. He can direct artillery fire of London. Duoty Wake Road. King Charlie is ready to withstand the enemy's bombardment. William said. Cut. I am afraid that bastard has already been to the countryside. Everyone snorted in their hearts. So William, is there any more clever strategy? Just being beaten passively like this is too bad for morale, Parfaldo asked. He also thought that joining the European Union would bring a sense of security. It turns out that the so-called European Union seems to be useless in front of Dowa. At this point, we can only wait for news from Africa. Moreover, persistence is not a low-level strategy. In fact, as long as we can persist, the Chinese can't do anything about us. Right? Once the African action is successful, then everything will be fine. William said. This persistence is not easy. Although the Chinese cannot conquer too many places, we have no resistance at all if we concentrate our forces on one place. The following nobles also have great opinions. They need security. Diehua will continue to surge. Will Buzz of 1. All have great views on the proposed approach for William. However, in the end, he had but had to accept this stupid way, because they have no better way. Fight and fight, not before, not any place to escape. It is not only adhere to the well. Assad insisted at the same time. They also sent messengers to representatives of Ceuta, Hope and Uop peace talks. He had already reached a consensus. As long as not too much Dowa requirements, they are able to agree. Yes, the bottom line in Latin America. If only to a Uop Latin America, they can agree to cede. But if Dowa asks for the entire South American state, they will not agree, and fight Dowa first. If you win, everything will be fine. If you lose, let's talk about it. But he had never expected Uop appetite bigger than they thought. Taiwan not only to the whole of South America, but also a huge indemnity, but also troops in Europe. With these conditions, the negotiations have basically been declared over before they have started. These conditions are impossible for the AU to agree to. EU Representative De Sink said. No, he will definitely agree. If they do not agree, I will hit you promised so far. Wu Qingqing said. In his faint tone, there was an unquestionable aura that made Dashkenk very flustered. During the communication between the two sides, Dowa's navy had crossed the English Channel and reached the mouth of the Somme. In here, only Yanhuang battleship gun can hit the city of London, artillery other warships, the range are not enough. Want gun attack in London, come to address coastal defense guns on both sides of the Somme, and then along the Somme upstream some distance before shelling London. Will IDA Diane little taste of Big Brother to take the lead in the European Union? The European Union want to make clothes. We must first hit Great Britain. London shelling is a must-do. Ever since, the plane on the Phrygian took off again to bomb London. Those battleships and guns on the cruiser is aligned with the British fort. Hide in the basement and hide. The alarm went off in London. Unfortunately, have been late. They saw the aircraft Uop was sounding the alarm, which had time to this. This is fundamentally not a warning. So, this alarm in addition to tell people the enemy has come to London outside, basically no role in there. There are very few houses with basements in London. I never thought that there would be a threat from the air before, and no air raid shelters were built. For Dowa's air strikes, they had no chance to resist. Although London is not a military base, The Chinese army is correct. For Great Britain, the capital London is the most important place. Only by bombing London can the rulers of Great Britain feel pain. If we like to blow tie Britain's countryside, who ruled certainly indifferent. When the plane arrived, the alarm sounded, but some people still did not escape, but stood on the street and looked at the plane in the sky. Until 2 days ago, he had been informed, what kind of weapons can fly overhead. When it came to the need to escape, some residents are quite curious about Dower's aircraft. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't move. As for risk insurance, not before the bomb dropped, in the absence of first-hand insight into some people that really have no idea. Cool, said a teenager, flying in the sky. In his opinion, nothing in this world is cooler than this. If only I had a plane, said another citizen. This is Dower's technology, leading Great Britain for decades. Just as he was when they spoke, the sky appeared a black spot. Your bombs begin to fall. 1009 chapter approaching London. There was a loud bang, and all kinds of screams were urgent. Houses in London, with neither steel nor cement, are very fragile. Bomb placement at the house, it was almost razed to the ground. Those who saw this scene in the distance were directly dumbfounded. In their life which is time I saw such a shocking picture of a house directly erased. Immediately afterwards, more explosions sounded. The army did not deliberately search for any specific targets and explode indiscriminately. It was accompanied by heavy smoke and fire. Pedestrians scurried like headless flies in the street, not knowing where to be safe. The women screamed, and the city fell into chaos. Fake. Some angry people yelled at Dower's plane. They had no choice but to vent their anger in this way. The bomb thrown end. London has been no small damage. Although it's not full of gazes, but it is definitely full of holes. Subsequently, the bomber returned satisfactorily. Waiting for him after their return, the Somme coastal defense guns almost Huajian to be cleared. Artillery skills in terms of technique, the gap between Europe and Greater China in particular. The principle of respect. The Europeans have been aware of, but they are not made out. That kind of barrel is very picky about steel, and Great Britain can't make that kind of special steel, deliberately made large caliber, times the diameter made long, 100% bombing bore. Under the all-round suppression, Great Britain's coastal defense was in vain, and the only function it played was to consume some majestic artillery shells. If he were able to cut off logistical Dower, then the effect is still quite large. If it can't be cut off, then this effect is a joke. The Chinese warship entered the Somme and began to swim upstream, approaching London. The Marine Corps and a part of the army have also landed, cooperating with the warships to advance on the shore, clearing away the remaining forces on the shore. Regarding the shelling of the Chinese army, Great Britain had no choice but to endure it. However, he had not let the bottom line is Dower ground forces into London. Due to shelling, if only pure words, the destruction of London is actually limited. UOB shells are expensive, not always fried it. And if London were occupied by ground forces, the loss would be immeasurable. People than cannon shells more flexible, giving them enough time, they point that people will be able to evacuate the whole of London. This is something that Great Britain cannot accept. After all, London is the capital of Great Britain, and at least a 20th of the wealth of Great Britain is concentrated. Therefore, London is a city that cannot be occupied by any means. As soon as the Chinese Marines entered Dartford, they were blocked by the British. He come here to build fortifications to prevent Huajian forward. His mother, how come these barbarians are so fierce? A Marine Corps soldier shrank his head, hiding behind the obstacle and spitting out. British Army positions. There have been some machine guns, plus a large number of rifles that fire broke out. Let Huajian pace of progress is blocked. It is not wise to brave such a strong firepower. After all, their strength is limited, and only 3,000 people came to attack London. That is what I have. No armored vehicles shipped over. The Indian Army in the defense is also very fierce fire, but the armored cars in front of us, still to quickly collapse. Another soldier complained. And this time, Corps commander also get in touch by radio and battleships, let them shelling enemy positions, providing fire support. When the Chinese army got used to bullying people by relying on the advantages of weapons and equipment, they suffered from lack of firepower phobia and firepower dependence. When the firepower is not as strong as the enemy, they don't want to fight the enemy. In this regard, the high-level military has no choice. After all, when they have the advantage of firepower, there is no need to ask soldiers to fight hand-to-hand. High Army received help, then aimed at the British positions. The huge artillery blasted, and the British Army was suddenly unlucky. See Army artillery. Compared to the current large Hualujun main equipment, field gun caliber is much greater. The power of nature is much larger. The high explosive bombs it fires can clear a range as large as half a football field with one shot. Even auxiliary guns. It is also a superpower over field gun. Not to mention being bombed, or being affected by the shock wave, the whole person will be lifted off, and then fall into a brief coma, or smash the eardrum and cause deafness and so on. The soldiers who were bombed basically had no bones left. Post-war battle damage statistics can only be classified as missing. A large number of artillery shells fell on the British positions. The cruiser-moving explosion, directly to those British soldiers to scare urine. He who never have experienced such heavy bombardment, not a time to fully adapt to it. Plus, due to lack of preparation, not enough to avoid the dugout, there were casualties in this shelling, much larger than the normal level. Gun after hit stop. Huajun Marines launched an assault. This British time has been beaten senseless, organizational systems have been destroyed, cannot organize an effective defense. Although some soldiers took up guns and fired, the power of unorganized resistance was limited, and the entire line of defense was a loophole. Soon, the Chinese army rushed into their positions. In close combat, courage is essential. And this time the British troops' morale has dropped to the bottom. Seeing the Huajun rushing in front of him, some people even forgot to resist. The few who were still resisting were directly strafed by the Chinese submachine gun. Even with a bayonet, the Huajun can occupy a local advantage. The Chinese army quickly broke through line of defense, killing at least nearly 1,000 British soldiers and capturing more than 2,000 people. However, tapping into the second line of defense line, they encountered a British stiff resistance. The second line of defense enemy lines suffered shelling relatively small, and there is enough time to react organization. Thereafter the organization, Huajun want to rush to be not easy. This made Go Sen, the head of the Marine Corps, very depressed. But it requires a lot of casualties, which is something that Go Sen cannot accept. Taihua troops on the battlefields of Europe already limited, the need to save power. It is actually not feasible to continue calling for fire assistance from the Navy. Taihua not only limited forces in Europe, ammo is limited. Each attack hit a line of defense must allow the Navy to round shelling, etc. hit the City of London. They also want to make light of the shells. This time, long front caused logistical problems on the highlights out. If there is enough ammunition and troops, they do not need so much to consider, direct level can push past. But now, Go Sen is facing a problem. 1010 Chapter Last Ante Line. Or, get on the boat to bypass these land defenses and directly take down London City. Men build a proposed road. This is a very risky suggestion. If you don't take down some strategic points along the river and go deep alone, it is still dangerous for them. He had to find some way to the Somme blocked, so that they will be surrounded in London. If the enemy is willing to pay the price, they will be wiped out. I think it can. As long as the Navy stays alert, it will not be easy for the enemy to block the Somme. As long as the Somme can be kept open, we can retreat at any time. Another subordinate agreed. Belial large Diane current scientific and technological strength. Want only got blocked a lot of the Somme ship. It scuttled to form reefs. This is very difficult for Great Britain. The reef formed by wooden ships may not be able to stop the passage of Chinese warships. As for the ironclad ships, there are not many Great Britain in total. Can they afford it? Even if you are willing, it is not so easy to operate successfully. So, He is worried, in fact, somewhat redundant. I refer to Liu Hui discuss it right. Go Sen was unable to make such an important decision, and could only report the current situation and suggestions to the fleet captain Liu Wanghai. Liu Wanghai says after consideration while approving the plan, Taihua's strategy is to force the enemy to surrender, to capture London. This back when the army is absolutely impossible, which would only increase the morale and confidence to the British. Even pay a heavy price. He also need to take a symbol of Great Britain in London, which is of great political significance. It can be a heavy blow to the British will to resist. If you can't securely take London, then you can only take a dangerous move. Moreover, in Liu Wanghai's view, this risk trick is actually not that dangerous. He has confidence in his fleet. As long as he is more vigilant, the enemy will not be able to seal his retreat route under his nose. Subsequently, the face team on board the fleet toward the city of London. Face of Huajun this move. The British no alternative but to go along towards London. He had the speed, nature is unable to keep up with the speed of Huajun fleet. Soon, the Chinese fleet arrived in London. Passed through reconnaissance aircraft. They quickly identified the British defense, soldiers' rally point location, materials warehouse. People nowadays may not know what air supremacy is, but the Chinese army is already enjoying the benefits of this kind of air supremacy. Fire. With the adjustment of various parameters completed, the Chinese naval gun fired again. Artillery shells on the British positions, material storage warehouse, concentrated explosions staff. These places are the pain points of the British Army. Madifak. British Army anger cannot be dried up, and hate their own hands. The rifle is no way for large ships to counter China. Shameless bastard. This is not a gentleman's fight. British Army Supreme Commander Tiny Odo is a noble, but also a gentleman. His years of war when the light is that we stand in rows, with a relatively fair weight to determine the winner. He also admired that kind of warfare. But now, the Chinese warships are outside their range, and they are unilaterally hoisted. So bully negative people in Tiny Road seems very gentleman, it must be rebuked, reprimanded. Fortunately, Huajun didn't know his thoughts, otherwise he would be laughed alive. On the battlefield, Dao emphasizes that his soldiers are not tired of deceit, based on their own strengths and their shortcomings. If you don't take advantage of it, it's not a brain disease. Regardless of Thailand how Nordisk roaring, Huajun shelling still continues, and other artillery strikes end. Tiny Oda fortunate suffer a ranged line of defense, is already falling apart. Some bunker bombing destroyed, some anti-line was blown out of the gap. What's more terrible is that a large amount of ammunition was bombed, which made their continuous combat capability drop sharply. The same time, there are nearly 1,000 soldiers were wounded and killed in the shelling Huajun. He had this line of defense. The offensive is only 4,000 Bulida Dian has always been to Navy-based, so a small number of army only 14 million. Among them, sent to Africa to participate in the Union Army had 60,000 people. There are 1,000 people in the rest of North America, 20,000 people in Ireland, 1,000 people in Scotland, 1,000 people in Wales. There are fewer than 20,000 soldiers stationed in London. Bulida Britain's executives did not think goal against Madrid jobs not. Actually they are in London, so it did not have time to deploy forces. Less than 20,000 people in the department team, which in the three outer line of defence on the layout of the 12,000, only 6,000 people in the city of London. Nordisk this line of defence, in fact, the last line of defense in London. Breaking this line of defense means that London will fall. Go and inform the noble gentlemen in the city, tell them that London may not be able to hold. Let them evacuate as soon as possible. Remember, don't let ordinary people know. Nordisk can only prepare for the worst. Once London fall, according to UOB move in the city of Gibraltar, that the rich city of London will suffer. Therefore, these people must be evacuated from London as soon as possible. In order to avoid panic, Tynode also urged to keep it confidential and not let the civilians know. Once the civilians knew that London could not be held, they also had a great chance of fleeing London. When the time comes, everyone will flee collectively, and it will be extremely chaotic. It will be a question whether the nobles can escape. Yes, Tynordisc Sade went to execute the command, but, when he arranged for the soldiers to go when messaging, a few soldiers did not obey orders, no privacy. Because as they themselves came from the bottom layer of sympathy for the civilian population, and even their families also in London. So, he had quietly put the news to leak out. Ever since, the city of London fell into panic and chaos. Although they were also afraid of being bombed before, it was the moment they were bombed. After the Huajun flew away, they did not worry too much. And now, the Chinese army is about to enter the city of London. As long as the Chinese army enters the city of London, their lives will be completely in the hands of the Chinese army, and they need to look at the life of the Chinese army. A little something wrong, kill the body will lead to the disaster. Especially not to the nobility and the wealthy, they are more panic. Because Huajun 1011 chapter chaotic London Municipal Hall, coming and going, and all of a hurry. Damn the Chinese are coming, and the damn Tynode said that London can't keep it. Damn it, damn it. Parliamentary Minister Olson cursed while arranging people to start sorting out important documents to prepare for evacuation. He had previously thought London would be attacked, but never expected the attack would come so fast, so fierce. Let them off guard. Pick up important confidential documents and take them away. These meeting records are burned. Now Urson's gold. There are still quite a lot of documents in a government agency. The household registration situation, land situation, backup of policies and decrees, diplomatic records, meeting records, etc., can be said to cover all the big and small things of a country. Some of these documents cannot be thrown away, such as the national household registration status, land ownership certificates and so on. To learn of Great Case Britain, to develop policies need to use these files. And these files once lost, one may want to redo the thousands of hard to extremely difficult. Some cannot fall into the hands of the Chinese army, such as diplomatic records, meeting records, and so on. In these documents, the attitude towards Dao's words is not very good, and a large number of officials' names are also recorded. Once it fell into the hands of the Chinese army, it was defeated in the future, and it was all crimes that fell into the hands of the Chinese army. There are also files such as others, and the same is true. This is also the reason why government agencies will scatter documents and a lot of ashes every time they are evacuated after a defeat. Government offices in London are in chaos, and residential areas are almost the same. In rich areas, suffer from house to house families are packing bags to pack valuables, such as gold, silver, jewelry, unique works of art. Leonardo da Vinci's painting, by Suossiasia handwritten script, Donatello's sculpture and so on. These things are the favorites of Chinese people. The wealthy people in London have heard about the actions of the Chinese in Gibraltar. The Chinese have robbed the art of those wealthy people in Gibraltar, threatening to collect artworks from all over Europe and return to Dowa, and then build a museum for these. The artworks are displayed in a concentrated manner. It is not only to show off works of art, but also to show off his military exploits. Regarding this behavior, the rich in Europe are very angry, but very helpless. He had the only way to do is to hide all those valuable works of art, from Dowa murderers. Be careful, that's Michelangelo Luo master paintings. I use the whip broke smoke you die. Sir Philip said angrily, and the servant holding the painting looked panicked on the surface. But in his heart he was cursing Philip and even praying that the Chinese army would appear in front of him now. In this case, this damned Philip couldn't escape. No wonder this servant had such a big resentment. Who made Philip blame the subordinate for being too slow while at the same time accusing the subordinate for not being careful? This is simply outrageous. My little princesses, can you hurry up and put on convenient clothes? We are going to escape, not on vacation. Don't dress up carefully. The more beautiful you are, the worse you will be caught by the Chinese army. Philip's wife is urging her daughter. However, Gianni did not have that urgency, and even talked back. She said, "No, beautiful women will be sent to the high officials when they are caught, and the ugly ones will be enjoyed by the soldiers. In contrast, I would rather be given to a high official. Diana's words made her mother half to death. She was almost as old as she was, and she would definitely be sent to the soldiers when she was caught. That kind of scene can't be imagined. 10 minutes before you get down, I will leave you here. Female pro at the final ultimatum. In the civilian area, after those people learned the news, they quickly packed up and prepared to flee London. Although the Chinese did not kill civilians in Gibraltar, but who knows if they will be in London, no one can guarantee this. Not to mention of Great Britain's government, has been in the publicity you are barbaric and brutal, savage its image. It has been more or less affected many people's impression of UOB. Just in case, it is safest to leave London at this time. Although there are not many valuable things in the poor's home, they are not necessarily cleaning up their belongings much faster than those of the nobles. Those big nobles only pick up the valuables, and throw away the worthless ones. For the poor, a wooden basin, a broken quilt, and a water tank are all valuables. Losing any of them will have a big impact on their lives. Ever since the street civilian areas, you can see those civilians pushing a single-wheeled above filled with bottles and cans. The vast sway of the army from civilian areas, pushed on the main road leading to the north, and those lords of carriage crowded together. Suddenly, traffic congestion also appeared in London. Not only had this traditional Chinese, not a big Diane officials want, it's okay, fake again. Mardifak. On the street, all kinds of anger curse after another. The situation was very harmonious. In other places in the city, there are some local ruffians, scammers and thieves who take the opportunity to start doing things for them. Chaos represents opportunity. The ruffians began to rob and molested women on the street. Anyway, at this time there was no police to maintain law and order. There is no government control and prestige deterrence. These thugs is the king of these streets. Don't look at how wretched and honest they usually are in front of the police, but when they are in front of ordinary people, they can be as arrogant as the young and dangerous. Small stealing is going to start another home or bow, maybe looking for the missing baby. He had mainly patronized or rich areas, civilian areas is nothing to steal. And the liar did not stop. The Chinese army was about to fight, and they were still able to deceive people calmly. In the entire city of London, they are the calmest people at this time. For example, people who are eager to flee London falsely claim that they have a boat or a carriage outside the city, and then collect a deposit, or lead people to someone else's boat, or disappear after receiving the deposit. Or, directly lie to those who don't want to leave London, saying that they have a relationship with the Chinese army, and they can guarantee the safety of each other as long as they pay. In short, various methods are emerging one after another, which is dazzling. The imagination of a liar is often so much higher than that of ordinary people. And when people are nervous and afraid, they are most easily deceived. This time, the confusion of London, only to reveal the truth, regardless of corrupt government again. There is no better than good government. Once there is no government, the whole society will be chaotic. 1012 Chapter into London. The captain sent a telegram saying that the people in London are preparing to escape, ordering us to take London quickly and not let the nobles run away. At the headquarters of the Chinese army, Go Sen received an order to accelerate the offensive. Let battalion launch a surprise attack from the left, and the 2nd battalion through the farmland on the right, and the 3rd battalion is the main attack. Tell them that the army people are watching us from the side, and don't let the army people read our jokes. Go Sen said. The line of action, they are the main Marine Corps. The army also deployed to assist the more than 800. Although the land and the sea cooperated in operations under the instructions of their superiors, in peacetime, the two sides were still very clear. If he had hit the Marine Corps is not good, is sure to be mocking the army of people. Seriously, the army will use this as an excuse to prove that the Marine Corps is incapable of tasks on the ground, thereby cancelling or reducing the size of the Marine Corps and assigning funds to the army. No theory is mocking the army, or be cut military spending. The Marines are intolerable things. Su V. Head assured him, I swear department to complete the task. The following section team, after receiving the order, also made ruthless. With the red front number sounded, Huajun launched a comprehensive offensive. Suffered Huajun. Continuous shelling of the British defense has been riddled with problems. Face Huajun attack, they can only rely on the consciousness of soldiers to resist. No complete organization. 3 o'clock direction have large shares of enemy gunners. British military team Brewer shouted. Machine gun was damaged, sir. The machine gunner said helplessly. Hurry up and fix it. The squad leader was angry at the machine gunner, while applying for machine gun support to his superiors. However, it was too late, and the offensive of the Chinese army was too fierce. DADADA. The Chinese army's machine guns fired violently, so that the British soldiers did not dare to appear. When they did, they would be shot in the head. They went directly to God. The rescue process was unnecessary. British army did not dare to take hold. Assault soldiers. Huajun process is very easy. Waiting for him after they closed to British positions, and all kinds of weird weapons began to appear. For example, garnet missile launchers and rocket launchers. 2 UOB is the most advanced personal weapons. Can greatly enhance the firepower of the infantry. Garnet missile launchers. Launching a grenade killing is large than the grenade bombs and more easy to use, is much more expensive than hand grenades. However, Sea Army Navy Marines backed. Not bad money is out of the name. As long as the Sea Army built a small warship, the money saved is enough. Marines who squandered a long time. Sea Marine Corps in a row. It is equipped with 2 grenade launchers. Aiming at the enemy's trench, a grenade passed, and there was no movement on the other side. Then, those who can fast forward and infantry advance. In the past, handheld step gun soldier is the main enemy. And now, the role of these infantry soldiers has become to eliminate the remnants of the enemy. Face of large-scale enemies, firepower, difficult to overcome fortifications. Huajun on use of mortars, howitzers, rocket launchers, plastic explosives, machine guns. As for the infantry, they usually hide behind the bunker, waiting for these weapons to show off their power, and then rush up to eliminate the remnants of the enemy. Ordinary enemies are basically in a daze when they are attacked by Dowa's advanced weapons. This infantry was rushed to harvest, clean up the battlefield. Very relaxed. Compared with the Chinese army, the infantry of Great Britain is very hard-pressed. The most advanced weapon in their hands is the Maxim machine gun, and the rest is the rifle in their hands. Not only the weapons are backward, but what's worse is the lack of understanding of Dowa weapons. Even grenade launcher features do not know. Ken set also no way to make the appropriate measures. In this way, the effects of those special weapons will be additionally amplified. Just as the early Chinese military used machines to fight the cavalry, if those cavalry knew enough about Dowa's machines, they would certainly not go ahead and stupidly, and the machine gun would not be able to cause such great results. British military think of Dowa been very understanding, because their spies have been UOB activities. However, most of the information that spies can obtain is superficial. Like advanced weapons in the army, they didn't hear much news. On to me when their performances. After Huajun of a trench fired 2 grenades, squad rushed to take the lead in that filmed trenches. Not subject to any arrived in gear, they rushed into the trenches. Willy-nilly, hand punch front to sweep the gun to say it again. And this time, those British trenches has died cannot die again. A firepower point was breached, and the British troops in the nearby defense line quickly retreated. After all, they alone cannot build a complete line of defense. If they don't withdraw, they will be killed by the Chinese army from the flank. This situation is happening on the entire line of defense, but the degree is slightly different. 1 or 2 places in the British army to retreat, it comes in is not much relationship. However, the entire front is retreating, so this line of defense has actually been declared lost. Although, on this line of defense, the British army still has nearly 3,000 men, which is even slightly more than the offensive Chinese army in total. But this is useless, These soldiers are creatures with survival instincts. In the absence of hope, it is impossible for them to spare their lives to delay the offensive of the Chinese army. In the history of wars in ancient and modern China and abroad, it is common for a small group of people to chase and kill a large number of people. Soon, the British Army's retreat evolved into flight. The Huajun followed, happily chasing after him. How could this be? How could this be? Nordisk looking front crash, and somewhat gaff. He had been predicted to restrain himself would, however, he never thought the defense would fall so fast. In his estimation meter, you can keep yourself at least a day and night. As a result, the city people can reach sufficient time to escape to London. With limited Huajun troops, certainly not dare deep chase. However, at this moment, all his illusions were shattered. The Huajun had only 2 hours before he lost this line of defense. His line of defense is a little in vain. Commander, I have go quickly. Too late, too late. The subordinate urged, spared the fastest soldiers, have been run away in front of them. If they do not retreat, they may be caught by the Chinese army. Nordisk has some emotions out of control. This time his men did not care so much. He shelves directly to the carriage, and then together defeated troops fled to the back. At this point, the last line of defense in the London city was lost, and the Chinese army rushed into the city. The same time, Huajun also divide our forces to those on the main road, blocking those lords trying to leave London. 1013 Chapter Atrocities. The Chinese are here. Oh, God. Mom. Those who had not had time to leave the city were blocked by the Chinese army. For a time, these people burst into desperate wailing. Anyone who can speak Chinese? Kujianbin, a company commander of Huajun, asked. In the beginning, no one came forward yet. Huajun also doesn't matter. It's nothing more than using words to communicate, then it can only communicate with gestures. At him, they kick one foot, then pointed to the direction of the city. Most people should understand what this means. If you don't understand, there is no way, just one shot to solve it. After all, these soldiers don't have so much time to communicate with stupid people. Stop, I can speak Chinese. Bulai. Several large Dian people stand out. This was also expected by Kujianbin. Now learn Ying language, largest Chinese much. But for foreigners to learn Chinese, but it is very much. In the city of London, there is even a special Chinese school. How can no one understand Chinese? Tell them, put things down. All returned to the city. Kujianbin said, why put things down? We can take these things back. Translated. Weak said, how can I go fast with these things? It's wasting my time. I might as well kill you all. So, I'm not discussing with you, but giving you orders. Understand? Kujianbin said. Such a crude reason is naturally unconvincing. However, these Britons had no choice but to let go of everything and board the train with bare hands, just like the Jews. Write their name on the luggage, which he had last fantasy. The idea is that some people, in turn, after translation gives reminders, still refuse to let go. And he who in the end, of course appalling, from a violent beating, to a serious loss of life. The nobles who used to be above all, at this moment, the humble ones are the same as the serfs under their hands before. In the city, the Chinese army was still at war with the remaining British army. Not two, it is some small-scale sporadic exchange of fire. Remnants of the British army has lost command of the above command, purely by instinct a little in the battle. And more British troops, it is to choose the uniforms off, throw weapons into houses in a drill, on the incarnation to civilians. This trick is universal in the world. Soon, the Chinese army basically controlled the main urban areas of London. Next, a scene of the city of Gibraltar was also staged in London. Rich home production was confiscated, some of the nobility women being bullied. The only area not that much nobility in London, and that Huajun are robbed. However, Ante, go ahead, you condone this. Soldier is not right. I want you, Holy Emperor, to report you. I know your military regulations. Captured Austrian Urson came before Gosen's proposed Ante. Discussion. Sen go required to prevent those acts of ordinary soldiers. Sorry Austrian Jas Mikkelsen, I just entered London, also need to arrange the defense. It cannot control your energy to say something. After waiting for me to arrange the defense, I have time to be concerned about law and order problem in London. Go Sen said. This time though they won in London, but at least the periphery of London there are about 10,000 British soldiers. The defense must do to prepare. Moreover, other parts of the aid the military, I am afraid it has quickly come towards London. Other parts of the aid army might take some time, but reinforcements from Manchester soon to be, after all, been through London to Manchester Railway. Please, I ask you to quickly complete the layout of the defense line. Also, if you agree to stop the soldiers in the city, I can write to the soldiers on the periphery to stop the attack temporarily. Auersen said. Listening to what you mean, it seems that I would be afraid of your offense. I didn't mean that. Auersen and angry, anxious, he knew Go Sen know their meaning. No Go Sen play the fool. But what can it be? This him, saying that Go Sen and consultation, in fact, praying, the decision entirely in the hands of Go Sen. And Go Sen, there are countless reasons to perfuse him. After a while, he said that he would set up a line of defense, and then he said that those armies were not under his jurisdiction, and then he disappeared. If it weren't for the need to sign a treaty with Great Britain in the future, Go Sen would not even care about Olsen. Polite Britain protests continued, and the Huajunwai continue doing. The stolen items were loaded directly on the Tame. The form of Insum was wrong, it was the Tame, and then shipped to Ceuta. Artworks will also be transported to Dowa and displayed in museums for Dowa to visit. These all symbolize Dowa's magnificent military exploits, and are of great appreciation and commemorative value. Some beauties will be transported to Ceuta, South Africa, and even Dowa. Chihu is also a valuable asset. At the same time, British troops outside the city and also Huajun war not over. The two sides' fight is not intense. British Army lack weapons as crucial as Huajun, if hard on the case, is bound to very heavy casualties, but also not to attack down. Even worse, Huajun remand a group do not listen to the words of the nobility, the rich to the front, tying them to positions taken hostage. British Army wants to attack, it will be inevitable manslaughter hostages. Diehua this practice, so that the British are very angry. However, at the same time they were angry. They were extremely helpless. He can only temporarily stop the attack, and sent messengers Huajun representations to the Huajun not give up this gentleman's behavior. Unfortunately, Dowa's soldiers did not respond. He reasoned why this is so. In fact, Wu Qingqing depends entirely on the attitude of Europeans. In accounting for the time led to North Korea, Wu Qingqing but under very harsh order prohibiting nuisance and breach of military discipline, underlying those officers and soldiers naturally not recklessly. In Hibiscus, Annan, Wu Qingqing of this command, the tone was not so harsh. Those good grasp Wu officers Qingqing thoughts, attitudes and Annan of Hibiscus and poor people a bit. In India, and places like Java, the attitude is different. The Huajun among officers, are able to feel, Wu Qingqing Western Europe people are more annoying. In the capture of Sepuwen the city of Gibraltar, no orders do not allow burning and looting. And he had done in Gibraltar, and afterwards has not been held accountable. This makes them bolder, and they have done a lot of violations of military discipline in London. And their chief did not stop their behavior. Although many people don't understand why Wu Qingqing has such a big prejudice against Europeans, it doesn't matter. They are eager for it anyway. He had on the battlefield desperately wanted most was after that victory wanton vent. 1014 Chapter Only Hope. After the Chinese army occupied London, it was the turn of the senior management in Great Britain to have headaches and anxiety. The nobles trapped in London wrote letters to the King and Parliament in Oxford, asking them to solve the London problem immediately. Either dispatch an army to regain London, or immediately negotiate with Dowa. He who cannot always want to be in control of the Huajun, so there is no trace of a sense of security. And he had these people, although in front of Huajun find any, but in fact they are very influential in Great Britain. Charles II was able to come to power and sit on a throne, and there are reasons for their support. The opinions of these people cannot be ignored by Charles II. In Oxford, after Charles II learned of the fall of London, his hair was also white with sorrow. Surface of the food placed in front, he is no appetite. Although he had been psychologically prepared for a long time, the result was worse than he expected. He never expected that so many nobles would be trapped in London. Those lives, he cannot be free depending on the country. No is the case. Those who had supported him, will immediately be overturned. Louis XIV that he may not like, control of state power. By contrast, he is a ratio, the more vulnerable a limited monarchy in the hands of power. Henry, what do you think I should do? Charles II summoned several important ministers and asked their opinions. Austrian Jas Mandelson, as well as those in the city of aristocratic life to be saved. We cannot allow a repeat of the tragedy of Gibraltar. Henry said. However, those who want to preserve life, I got to get peace talks and the big Chinese. This and our previous strategy developed some conflict. Now if the peace talks had made all efforts were in vain, but also let in Great Britain other countries lose face and leadership status. Another tougher minister did not agree to the peace talks. In his view, in order to win the war, a price must be paid. Those nobles in the city are the price. Moreover, if the Chinese people really kill all those nobles, it can also completely anger the entire upper class of Europe and make the alliance more united, which is also a good thing. Edward, your son-in-law and daughter are also in London. Henry reminded, in order to win, their sacrifice is worthwhile, and they die well. Edward's expression was indifferent, leaving others speechless, although they all know that Edward's decision is the most sensible. However, they really can't be so unfeeling. Or I are still to a tow bar, side to appease a large Chinese to protect the lives of the city's aristocracy. On the other hand, waiting for news in Africa. If I were the coalition to be successful in Africa, beat Hwajan of Hope, we will abandon those who mind to come to the city. If the coalition forces fail in Africa, then it will not make sense for us to continue to resist. We will simply formally negotiate with Dower to tide over this crisis. Henry thought of a compromise. The reason for thinking like this is actually because people don't return much hope for actions in Africa. The combat effectiveness of the army far exceeded their imagination. He found that those who planned to do before, some are overly optimistic, extremely high likelihood of failure. By now, he had to start to get ready after the defeat. In Paris, Louis XIV learned the news of the fall of London. While surprised, he was also a little relieved. Fortunately, the Chinese are to fight in London. When other ministers heard this, they could only pretend not to hear. Now that France and Great Britain are allies, this is too much to say. Fortunately, here are the phalanx corps level. Will not someone leak such a thing? I hope that King Charlie can hold on. Anyway, they admire the strategy of dragging down the Chinese army. At this time, it is their opportunity to carry out the plan, said a minister. The Chinese army has limited ground forces in Europe, which is something everyone knows. Therefore, when Dower occupied London, their Paris was relatively safe for the time being. Then how do we respond to Charlie's request for help? How else can we reply, unless their warship can cross the English Channel? Otherwise our soldiers can't swim through it. Even if his warships come, we cannot off too dangerous. In case of being attacked at sea, our reinforcements that is a dead end. Everyone rushes some business after the meeting. The last thing that Great Britain, to solve it by their own good. His army still needs the French guard it. Although the Chinese army has not come over yet, they must be prepared for defense. Must to be built in the periphery of Paris, strong fortifications, prohibit the sale of cement from today to the people, all expropriated for the construction of defense. Louis XIV said, this makes one of the ministers look ugly, because the cement factory is the private property of his family. Cement manufacturing technology art, master of Europe less than a year. At present, although with technology, but the manufacturing process is not mature, so expensive to manufacture. Only by selling to those who are rich can some profit be made. If you sell it to the army, don't count on it. In the case of Charles II, He may not dare to expropriate directly, but Louis XIV, then relatively strong, in an emergency state, he did not have to worry so much. Now we can only wait for the good news to be in Africa, and if Thiers' line's move fails, we may really know way China Canada. Phalanxy here, too, are counting operations in Africa. London is captured. Fortunately Madrid is inland. Carlos also secretly rejoiced. If Madrid is also by the sea, he must be to be unlucky. And now, London has become unlucky man. King, I heard say Huajian troop movements to Europe are from India, Suez or go that way. If that is true, then Europe will soon be a lot of Huajian up. A minister reminded, this news is reliable. What can we do? 10,000 or 20,000 Chinese troops will prevent us from reaching. If another tens of thousands come, the whole of Europe will be conquered. Carlos Koch considered. By now, I can only pray for the success of Africa's action. There is no way to get such a large Chinese continuous supply. We have some opportunities, said the minister. Not only Boulida Diane, France, Spain hope in action in Africa, and even Poland, Sweden, the Holy Roman and Russia, but also hope that the field of military operations. Even John reading in the hope that he will have succeeded, so at least delay the Europe rate of expansion, so that he can be comfortable life in a few years. Once that action fails, then their next situation will not be better. 1015 Chapter Africa War. The war in Africa started before the Chinese army attacked London. Liège located Libye. Asia received EU Military Operations Command. They set out from Liberia, went to the military base in the West Huajian level in Côte d'Ivoire, which is later San Pedro area. This allied army has a total of 60,000 people, 250 artillery pieces, 40,000 breech guns, and nearly 20,000 flintlock guns. He had also wanted all dressed down, but since the limited production capacity. Moreover, he had felt that this strength has tied the West can win. After all, Dowa's garrison in Xiping has only 1,500 people, and the other staff are about 1,500. When encountering war, these people can also carry guns, not only through the military quality of a lot worse than the regular army. Of course, this gap only in attack Yiddish theory, warfare will be obvious after all. In the least technical defensive battle, these people can still play a big role. Of course, even so, the Union Army troops also have the advantage of 20 times. 20 hits 1, and it's really unreasonable if you can't take it down. Not before. Such as when they arrived in Xiping, new intelligence allows them was a little more uneasy. The new intelligence report shows, Yob in Xiping troops not 1,500, but 2,500. With the addition of a temporary strong man, Dowa can make up a 4,000-man garrison in Xiping. The power comparison suddenly changed from 20 to 1 to 15 to 1, which made the Allies more uneasy. This extra 1,000 people are the arms had deliberately stayed and strong defense. The importance of the two supply points of Xiping and South Africa is not only clear to the Europeans, but also clear to the Chinese. Therefore, after deciding to start a war with Europe, these 2 points and Ceuta have been augmented to strengthen their defense forces. The increase is not only the force, but also a large number of weapons and ammunition. These weapons and ammunition were originally prepared to be transported to Ceuta at any time, as supplies for the main force. But if the base case of attack, which naturally can make use of ammunition, that is to say, in Xiping defenders, the most is the lack of ammunition. How to fight? Phalanxy Commander Niang asked the crowd. How can I fight? I can only attack hard. It is not realistic to want to mix in and out. The Chinese are very strict. Moreover, their base usually rarely does trade with European businessmen. It is too difficult to mix in, up. Spain refers commanders Calua Mixu said, Xiping not Ceuta. Ceuta is a business city, you want to mix into it is quite easy. However, it is limited to the market, and it is difficult to enter the barracks. And Xiping, a stronghold, has more military uses and seldom trades. It is even more difficult to get in. As soon as Xiping faces the sea, the other three sides can attack, and attack from these three sides at the same time can disperse the enemy's defensive force. Let us leave the north to our warriors of Great Britain. Polite Britain Alsaid officer said, however, this is not what he volunteered. Feet. Three sides can attack Siping, one of which is hilly and highland, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Austrian T's side directly elected plain on this side. Then naturally we must attack heights. Task to someone else. Yes, then west on the cross to give us the French. Niang followed to grab the other side that was easy to attack. You were not. You think I look more stupid? Cardromi Repair to Cow said, the two of them to grab a good job, then let it yourself. Dirty work too much. Cardromi Repair, you saying it has gone too far, that we are on both sides of the main, you are there to contain almost all of the difficulty. Austria said explained. Everyone, this battle is related to the fate of our Europe. I think at this moment, we can't care about it anymore. Only by working together and uniting can we overcome difficulties together. Niang showed his righteousness, and Karamixi couldn't say anything. Siping is his attack with a three coalition, not on how to divide. There is always need for the party to attack the Eastern Highlands. The number of people in each country collected a branch team to attack the East. Touch is fair, but this command and inconvenient, they are not so foolish as to this point. Most end. Kaluomi Repair chose to compromise, to take over this chore. Subsequently, he became separated from action. 60,000 line of action. No matter how subtle they want to hide the whereabouts, impossible. At a distance of 3 kilometers from Siping, the Chinese military sentry watched the enemy's actions on the observation balloon. Attention, there are a large number of unknown enemies coming to us. The number is between 10,000 and 20,000. The sentry hurriedly warned. Although they don't know who the enemy is, the Chinese army can be sure that the enemy is the enemy, because they don't have any allies here. No matter who it is, it must be uneasy and kind. As a result, after receiving the warning, the Chinese army immediately blew the assembly whistle and entered the defensive position to ban. Not too long, warning sentry again, found a second share represents the enemy. The numbers are nearly 20,000. Immediately afterwards, the third enemy was also discovered. The observation balloon is more than 40 meters high in the sky, and the enemy's movements can be seen clearly by using a telescope. It's not good. These enemies are clearly here. Remind the soldiers below. Red alert. At the same time, gather the men in the base and fire their guns, so that they can be used as a reserve team, ready to join the battle at any time. The garrison commander Ma Yan had a bad feeling in his heart, and he quickly gave instructions to respond according to the most dangerous level, and mobilize at level. No matter who the enemy is, the number of 5 or 60,000 makes him dare not care. As the enemy got closer and closer, the Chinese army also entered the position, and Ma Yan saw the general appearance of the opponent through a telescope. At this time, Europeans, he had where so many people? Ma Yan murmured. Many Europeans doing business in Côte d'Ivoire, but will remain in Côte d'Ivoire. Chengsi does not exceed go 2 or 3,000. It is obviously abnormal that 60,000 heavily armed Europeans suddenly appeared. Look like it should be the EU's military, want to destroy our supply point, let the army into supply difficulties. Reference to seek long their analysis. His heart can be condemned, and the order will be passed on, and he will stick to Siping, and he is not allowed to take a step back. Ma Yan said, if this place is captured and the supply of the army is affected, the consequences cannot be imagined. After all, the emperor is also in the fleet. To time, it is not he who killed a thing, and his family have been implicated in the Central Plains. Even if the sin does not lead to death, the rewards received in the past will definitely have to be taken back. Therefore, for Ma Yan and other mid and high-level officers, Siping must never be lost. 1016 Chapter Lack of progress is hard. After the coalition entered the planned attack position, they simultaneously launched an attack on the Siping base. First, the cannons on the west and north opened fire in an attempt to blow up some Chinese defenses. The Huami used drummed earth and masonry for the construction of Siping without cement, and the freight was too high. The local black labor is very cheap, so they easily built a few walls and surrounded a city. This kind of city wall has basically been eliminated in Dowa, and under the artillery of the Chinese army, this kind of city wall is vulnerable. However, for the armies of other countries, they still have a good defense. The artillery shells of the coalition forces hit the sloping walls of the bricks and rammed earth, although they can bring some impact damage to the walls, but the extent is limited. If you want to use artillery to blow up the walls of the Chinese army, it is estimated that you will have to blow up continuously for 2 or 3 days. Even if he had the barrel stand it, there are not so many shells. Therefore, it is unrealistic to simply use artillery to blow up the entire section of the wall of the Chinese army. Focus on one part of the bomb. Niang watched for a while, and then decisively changed his strategy. He intends to blow a gap to facilitate the men rushed into it. In the north of the Austrian Ocean side, it is to allow artillery shells into Garnet, Huajun soldiers to kill the main. There is no intention to destroy walls. Pass over the killing Huajun, guard forces and weaken the morale of Huajun, then assault board wall, Brauk. 2 slightly different way, not through the effects are similar, very poor. Niang most end though fired a short gap, but it cannot be rushed or a problem. The goal of Ozad's attempt to kill the Chinese army was not achieved, and the Chinese army hid in the air raid shelter. Regardless of the effect, as soon as the scheduled attack time came, they bit the bullet and gave the attack order. Subsequently, the coalition forces attacked from 3 directions. The Spaniards in the east did not need to attack the city wall, but they faced a high mountain connected to the city wall. After being transformed by the Chinese army, it was more difficult to attack than the city wall. To the west, the French artillery has not stopped, but the infantry has already rushed to the position of the Chinese army. Playing with the infantry-artillery coordination, there is still a look. Unfortunately, he had the power of artillery is really limited, deterrence is less than Huajun. When he after their infantry into the range, Huajun machine gun fire. One shuttle down and kills more enemies than the French cannon kills. Continue to rush into the gap and win. The French officer shouted. He had some optimistic, so that if attacked U2 allies to attack Siping, he who would not be so optimistic. This is time this allied army has fought against the Chinese army, and it lacks experience. In the rush process front, there is no full use of bunkers, not covering fire, assault crossing. In short, it's basically a mess. Such a charge is naturally a living target in front of the firepower of the Chinese army. Not to mention rushing to the gap in the damaged city wall. They didn't even rush to within 100 meters of the Chinese army, and they began to retreat in embarrassment, watching Niang feel helpless. Commander, how can you fight this? The enemy's firepower is too fierce, a high-level officer asked. At least 10 heavy machine guns were placed on the wall of the army that was less than 500 meters away, with an average of 1 at 50 meters. This kind of firepower density is quite terrifying. You must know that Germany, which paid the most attention to machine guns in World War I, had a machine gun density of only 100 meters in trench warfare. And this density of firepower can make it difficult for the Anglo-French coalition forces to move. If not taken into account the consumption of bullets, then 10 machine guns opened fire while crossing. You can put in front of this one area all sealed. The French army wanted to charge. They could only wait for the small gap for the machine gun to change bullets. But if you expect to rush to the Chinese army in this way, it is absolutely impossible. Face of this situation, Niang also stunned. He lacks experience in modern warfare, and he is at a loss for this situation. His world war in view, it should not be this way. Find a way to blow up all the enemy's walls. The Niang people are very smart, but they haven't gotten used to this mode of war for a while. Facing the current predicament, he was stunned to think of a way. Dig into the city under the wall, then use a large amount of gunpowder to blow up the walls, and then take advantage of the city wall destroyed. Huajun into panic yet rebuilt defense when the Big Bang rushed. As long as enough rushed to hand combat, so Huajun machine gun will not play. Of course, this trick is not easy for them. because their army does not carry auxiliary tools such as hoes in order to be light and simple. The people of Côte d'Ivoire do not have many farm tools, they are very primitive. This makes them useless if they want to requisition. In desperation, Perpignan must first wait and see. Wait for the British News Army and the Army of the West. If there is a breakthrough on the other two sides, he won't have to fight for it. Not before, he is destined to be disappointed. British Case's army, and their situation is very similar. They are also rushed to wave, then because too heavy casualties, soldiers, spontaneous retreat. This wave of offensive had no other effect besides testing out the firepower density of the Chinese army. Without powerful artillery, this place can't be beaten at all. Austrian Evan despair. He had a headache and couldn't figure out how to solve this problem. Compared with the progress of Britain and France, the progress of the Spanish army is slightly better. They almost rushed to the position of the Chinese army. Of course, this does not mean that the Western army is more powerful, mainly because the Chinese army's firepower on this side is not so fierce. Machine gun Huajun actually there, but it has people will not be found by the operation. This machine gun looks simple, just pull the trigger. But in fact, in the Chinese army, machine gunners belong to the technical arms, and they enjoy much better treatment than ordinary soldiers. There are many people who want to be machine gunners, but not every soldier can easily learn. It is much more difficult to train machine gunners than infantry, and it costs more money. Therefore, the Chinese army is also the principle of appropriate amount, not training too much. And this time, there are not enough of a problem machine gunner, but it is bothering them. This is due to the fact that there are no powerful snipers and mortars among the Allied forces, and they don't know how to focus on the machine gunners of the Chinese army. Otherwise, every attack consumes a few machine gunners of the Chinese army, and after a few rushes, the Chinese army's line of defense will have problems. Generally speaking, although the weapons of the Chinese and Allied forces have almost caught up with World War, the tactical level is still very rough, because they have experienced too little modern warfare, and they have not summed up much experience at all. The same was true at the beginning of World War I. It was only after a few months of fighting, all kinds of complicated tactics were unfolded. 1017 chapter is not smooth. Troops do not go well in progress in Côte d'Ivoire, the action in South Africa as well. Compared to Xiping, Dowa has more people in the South African sea mounts. This is not just a shipping line supply station, but a colony, a majestic land. The number of Chinese living here has exceeded 100,000. Among them, men are the majority, accounting for 90%. Among the men, gold prospectors, miners, and soldiers are the main ones, and a small number of people do business and farm. No theory is prospectors or miners, thousands of miles, dare to make a living in South Africa who will not be too timid. In the face when the enemy attacks, these people can be quickly organized to fight. Union military also not near sea mounts, was found in a large Chinese place about 50 kilometers from the sea mount there. And then the two sides carried out a small-scale exchange of fire. Subsequently, the surprise move of Huajun in the vicinity of Fort Romney fought a war in contact. For the Allied forces, they only want to destroy the stronghold of Sea Mount. But for the Chinese army, they have to defend the entire South Africa. In his eyes of only you up to reclaim their lost homeland. Truth, how can you let those barbarians again seize Uob's territory, which is a shame? Absolutely not. You need the military forces to attack Seamount more than 100,000, and Huajun where only one brigade of troops, 5,000 people, not previously had to deal with the natives, Dow in the gold rush and mine workers in both the development of the reserve. This time a call-up paper, quickly pull up the people on the team. He had dropped in the hands of tools, hair up arms under his arms or Huajun, went straight to Romney Myers and Huajun main convergence. This is field battle between the Chinese army and the Allied forces. There are few Chinese soldiers and it is suitable for defensive operations. However, the O troops are not fools, they do not. 1018 chapter risk insurance schemes. The team's defeat is not only a partial defeat of the Allied forces, but also a general trend on the entire battlefield. In other directions, although the situation is different, the ending is the same. Under the blockade of the Chinese army, the Allied attack was repelled. The military. Perhaps we should divide our forces, while continuing here and enemy confrontation, while some people quietly minute detour to attack the Cape of Good Hope, Union Army headquarters where it was proposed to Vladimir Sharansky. At this time, regardless of whether it is useful or not, as long as there is a suggestion, Vladimirsky is willing to try it. Subsequently, the Union of South Africa in the military began to divide our forces. Although they have not yet defeated the Chinese army, they have not defeated the Chinese army either. The situation is similar to that of Xiping, and they are all in a state of confrontation. And this, on the European mainland, it is by no means good news. He had waited a long time, did not like good news. The bad news is that one by one is that in North Africa branch of the team, because the Mediterranean is blocked, broken logistics, seeing people continue to starve to death, splits occurred in the coalition forces. The French and British troops chose to turn around and surrendered to the Chinese troops in Ceuta. The Western Army and the Holy Roman Army continued eastward, trying to walk all the way to Egypt along the coast. As for what to do after arriving in Egypt, they don't know. Anyway, they just take one step and count one step. Moreover, it is also a question of whether it can be reached. The second piece of bad news is that the second batch of the Chinese army passed through Suez and from the Mediterranean to Ceuta. The total number of this group of Chinese troops reached 14,000, one standard division. The division has an artillery regiment, 2 armored regiments, and a motorized regiment. The rest are infantry. The entire division is a semi-mechanized unit. This news is even worse for European countries than the destruction of the North African army. At present, UOB has less than 10,000 ground troops in Europe, and it has already occupied London, and Great Britain has yet to regain it. Now Dowa has another 14,000 people. I am afraid that Paris, Madrid and other places will fall. This news is like a dark cloud covering the European countries. Where's the British fleet? Haven't you found it yet? Ceuta. The Senate Plan Department, Wu Chengqing inquired. Although everything is going well so far, the fleet of Great Britain is still being wiped out, which makes Dowa more trouble. Among European countries, Bulai also means more. Britain's fleet can cause some threat to UOB transport ship. It touches do not worry about other countries. Bulai as long as the Big Britain's fleet destroyed, so UOB transport ship will be able to travel freely in the English Channel. Not like this, every need battleship escort. As the war progresses, the number of Chinese transport ships to sail in the English Channel will be very large, and the warships are escorted every time, which is very extravagant. So, Wu Chengqing a straight Bulai want to find Thai Britain's fleet. Its eradication. Not only before, Great Britain is very able to endure, and even lost in London, refused to send the fleet to fight to the death, or promise, we can lure at the other side. Reference to Seekling Xuan said, how lead lure? Wu Chengqing asked, deliberately leaked my military plans to go to London, transport 5,000 soldiers and large quantities of supplies, and deliberately sent the main force some small escort, to induce people to attack Great Britain, and then annihilate. Lin Xuan's move was very ruthless. Bulai if the Big Diane people want to know you are London and then sent 5,000 people, certainly not panic. Now that more than 3,000 Dowa people have occupied London, if another 5,000 come, I am afraid that Oxford is not safe. In order to prevent this from happening, Great Britain is very likely to take a risk and send its only fleet to carry out a sneak attack. If successful enough, it can cause significant blow to UOB. 5,000 people sank into the sea. This is a quarter of Dowa's ground troops in Europe. After success, you can have more confidence in peace talks with Dowa. At least, they proved that they have the power to fight back. It can be said that this trick is very likely to succeed in seducing the British. However, the risk is also very high. First, he must really shipped 5,000 people in the past, otherwise Great Britain certainly not fooled. Moreover, their guards must not be too strong, and hope must be seen by the Britons. And after doing so, then it means, you need to take risks. No one dared to guarantee 100% of things on the battlefield, in case the enemy's fleet cannot beat the British fleet, causing the death of these soldiers. Who will bear the responsibility? Wu Qingqing Yuzhia Foreign Crusades. Here is the supreme commander of all major decisions will go through him. So, once I lost. Certainly Wu Qingqing responsibility. This will damage Wu Qingqing's prestige and other negative effects. This won't work. It's too risky. Lin Xuan only just finished. Immediately there are other staff and captains speak out against. With Dao's strength, there is no need to take this risk. Big deal. Hit a bit slower. More consumption cost point of resources, so that every time a capital ship escort. Not a big deal. Under such a steady fight, the victory must belong to Dao. I take the chance. Maybe. But if coupled with the submarine, it is perfectly safe. Lin Xuan's words made everyone suddenly realize this job when the army, there are 3 submarines because to not encounter the enemy navy, which for the time being 3 submarines did not play any role. European submarines are basically nothing. Moreover, the concealment of the submarine is too strong. If the submarine is arranged to escort, the enemy will never know. This can greatly improve the success of the plan. As long as the enemy is brought out, everything is easy to handle. At that time, using the lethality of submarines and the enemy's unfamiliarity with submarines will inevitably cause great casualties to the enemy's fleet. If it is shot correctly, a torpedo can sink a battleship. It is not impossible to destroy the enemy's fleet by relying on these 3 submarines alone. You make a detailed plan. Wu Qingqing words, they have basically tantamount to approval of the plan. Out of confidence in the submarine, he has no reason to veto it. This Great Britain when, even depth charges at all. Even if it is opened after the war exposed the submarine could get the enemy helpless. At that time, those submarines can only be allowed to sink themselves. Think about that picture. Wu Qingqing feel very good. Yes, Lin Xuan secretly said with joy. Others looked at him enviously, after which Lin Xuan was even Jane in the emperor's heart. There are also people who regret that they did not think of the submarine as a big killer. In fact, they are not to blame. For the use of new weapons, some inspiration is always needed. 1019 chapter Had to Fight. 1020 chapter Battle between ironclads. On November 9th, the Celtic waters, Diane Navy did not choose ambush in the English Channel, choosing instead to go to war in the Celtic Sea is about to reach the English Channel. This is the middle point between Ceuta and London, and is the most suitable ambush point. The distance to Ceuta is close. The Chinese army is easy to flee to Ceuta, and the distance to London is close. The Chinese army is easy to flee to London. And once escaped Huajun, they cannot chasing too long, otherwise the next step is to turn them escape. Near noon, the 2 sides found each other. Diane Navy's particularly good luck, they were advancing word Hydra array, according to the 2 sides of the same speed and course. When in contact with both sides, they can cross in front of the Huajun, the formation of T-word in advance that one horizontal, while the Huajun is that one vertical. This also means that most of the warships of the British Navy can fire warships of the Chinese army, forming a quantitative advantage. What the Chinese army can counterattack is only a few warships traveling ahead. This is a great advantage and the most ideal formation in naval battles. However, this situation hardly occurs. The Chinese army will definitely change its course and speed. Even if the British Navy can follow suit, it will not be possible to form a T-shape in the end. Can be enough to occupy a relatively good point of view, it has been considered a good result. And for Huajun, I suddenly confronted with this situation, want to restructure formation is unlikely to reverse the disadvantage. These are large ships of thousands of tons, not cars of thousands of catties. You can turn around when you want to turn, and turn when you want to turn. The Chinese army's transport ships have not yet been equipped with radios, and they have to rely on signal lights for command. However, for ships powered by steam engines, Heavy smoke is constantly emitting from the chimneys, and even the signal lights are ugly. Course of Great Diane Sea Military. A similar problem, even more limited to technical operation, early naval battle, later than many chaos. However, this kind of naval battle, judging from the scene, often has a more intense feeling than later generations. To describe it in one word, novices peck at each other. Just like in The Glory of the King, the professional game doesn't look intense at all. In the Platinum and Diamond Bureau, heads are exploding all the time. The enemy really came. On the armored cruisers Suzu, the captain Wang Yuxi smiled. This is the scene he has long awaited, annihilating the only ironclad fleet in Europe. This credit will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. And he made the benefits of that end of the war commander could get, naturally, very much. These poor guys really think this is a good opportunity. Adjutant Ridicule Road. Hua Jun didn't turn, as if he was willing to be in the T-head. This is because the Chinese army does not want to expose the transport ships to the enemy's muzzle. The long-range firepower of these transport ships is weak and it is of little use once the bomb, but it will cause significant losses, more harm than good. The main force of this battle is the submarine and their main battleships. Although not changing the route will cause their capital ships to be bombarded by more enemy ships at the same time, there is no alternative. This move of the Chinese army fell into the eyes of the British army, and it also puzzled the British army. These stupid big Chinese, arrogant big Chinese, I want them to pay for their ignorance. Harry Soul shortness of breath corruption said. Although Dowa's move is beneficial to them, however, Dowa's defiant attitude still made him feel humiliated. It was really hateful that the opponent did not draw his sword in a duel with two swordsmen. Captain, don't be angry. This is a good thing. People who don't have such strong self-esteem are happy to see such things. Not quite right. Do not Dowa Navy idiot. Thomas, the captain of the Colossus, found it unbelievable, but he couldn't figure out why it was so, but he just felt a little bit wrong. There was not much time for Thomas to think about it. Both sides were fast, and soon both sides entered each other's range. Subsequently, the artillery of both sides also opened fire. Bulida Diane Naval Artillery, but also their country's current highest manufacturing standards than guns. Glory Road to a poor grade, but Huajun and artillery on the cruiser, but it is already a par. It may be a little bit worse in terms of details and performance, but the main functions of caliber, power, and rate of fire are all comparable. The huge roar announced the official start of this naval battle. All the people on the battleship entered a tense battle state. The soldiers of the artillery group are aiming, loading, and launching. The crew members are adjusting the course and speed, and the medical staff are preparing to treat the wounded. Even those chefs also have to mention the good extinguishing faucet, ready to fire. For the time being, it looks orderly. Not over, as the number after the shell hit the Colossus. The above people began to confusion. Be evil, the enemy hit two quasi. Chuamasi catch herself, cursing the sentence. It took less than 2 minutes for the two sides to fire, and they hadn't ordered the Chinese army, but they got shot. Fire between the two sides hit horizontal, vertical compete. This is actually quite normal. Although Dowa's navy has no opponents, it has not fallen behind in the training that it should have. Bulai and Large Britain's navy, though, also want multi-point training, but no money. No theory is sailing, or shells. These cannot cheap. Fortunately, of Great Britain's number of warships, equipped with a full 30 guns. At this time, there were nearly 20 ships capable of hitting the Chinese army. In one round of volley, nearly 200 rounds of differently powerful artillery shells flew to the Chinese army. So, soon the Chinese warship was also shot. The bomb is Yangtze No armored cruiser ship, causing the ship violently shaking. The next armored cruiser difference between ships and corvettes is its armor is very thick. Generally small caliber gun, there is no way this may cause fatal injury, as now. A violent shaking caused a soldier to fail to stand firm and hit his head on the iron plate, causing fainting. This was the last respect for the enemy's shell. If you want to sink the Yangtze, You need the main guns on the 5 battleships of Great Britain. Only the 30 main guns can pose a deadly threat to the Yangtze and Suzu. Let the other warships go around and attack their transport ships directly. As for the cruisers and frigates, leave them to us. Tang Ruide ordered the road, the sea battle, he personally led. In the largest early battleship, he saw that the small tonnage warships had limited damage to the Chinese capital ships, and he simply asked them to deal with the dour transport ships to prevent the dour transport ships from turning around and fleeing when the situation was not right. Then the speed of Great Dian Navy is not dominant, and this Tang Ruide time, but also confidence. 1021 Chapter Submarine Shout. In this, the 3 Ghost lurking in the water has been close to the British Navy, and the British do not know. He had never thought about the danger will come from the seabed. What is that big fish? When a mine launched from a submarine hit the Jersey, some soldiers even suspected that it was a big fish. But soon a huge explosion sounded. The center of the Jersey suddenly bulged, followed by a huge explosion, almost blasting the entire warship into 2 pieces. But it was almost there. Seawater poured frantically from the gap, and the Jersey began to roll over. Not to mention whether it can be saved. Even if it is saved, this battleship is already scrapped. As for the soldiers on board, died in the explosion, injured more than half. Most of those who survived by fluke were seriously injured and could do nothing but wait for rescue. Moreover, the probability of large, he who cannot wait that moment. What's the matter? The huge explosion and the huge smoke made many people notice the terrible condition of the Jersey. But he who does not understand is, Jersey number is how to become like this, is what suffered the attack. The shells of the Huami can't produce this kind of effect. To the power of Yangtze and Suzu number. No guns. You want to sink Jersey number, no 70 rounds do not. There are times, hit a sea battle looks fierce, but the losses on both sides of the main ship are generally small. Like Japan, Germany sea battle, both sides warships reached the 250, playing all day. Total war damage was also 25, battle damage 10%. Moreover, only cruisers, frigates, torpedo ships, and core battleships were sunk. Because to want to sink a battleship, not quite easy. Even after a few shots, he can still escape from the battlefield. So much sunk. But the destruction is very much a field of naval down, though only the German Navy sank 10, but the entire fleet but not the fighting. There are too many warships that need to be overhauled. The main battleships are extremely expensive to build, and if they are easily sunk, no country would be willing to build battleships. And now, one of the 5 main ships of Great Britain was inexplicably sunk when it was less than 10 minutes into the war. This Nemo was too weird and too bad. Even Tang Ruide was a little gagged. All of them were shocked, but this is just a start. Diehua has another 2 submarines lock the target, namely the Colossus number and Early number. The torpedo launch, including the submarine attacking the Colossus, was not enough, and Miao was not accurate enough, and the luck was not so good, because the Colossus had just turned a little bit when it was moving, causing the torpedo to pass by the ship. The Egyptian Early number was not so lucky, and this one fish laser is relatively positive. Even Early mobile number also hit the stern. A huge explosion again now, but because the sight was shot in the stern, it did not seem so shocked. Jersey number. However, the huge destructive power of the torpedo completely destroyed the stern of the Early, exploded a huge gap, and the sea was also rushing in frantically. Although the influx was slower than the Jersey, the sinking of the Early became a matter of time. Such a large break loss, the British simply no way to remedy. Attack hit from the seabed. An officer cried and cried with tears all over his face. He had accompanied this navy into the military, but also has several years of these ships have deep feelings. Eyes open to watch their favorite objects sank, while they do nothing. This feeling is very painful. Of course, there is another aspect because the warship is expensive. Expensive things and cheap things have completely different senses. Like a step gun, even if it is accompanied by a lot of years, it is broken. No soldier would therefore tears. After all the above will be issued a new gun, but not particularly expensive stuff. However, a battleship, this kind of entire country does not have many national treasures. If it's gone, it's gone. If you want to build a new one, the time unit has to be counted in years. Under the sea, some people who hadn't noticed the torpedo looked towards the sea, but the only thing that caught their eyes was the sea water. Dihua submarines did not completely float. They want to find with the naked eye. It is clearly impossible. Commander, I have how to do. On the battlefield, what soldiers fear most is the enemy's possession of new weapons, and even more terrifying than this is the appearance of unknown things on the battlefield. This person, when early on the number, has been completely into a panic, only to put all hopes are pinned on him. Tangruido Admiral. This Tangruido time, the pressure of the body has been pressed out of breath. When there is no war, the position of commander of the navy is Xiangmo. In the era of war and chaos, when one's own side is at a disadvantage, this position is actually a hot potato. Face of the unknown. The Tangruide no experience, but also do not know how to do it. He hopes to order an immediate retreat, which is the wisest choice. However, mobilizing the army, carrying the hope of the people of the whole country, did not get the slightest result. After losing the two main battleships, they fled in a hurry. This is absolutely impossible to make friends with the fathers and villagers. Commander, quickly abandon the ship and evacuate, and transfer to the Colossus. The adjutant persuaded. Egypt earlier sank. He must find a new battleship as a command ship. Just as Tangruide struggled, another battleship and a frigate exploded. Dihua submarine offensive fire, extraordinarily rapid. And because for the submarine ignorance of this fact, so they can escape out the attack helpless. At present, the Chinese army only launched 6 torpedoes and successfully sank 4 battleships, 3 of which were also the main battleships of the British Army. It can be said that this has maimed the British fleet. The hit rate of 6 in 4 is almost close to the hit rate of hitting static targets during the training of the Chinese Army. This efficiency is enough to laugh off the big teeth of the Huajun. Retreat. Ordered the army to retreat immediately. Tangruide can no longer care about what punishment he will face after returning to China. He just wants to retreat immediately and can save 1 ship. This is not withdrawn. In accordance with this Huajun efficiency, then in hour his entire fleet should be sunk. To which, he really was Great Britain's sinners. If it is not afraid of death, Tangruide this time really want to commit suicide. A suicide. This battle was really too awkward, too depressed, and too inexplicable. 1022 Chapter British Military Fleet Destruction. You Commander. He later argued whether the development of aircraft carriers or battleships, submarines developed enough. In my opinion, this unexpected effect is too praised. We have become a make-up. The numbers exist. Wang Yuxi smiled. Although several of their warships kept firing guns and achieved some results, they caused great damage to 2.5 ironclad cruisers and sank a frigate. However, compared with the results achieved by the submarine, it is not worth mentioning. Moreover, the submarine made with such significant results when itself unscathed. Unlike he had these ships on the water, it has been hit by several artillery attack. If the armor was not strong enough, they would have been hit hard at this time. These shelled places also need to be repaired when they return to the port, which costs a lot of money. In comparison, the submarine handy, to save money. The main reason for this is that the enemy doesn't understand. Next time we have preparedness, I am afraid it will not be so easy. The adjutant said. Ante prepare. How to prepare? Not to mention the British. Even if we encounter these submarines, we will only escape this road. There is no better way of coping. Moreover, there is no next time. This time, European countries have to be beaten down so that they can never turn over. Perhaps this is our last decent naval battle. It is really lonely as snow. Wang Yuxi smiled, because he didn't let Tangruide hear these words, otherwise Tangruide would be anxious and frustrated. The enemy seems to be withdrawing. The adjutant reminded. Let the Yangtze and the frigate go after it, and we will stay just in case. Wang Yuxi ordered. Although these transport ships have a good defense, But if there is to life of the British Army came to break the death, it may also cause some damage to the Huajun. Moreover, for the Chinese army, it was almost enough to sink the British battleships. The remaining half-iron armored fleet can't make any climate at all. Like Lancy fleet, Dower no thought of scheming to deal with. Anyway, just that kind of fleet may not be an opponent to the Shanghai Dower transport ship, and it is not a threat to the Chinese army. The 3 submarines were still hunting the enemy, and Tang Ruide had not had time to transfer to the Colossus, and the Colossus and another battleship were also hit by torpedoes. At this point of Great Britain's 5 armoured battleships sunk, all cruisers, frigates also lost some. Very sad. Unfortunately, there are no torpedoes in the Ghost submarine, the adjutant said regretfully. His submarine can only carry a maximum of 8 torpedoes. See People Development Department of the Army did not expect submarine able to play such a big role, so these submarines made not large, are small submarine. Unlike generations of submarines, carrying with dozens of hundreds of torpedoes just as easily play. Float. Boat length said, no torpedoes, they will be no means of attack, and even potential underwater necessary are gone. Float to the surface. But also to get some fresh air to the soldiers, to enjoy the joy of victory. The other 2 submarines quickly ran out of their last torpedo, and each hit a British warship. Even the British military has been known to attack from the sea, but how to escape, still not summed up experience. Unless the Huajun made his own mistakes and didn't calculate it well, he basically made a hit. With 24 torpedoes, they killed 19 British warships. And the total cost of 24 torpedoes is not as expensive as a battleship. In addition to the 4 destroyed by artillery, the British Army lost a total of 23 capital ships, accounting for 70% of the total and 90% of the total strength. After this battle, the Great Britain fleet was completely destroyed, and the naval power fell to behind France, and even after Tsarist Russia. The Chinese army chased for a while, and after each destroyed an enemy ship, they stopped pursuing it. There was no need. The next step is to sweep the battlefield. Some of the enemy ship on the sea is still sinking, and some save. Maintenance can be towed back to port, or sell scrap metal. Some British troops in a lifeboat. There are more thump in the water. These were all prisoners of the Chinese army, and in the spirit of humanitarianism, the Chinese army rescued them all. Among them, also included Tang Ruide, who had not had time to escape. Whatever the outcome is, a sea army commander, he was sent to the Tang Ruide numbers, who gave you the courage to take the initiative to attack. You don't really think that the EU can compete with me, right? Wang Yuxi ridicule road. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help laughing. Body to be defeated, this time to be more embarrassing. Tang Ruide, how embarrassing. He had never been so humiliated before, and he wanted to justify a few words, but when he thought of his fiasco, he had nothing to say, and he could only look downcast. No matter what method the Huajun uses, if you win, you win. Upon seeing this, Wang Yuxi was not interested in stimulating the little old man anymore, and proceeded to London according to the plan. Taihua plan is to play clothes one by one. First Great Britain beat clothes, and then go beat France, Spain and other countries. This has the advantage of splitting the European Union. Now Dower is staring at Great Britain to beat it up. Will other countries save it or not? If you save it, you don't have enough strength, and if you go up there, you will die. It is of little significance, and you will get yourself in. If it is not saved, then the so-called European Union will also exist in name only, and then split. This probability is extremely high. Dower's decision-makers estimate that with Poland's urinary nature, it is impossible to send troops to help at this time. Tsarist Russia may also watch the fire from across the bank. Anyway, they are the farthest from the sea, theoretically the safest. Spain also promised to maintain the alliance, but powerless. Phalanxy words. France is already using the relationship Ogiana Father Adrian Earl of Contact in the Dark and Uob, to discuss peace talks. books. Oji and Wu chinking around pretty good mix of high-level French are in fantasy, can be seen in Oji and Wu chinking face, Rao France once. As for the Holy Rome, all classes were quite dissatisfied with the royal family because of the defeat in the war. In him they view, the sky is falling there at all war. Dower fight Western Europe, it is also to teach training EFS, their sacred Roman. It is not necessary so early to join the European Union, attracted a show. In short, this alliance is used to hold a group for warmth. When they found that Baotuan couldn't keep warm, the alliance lost its meaning. The next step is to find a way to protect yourself. Surrender. He became their best choice. If they do not surrender, although Dower will not be able to completely annex it for the time being, it can crush their country to pieces. Just like dealing with Great Britain, occupying London and letting Great Britain lose its face. 1023 Chapter Line of Work Business. Dihua reinforcements arrived in London. This is a huge bad news for Great Britain is urgently. The British Navy had no news of the entire army and was told by the Chinese army. This was the second bad news. Double play under attack. Even the rice directly to Charles II could not eat. All the troops surrounding London also withdrew to the Oxford line. If they continue to stay in London, their safety is not guaranteed. After all, 3,000 Chinese troops can withstand their attack. And now 8,000 people gathered in London, they already have the ability to counterattack the outer circumference of the withdrawal of troops, so that the city's aristocratic despair. This means that they have lost the opportunity to be rescued. And the government delay and UOP peace talks. He had been at stake. Even if the Chinese army has not yet begun to massacre them, there are already nobles starved to death. He had possessions were taken away. Huajun. Naturally there is no money to buy food. There are ways to get the food people can barely survive. There is no way of aristocracy. They have been starved to death several. I wish I had a daughter. An aristocrat who was about to faint from hunger shrank in the corner, with such an idea in his mind. She had a daughter. This time it touches Yukon to please Huajun soldiers, for some food. Just when he was about to despair, the Chinese army, in the spirit of humanitarianism, allowed the British to redeem people. According to the previous status of these nobles, the prices were clearly marked and let their relatives or the government spend money to redeem them. The Huajun came up with this trick, mainly because he didn't bother to attack other places themselves to take the initiative to let the enemy get over how comfortable. Moreover, this is also the fine tradition of the Huajun. As early as Wu Wenqing just lay Nanjing, just to military spending, selling captives to the king court. Since then, this matter of selling prisoners has never stopped. Of course, Dower's principle of selling prisoners is to only sell those who are useless and valuable. A Franciscan valuable, and waste, so it can sell. Hung Chengchu phase of a judge not worth much, but the most capability than a judge, and naturally cannot sell. Most of these nobles in London belonged to the kind of high status, but not very capable people. Those who are capable have already withdrawn from London with Charles II. Great Britain also knows how to protect talents and prevent them from dying in bombing. Therefore, those nobles in London can sell it, even Donald can sell it. Tang Nader some ability, but so what, put him back. Great Britain's navy still finished, not 3 to 5 years cannot recover. As soon as the news spread, the nobles in London began to write letters quickly, and he had relatives outside the city began to think of ways to raise money ransom, too. After all, lack of security in the city of London, who do not know Huajun suddenly kill. Moreover, for some female aristocrats, there is an urgent need to flee London. For those wealthy nobles, this news is not bad. Although a piece of meat will be cut, at least it will be able to save people. And for those nobles no relatives, no money in it, then they can only watch as the other nobles escape suffering. George, please let your father redeem our family. You are not. 1024 Chapter Logging. Bulida Diane also do not want to give in, and Yob do not want to continue to expand. 8,000 people are great when they are gathered together, but if they try to completely occupy Great Britain, it is absolutely impossible. Let alone the occupation of Great Britain, it is unrealistic to occupy several cities around London. Once the forces are divided too much, there will be hidden dangers. More importantly, Dowa does not need to occupy those sites. The time is not yet ripe, at least until the Suez Canal is dug and the railway from Dowa to West Asia is repaired. Dowa will be able to continuously transport troops to Europe and completely occupy Europe. This time in the war against Europe, all you need to do is to persuade them, restrain their development, and just rip off. Therefore, after Dowa's reinforcements arrived in London, they did not attack the surrounding areas. The senior Chinese army made a bold plan to blitz the Oxford Provisional Government. The use of armoured vehicles and tactical unit rapid onrush, alone in depth, Oxford immediate concern, destroy the interim government of Great Britain. It is best to catch Charles II and the high-ranking government officials, so that Great Britain will inevitably surrender. Lone army deep taboo military strategists. But Hwaj unskilled are bold, they dare so crazy. Of course, strategically despising the enemy. The Chinese army is also very careful in tactics. For this reason, they even built an airstrip in London and transferred the aircraft on the aircraft carrier to the airport. In this way, air forces will be able to provide reconnaissance troops for the blitz, bombing raid and fire services, so that action can be a bit more chance of winning. This is a military action. Politically, Dowa has not been idle during this time. In Ceuta, Wu Chinking met patriotic movement leader Jill Ireland, Wales Gwen aristocrat, leader of separatist forces in Stirling, Scotland. Although Ireland has been incorporated into England, it has not been assimilated, and the Irish did not identify with the English government. This is true until later in the 20th century. The different voices never stopped. In Yinglan powerful, these are small problems. The Irish people is a mouth shout. Once they have to pay a huge price, they will choose to weigh, and then wait for the opportunity. Nowadays, even the capital has been lost by the government of England, which has been beaten by China. This is an excellent time for the Irish to become independent. This intifada, England do not have the energy to deal with. Moreover, if there is Dowa's support, it will be even more effective. The same kind of Welsh, too, because they nearly from England, into Skye, so the desire for independence, relatively speaking, not the Irish people so strong. However, why Urshi the careerist Gwen was not satisfied with being an ordinary nobleman, and wanting to take the opportunity to live the king's addiction was a breakthrough in life. If he doesn't do this, he will be a noble all his life, nothing more than becoming a richer noble. But there is no difference in essence. Some people just don't want to be lonely, and Gwen is this kind of person. This time there is a chance to get Dowa support. He naturally jumped out. As for Stirling in Scotland, his desire for independence is even stronger. Before 2 or 3 centuries, New Zealand and Scotland hatred that's quite large. That when the King of England Edward Legs with very despicable means, killing a number of Scottish nobles leaders, leading to both life and death, playing for a long time. Although a few decades ago, the King of Scotland inherited the throne of England, so that this contradiction was alleviated drastically. But within Scotland, there are still many people doing things under the banner of independence. For example, Stirling et al. No theory is Ireland, Wales or Scotland. In England strong when they cannot afford to lift the storm, do things only a few people. Other people do not want to exclude life to blending, because the chance of success is too low. Today, Yinglan brutally battered, to let these people see the party of hope. As long as it was a clarion call, response should be, there will certainly be a lot. For Dowa, a unified and powerful Great Britain and a divided Great Britain are actually not very important things. They can't do Dowa anyway. Not over, living in Ceuta, relatively free of Wu Chenking, do not mind blocking add points to England. For Ireland, Wales and Scotland, they don't need to invest too much. They only need lip service, spiritual encouragement, and a shot at the material and it's done. Rest is up to him their own. And can manufacturing has become big trouble for England, also failed to England logging, no loss anyway. Wu Chenking hoodwinked them a few words, Gill and others on the Sterling excited that found a big backer. After seeing these three, Wu Qingqing also received Aram, the representative of the Dutch government in exile. It was just a blockade for England, but now it is for France. Helan was annexed by France. But the time is shorter, the Dutch refused to accept France is still too many. Moreover, the Netherlands early in Portland there are a lot of overseas colonies, those careerists and abroad on the formation of the Dutch government in exile, seeking the opportunity to Zionist. He previously they'd also helped to Douwe. Even the promise of reuse after the country's name can be incorporated Douwe righteousness, but enjoyed the right to self-government. Douwe did not know you. At that time, Douwe hadn't had the time to fight with France. Now, Douwe can help the Dutch government in exile by the way. Of course, just to name incorporated Douwe righteousness, Wu Qingqing not interested. What he wants is to be completely incorporated. But he can give those who work hard to restore the country a lot of benefits, such as settling in Nanjing, serving as an official in Douwe, and being the governor of the Dutch province. After 2 meetings, Aram finally chose to agree. He has no choice, because he sees very clearly that if he does not agree, Douwe will completely occupy the Netherlands by relying on their own strength in the future. To time. Just as he did not have any relationship. And now, at the time of the occupation of the Netherlands point force, at least you can also get many benefits, even for the next executive Holland. The Netherlands is tens of thousands of miles away from majestic China. The power of this chief is much greater than that of ordinary chiefs, which is quite good. When you are old, you can settle in Nanjing, a paradise on earth, and enjoy your twilight years. Portuguese, Cape Cyrus. Italians can help a gang thing. After Getalang Mu, Wu Qingqing himself sentence. Portugal was annexed by Spain, against the people and there are certainly many. Cape Cyrus and the Holy Roman also less than a pot of urine, because the Italian Alps, the European continent is actually less than a pot of urine. Cultural practices, etc. all are relatively independent. These can all be used to do things. Broken pieces of a broken Europe, consistent with Wu Qingqing taste. 1025 Chapter Speed of light hit the face. On the 14th, sunny, Oxford, temporary residence. Charles II is still studying the current situation with everyone. The army has been assembled to neighbouring important cities of London. Huajun has yet happened. Is estimated to clear itself cannot conquer us. So, we can just hold on to it. Brownie analyzed. Don't look at the great Chinese people now, but in fact they have fallen into the swamp of war. They have completely conquered Europe with insufficient strength, and now they are retreating and failing to achieve their strategic goals. If I were to drag on, they can only offer to our peace talk. Another minister also added, this is the current situation analyzed by their strategy bureau. To some extent to say, the idea is not without merit. Hearing many ministers say this, Charles's mood was a little better. Not over, it is in everybody's looking forward to Douwe initiative to some when a chief of staff took the latest intelligence. Come in a hurry. It is reported that the Chinese armored brigade in London suddenly launched a raid on Slough Town yesterday, and the front is in a hurry. The minister who was still saying that Douwe would take the initiative to seek peace and that there would be no further military action suddenly felt hot on his face. This Huajun is too ignorant of military ethics, and always engages in sneak attacks. Oops, he had this to attack in Oxford. A minister suddenly lost state, is located in the town of Slough, London and Oxford in the middle of a small town. London is the only way to Oxford. A small Andean labour town, there will be no value has been captured in. In doing so, the intention of the Chinese army is too obvious, that is, to attack Oxford and want to capture important figures like them. Then one, among them, and suddenly some people panicked, pale, with no VIP style. After all, Douwe has accumulated enough a prestige through countless victories. When the Chinese came, these ministers couldn't help panic, including Charles II. The only one who is still calm is probably Brownie. The Chinese are too arrogant. For their own people, why dare to go so far alone? We have a total of 100,000 troops in Oxford. If they dare to come, we will directly surround them and wipe them out. Brownie, pointing to the strength distribution on the map, said. His words are undoubtedly a booster for those who are already scared. Everyone suddenly discovered that the Chinese army's attack was not necessarily a bad thing. At least it gave them a chance. If the Chinese army is concentrated in London, they really can't do anything about it. After all, the Chinese army can get the gunfire support of warships in London. In the long-distance attack, the Chinese army not only lost the support of warship artillery fire, but also dispersed its forces even more. Such a Huajian is no longer monolithic, but has many loopholes. As long as the British military strategist, concentrating a superior force, it is not without a chance. Is this really feasible? Charles II asked a little uncertainly. Before that, every time he had planned to do, it is just as confident as full. But the most final results, basically defeat. Therefore, this greatly reduced the confidence of the opponents of Charles II. Even if Brownie said wonderfully, but Charles II still had no sense in his heart. Of course feasible, and I have not have any choice. We have already escaped once, and then fled the country. Really want all our jokes and disappointments. Also, we have nowhere to retreat. We cannot retreat to Manchester. It's closer to the sea. Brownie said bluntly. These words caused a short silence for everyone. From a certain perspective, they really had no retreat. Retreat to Oxford was a strategic shift. If you retreat again, then it really becomes an escape. As the most powerful country in Europe, they also want face. I agree to use this opportunity to fight a decisive battle with Dower. We have a certain advantage, said Steve, Commander-in-Chief of the Army. His words are 7 points true and 3 points false. The main thing is to take this opportunity to improve the status of the army. High Army has just defeated Soon. At this time, if the army can hit a home run, then compete with established points. After the army certainly receive more attention. The others had no better way. After some discussion and arguing, they finally agreed to fight Dower again. Sri Lanka Labour Town. The armoured vehicles of the Chinese army rushed into the British positions. Prevented him who blast a quick stop them. British army officer shouted, not to destroy these armoured vehicles. Armoured vehicles, these will be on the rampage in their positions. Damage defence. The Huajian assault soldiers, armoured vehicles behind. Very relaxing. At the urging of the officer, a British soldier with an explosive pack tried to approach the armoured vehicle of the Chinese army. This is the only way they can deal with Chinese armoured vehicles. However, it is not easy to get close to the armoured vehicles of the Chinese army. First of all, they must face the machine gunners on the roof of the vehicle, and they must also face the infantry who follow the armoured vehicles. 20 times the lines move in, can be considered a success. Are good. And even Seoul blow up Huajian an armored car, cannot change the situation on this battlefield. Coupled with the fierce rush of the Chinese army, the British army did not have much chance to blow up the armored vehicles. Soon, the Chinese army destroyed their defense system. In this small town, Great Britain deployed about 10,000 people to prevent the Chinese army from entering the Oxford Provisional Government. There were a lot of 10,000 people, and the fortifications were fairly complete, but under the attack of the Dower armoured forces, their line of defence was almost as paper. Face of Dower armoured vehicles, they both lack of preparation, lack of good ways to deal with, but lack of experience. Also after the promise that they can summarize for some good ways to limit Dower armoured vehicles. However, for now, the British Army has nothing to do with Dower's armoured units. Anti-line after the crash. The British can only flee. Although staying in the deadly battle, it can also cause some casualties to the Chinese army. After all, the two sides are now in a melee of close combat, which reduces the disadvantage of the British Army to a certain extent. However, there are still too few soldiers with such awareness. Most of the soldiers will see a defeat, no doubt. They are thinking about how to escape. But this is a stupid decision. Before Huajian motorcycle, these two legs of the soldiers, soon not run. Did not run long. He had the weapons can only be thrown in a pile, then the whole row, the entire one even sat together, waiting for the prisoner. The picture is very funny, but which for them is the best choice? If you continue to run, you will be exhausted, and you will be beaten to death if you resist and surrender. At least you can save your life. 1026 Chapter Capture of Charles II. Brownie and others think beautifully, but the reality is cruel. He had summoned takes time. According to their estimates, they have this time. However, he had underestimated the Yuan blitz. He who thinks Slough Town at least they can stop 2 or 3 days. The results of the town of Slough Day was broken. He had felt up to promote Huajun 1 day 30 kilometers. Huajun results within just 1 day of advance 80 kilometers. Not long after the order to gather other troops was issued from Oxford, the armored vehicles of the Chinese army reached the outskirts of Oxford and directly scared Charles's soul by toth herds and fainted on the spot. And so after he woke up, he just wants to bring a machete from the Lion Candau Palace of Parliament, cut 3 days and 3 nights. The parliament of those ministers were all hacked. What of great opportunities for Britain? He turned to Brownie. Translation. What is the chance of Great Britain? Not only was Charles II panicked, even Brownie was also a godless man, and quickly ordered to evacuate Oxford. At this time, how can I take care of my face? The Huajun, after a short break, began the attack. In order to defeat the enemy more quickly, the Chinese aircraft also arrived at Oxford as planned and bombed the British positions. Damn the plane! Britain on military positions, some of the officers shouted. These planes gave them a very headache. Those firepower points and important fortifications were bombed, making their efforts vanish. Moreover, when the Chinese military plane arrived, their soldiers did not dare to appear. Otherwise they would be strafed by the machine guns on the plane. This kind of situation that can only be passively beaten is really bad for morale. Fortunately, the number of Huajun planes is not many, only 25. They exploded for a while, and after a while, they immediately returned home. If they don't return to the voyage, they will run out of fuel. Currently, the combat radius of the Huami's aircraft is still very limited. The plane exploded first, and then the Chinese artillery began to show off again. This is the horror of mechanized troops. Even if they carry heavy firepower, their marching speed is still so fast. The British Army reinforcements want quick access, can only give up the cannon. But there is no artillery and lack of fire support. After the artillery was almost fired, the Chinese army began the general offensive. After being ravaged by planes and artillery, the position of the British army at this time was already terrible. The firepower was pulled out, the fortifications were destroyed, and a large number of soldiers were killed. Face of Huajun attack, they can rush to fight. The few heavy machine guns are too late to find a good location, so they can only find a place and start firing. In this kind of positional warfare, the layout of the machine gun is also very particular, and it is generally placed 50 meters behind the forward position. This can not only play a supporting role, but also avoid enemy mortars and snipers to the greatest extent. Moreover, the machine layout position also requires hidden gun, angle to the right, in short, a lot of stress. The British Army hastily prepared. None of these heavy machine guns played their due role, and did not cause much damage and blockade to the Chinese army. Moreover, it was quickly cleared by the Chinese army's mortar at a given point. This made the British officers want to cry without tears. This is their most important defensive backing. This is too fast. The same kind of weapon is simply invincible in Huajun hands. But in the hands of the British army, it was nothing more. On the battlefield, weapons coexist and restrain each other, and this becomes more obvious as you go to the back. Today, the British Army officer has been felt, the type of weapons rich enough great defect of not a heavy machine gun fire support. Assault Huajun want to block too hard. Huajun soldiers with armored car behind, exaggeration to say, is like taking a walk. The weapons that the British can threaten them are really limited. And he had a weapon, for both the British for the big kill. Madifak. Some stuck on the British soldiers rushed too hard, then tragic death. The Chinese army continued to advance, and one of the defense lines was from Wales. At this time, As soon as the situation was not right, he left his position and ran in the direction of Wales. He wanted desperately to protect the royal family of England. They did not have this consciousness of it. Fortunately, there is no Irish army nearby. Otherwise, at this time, the Irish army would turn its gun and shoot at the soldiers of England. For a time, the British Army's position was in chaos. Few want to fight to the death to defend the honor guard of soldiers in England, ultimately outnumbered, died in the advanced weapons Hwajun anti-break after line, Hwajun toward Oxford. Charles II and others have already left Oxford, but it does not make sense. He has carriage, but can run dour motorcycle troops. Most end. They have not escaped miles. I was assailed by UOB motorcycle troops, then captured. Not only Ying Blue royal family, including those of Mr. Minister, as well as some of the nobility, did not escape. Among them, it also includes some nobles who were released from London not long ago. This few days later on the power of prayer, they are in addition to a maid available outside. It is no F.K. say England King Lan, Minister of Parliament, an important aristocrat were caught alive, and that tens of thousands of reinforcements came to Oxford can only look on in despair. The Chinese army issued a ruthless word: as long as the British army attacked, they would start killing people until they killed all these ministers and the royal family. Was the Chinese army threatening, or did they really dare to do so? The British army did not dare to gamble and could only watch the Chinese army escort these people to London. And he who can only trailing behind, do not know yet that they were to escort it Hwajun. All the Chinese soldiers were very happy, while the British soldiers were like dead fathers. The scenes were quite funny. Those England captured the Syrians, women are crying, they are worried about their own cannot protect innocence. And all the men were downcast. They were powerless to do anything about the status quo. He who knows. The next to complete the calf. Whole Yinglan executives are captured. The state administrative system completely collapsed. It is a sign of the country to destroy. As he had returned to London on day, also African military intelligence communicated to Great Britain. The person in charge of sending information heard that the entire royal family and high-level officials had been arrested by the Chinese army. His expression was quite daunting, and he could only send the battle report to the current Secretary of the Army of England, Elson. This Elson won control of 80,000 troops outside London. Great Britain has been the actual control of them. A.I. Wilson received the message when the City of London. Charles II also got the news from arms there. Please tell your Majesty that Great Britain is willing to surrender unconditionally. At this moment, Charles II was completely desperate. In addition to surrender, he could not find the second way out. 1027 Chapter Treaty of London. Unconditional surrender is not really without conditions. If Wu-Chengking Great Britain now requires all incorporated UOB, it is not likely. England's nobles will not agree. Even if Charles II agreed, Elson would take the opportunity to deny the legitimacy of Charles II, and then set off the banner of resistance. He who dare not agree, because they can see a problem with the current transportation capacity, UOB want to maintain the rule in Europe is very difficult, very costly, uneconomical. Therefore, UOB's bottom line is definitely not to require Great Britain to merge with UOB. After confirming this, Elson and others have the confidence to ask for some conditions. Of course, in order to avoid completely angering Dower, they must also pay enough to satisfy Dower. This price is enough to make English people burst into tears. The negotiation process was very complicated and cumbersome. On the surface, it appeared to be a matter between Wu-Chengking and Charles II. In fact, there were many roles and influences involved. Charles II had to talk not only with Dower, but also with Elson. He had to promise a lot of benefits to Elson. Otherwise, Elson did not agree to surrender, and Charles's signature on the treaty was actually not particularly important. At the same time, Charles II needed and can affect those nobles and led Great Britain to talk about the situation, and reached a series of compromises. Without the support of these nobles, Charles II would be an empty shell. What's more, he has lost his majesty now. If someone mentioned the proposed abolition of him, I am afraid there will be many responders. Therefore, Charles II needs the support of others. At this moment, he had completely lost the king's glory, humbled like a grandson in front of the various forces. Even Gill in Ireland, Wenger in Wales, Stirling in Scotland, and North American interest groups have also joined the negotiation. They are fighting for the independence of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and North America in the negotiation. Even of Great Britain, and people are still responsible for the French, Spain and other countries of communication, hope to share some of those countries, with the loss of England, after all, is a league thing. The blessings are shared, and the difficulties are of course shared. It's a pity that people from other countries don't have them. Nubinjlan is the EU's lead brother, who is a lackluster England, involves such complicated relationship. The whole negotiation process is very long-winded, so many contradictions. We'll quarrel with the sound of the conference room, from morning to night, and from as late as early did not stop. All kinds of unpleasant words kept popping up in the mouths of these gentlemen. What assholes, $%, at percent, and the like. Can't pass the review at all. Had it not been for Dower soldiers watching, I would not know how many fights would erupt in this conference room. After all, the interests they argued are less worthy of a city, and more worthy of a county. Being able to speak and not hands is already quite restrained. Without Dower's urging, they wouldn't be able to manage this kind of wrangling within a few months. However, Dower set a time limit for the negotiation on the sidelines, requiring that the negotiation must be reached within a few days, otherwise Dower would have to solve the problem in its own way. Although there is no clear way, but Charles II and others are panicked, they can only regress and compromise. For example, why Wales Wenger most eventually agreed to give up demands for independence, but he wants to get Welsh autonomy. He wants the Duke of Wales, governor. If there are no major Chinese backing to Wenger, not rare Charles II who ignores this god by disease. However, now Charles II, Brownie and others can only agree. They are eager to complete the negotiations quickly and regain power. The longer the delay, the more disadvantaged they are. At that time, even if the Chinese retreat, this England may become Nelson's decision, or another military government will come. This is something that other nobles cannot accept. It hasn't been many years since the terrible situation of the previous military government, and they didn't forget it so quickly. Therefore, Charles II and Brownie negotiated and finally agreed to Wenger's request. He who in silence, and so after leaving the army Dower, there are plenty of ways to clean up Wenger, this poor old man. At least, they think so. Wenger agreed requirements. Guitar Soul requirements is no exception. Answer should be A. Ireland is not a part of Great Britain, and because of its geographical location, it is not as important as Wales. The country has lost like this, and there is nothing that cannot be given up. Therefore, Ireland gained independence. As for Scotland, the situation is even more complicated. There are no unified opinions within Scotland. Some people want independence, while others want to maintain the status quo. When independent, they are weaker and more bullied by Dower. England then mix the egg. Whatever the outcome, we did 100 years along with the family is always better. Dower outsiders. He had no internal consensus. Yob also no way to support. So things Scottish independence was shelved. If Stirling wants to be independent, he has to continue to toss, and Dower will secretly give some support. England after Lan and people inside a compromise, but also requires Yob proposed consultations. Finally, because you want to Charles II, who as soon as possible to resolve this matter, we made a great concession. The concession was so big that it was jaw-dropping. Big benefits obtained. Far more than expected. First, after Yinglan can no longer use the title emperor, known only king, princes, Wucheng king is lower than first class. There can only be one emperor in this world. This was just a loss of face. Charles II, who had already lost his face, agreed without even thinking about it. He is now better at enduring humiliation. The second, from North America Yinglan autonomy without government turned over to England again taxes. This article is a compromise between Charles II and some domestic capitalists and nobles. Some nobles have been disappointed in England and want to develop in North America. There are also some vested interests in North America who also support this treaty. Before England was strong, they had no choice but to put. Fortunately, some of the hard-earned money was turned over, and now, they will definitely not turn it in again. Anyway, England has no strength to go to North America to suppress it. It is also due to this reason, Charles II simply promised. Article 3, the compensation shall be 5 million Chinese yuan. England's current population, roughly about 5 million, $1 per person. This is a huge burden for England, but they have no choice but to find a way to squeeze from the people. The fourth article is to limit the number of armies, only allow 50,000 armies to remain, and prohibit the development of the navy. Taiwan want to concentrate on England's to engage in economic, do not spend money on the military. In this way, England can become richer and richer, and Dowa will be able to search for more oil and water when it comes to occupy it in the future. Limiting its military power will make it easier and easier to fight next time. Image point to say is, keep in Dowa them as pigs. 1028 Chapter Other Countries Selection. Article 5, eliminate tariffs on China. Although the consumer market in England is not large, it is better than nothing. The removal of tariffs can also bring a lot of benefits to Dowa. Article 6 UOB may establish a concession in London. Dowa people who commit crimes in England must be judged by the consulate in the UOB concession, and the English government has no right to interfere. This practical benefit is actually so-so, mainly to satisfy the Chinese people. This kind of privilege can increase the national pride of the people. Article 7, will have to additional Chinese language school in England. Taiwan engage in cultural invasion, to force those who are learning Chinese characters, to prepare for future rule. Article about many major than that. There are also treaties with lesser impact, such as Irish independence. UOB can garrison troops in Ireland, Wales, and UOB can build telegraph stations in England and have management rights, and so on. The London Treaty hit England very hard, and it can be said that it directly turned it into a quarter capital and semi-colonial country. Stripped of overseas colonies were taken away. Do not say, local independent Ireland, and Wales have autonomy, and Scotland also make trouble. The number of troops has been limited. The actual loss of profit is heavy, and the loss of face is also horrible. Even the right to claim to be the emperor is gone, the judicial power is no longer complete, and the culture has lost its independence. You can lose of Great Diane almost lost. Indeed, he had also embarrassed to call themselves after outside what Great Britain, England altogether or call back nearer. Article about London is signed by Charles II and Liu Hai. Wu Qingqing do not need personally, with the UOB official explanation for that. Charles II and UOB Emperor not at a level not qualified, and Wu Qingqing signed a contract with Sea Military Commander. This specification to entertain Charles II has been regarded as highly of him. There is nothing wrong with this. Now that Charles II has passed away, he is really not as comfortable as Liu Hai, and he may not be as powerful as Liu Hai. The signing of the London Treaty surprised other European countries. It was said that they would fight to the end together and drag Dowa down, but the one who gave the suggestion surrendered first, which is very funny. Of course, other countries scolded England, but they understood Charles II in their hearts. African line action fails, do not achieve the desired effect, caused the collapse of Dowa foreseeable future. Moreover, the capital was occupied and he was captured. In this case, it is impossible not to surrender, and it is impossible to change to another country, and it is impossible to become more rigid. England surrendered. France and other countries have begun to consider their own how to do next. Should we surrender together, or continue to carry on? He had actually wanted to fight on, but UOB's strength in front of them, so that they do not have the guts to do so. So, capitulationists have been in their respective domestic prevailed, and large contact with China, more and more frequent. Master Xu, your condition is too harsh, and I forgive me for not agreeing. Suitor, the Spanish representatives are angered. Spain sent him to discuss with Dowa about the surrender. But Dowa's conditions were very harsh, which made Seidel angry. That's a lot better than England. Large behalf of Walsh Dimensional asked. She dare words to stimulate more excited, he said. I have no capital and the fall of the king and no England captured alive. Land's case, and how can we then? Seidel's idea is not a problem. In his opinion, the situation in Spain is much better than before in England. Therefore, the terms of surrender, certainly not like England did not the bottom line blue. Well, why don't we talk about it after we have captured Madrid and captured King Carlos? Xu said. There is no problem with his reasons. Compared to Spain, it is not so bad. It is not because Spain is stronger than England, but because Dowa did not take action against them. Really want to sell, under the Spanish field, may be even worse than England does. Therefore, it is perfectly reasonable to sign a contract with Spain that is similar to the London Treaty. Master Xu, I don't mean that. We Spaniards are peace-loving. We were forced to join the EU only because England was too strong. We were forced to be severely punished because England was the principal offender, but we were accomplices and we were forced. Seidel said helplessly, although he knew that Xu was threatening. However, the face of such intimidation that he cannot ignore. It is definitely more difficult for the Chinese to fight Madrid than London, because Madrid is far from the sea. However, if the Chinese army is really determined to fight, Spain will not have the confidence to hold on. Strength as people, in the face of intimidation, and my heart no matter. There is another big no. Full can only simmering. Seidel was still roaring a moment ago, but he was completely subdued the next moment. Peace-loving should quickly sign this contract, so as not to wait for the London army to be transferred to your territory. It will be too late to sign it. According to our contract with England, the withdrawal will take 2 days. Xu revealed another message. At present, the reason why other countries are still arguing is that Dowa does not have enough troops. And now, after signing a contract with England, the troops in London can be liberated, and there is energy to clean up other people. This is also the reason why other countries hate England now. Without the tall man in England, other countries will face the pressure directly. I really can't be the master of this. I need to go back and ask the king for advice. Seidel said, I go and visit more than hemp trouble. Yeah. Direct telegram chant. Xu said. Seidel grimaced. He really wanted to slap Xu because Xu was too shameless. Nowadays, European telegrams are all controlled by the Dowa forces, and they use telegrams to communicate, so the bottom line is not completely exposed. What else to talk about? You can just sign. Xu adults and more patience now, in your words, is sometime now another multi-xi respect. The negotiations for the next certainly a good thing. If you want to make Dowa insists Madrid, we will not without a fight. Seidel warned Xu, saying that if Dowa goes too far, Spain will not mind if the fish die and fight to the end. This is obviously to scare people. The Spaniards have such courage, so they will not take the initiative to ask for surrender. Of course, Dowa does not need to provoke the other party. If it can be done peacefully, try to do it peacefully. After all, there are still several countries in Europe waiting for Dowa to clean up, such as France. Louis XIV was a proud man. He was so angry at Dowa's harsh treaties that he gave up the peace talks. 1029 chapter accounted Collar Egypt. Ceuta. Wu Qingqing standing on the roof of the temporary palace overlooking Ceuta, a kind of feeling of living in the Central Plains. After all, the architectural style of Ceuta is basically from Dowa, because as in Ceuta, or European majority. However, after the war began, a large influx of Chinese and a large number of Europeans fled back to Europe, making the population structure dominated by Han Chinese. At first glance, it is really no different from the Central Plains city. I'm really not an otaku. Wu Qingqing himself helpless sentence. It's solid. He still wanted to go to London, Paris, or even take a look at the construction site of the Suez Canal. However, every time he tried to act, he was opposed by the people below. No one, only safety. In Ceuta, near guards have built a very comprehensive security system. But once you go to an unfamiliar place, this system is not applicable. In the new environment, there are too many uncontrollable factors and it is impossible to prevent them. Especially not today is the diversity of weapons, big power, range and far. Those who take the assassin's gun better prevention, control a radius of several hundred meters can be. The event may have much ability assassin with a gun, or a human bomb any bomb, it may really be hard to detect. For the sake of safety, although Wu Chenking was hired by his own driver, he could only stay in Ceuta, behave, and urge the people below to be more active. The actual effect is similar to that in Nanjing. Even daily life has become the same as in Nanjing. It's boring to read memorials, criticize memorials, see ministers, and play with women every day. Pass through the telegraph. Wu Chenking maintains control of the empire. And during this period of time, a lot of things have happened in the Great China Empire. With regard to war alone, Dowa has several wars in the world at this time. Europe is the main battlefield, and Côte d'Ivoire and South Africa are still fighting. But it is now coming to an end. The EU's plan is to catch Dowa by surprise, and it wants to end the battle quickly. But things and is willing to violate those two places into a stalemate. Today the European mainland from care too busy, absolutely cannot give those two military resupply. Therefore, those two armies are almost out of ammunition and food. As long as they can't break Dowa's defense in a short time, then they have only the option of surrendering. Moreover, the Chinese army is conveying to those two places that England has surrendered and the European Union is disbanded. Once the news got there, the two armies had no choice. In South America, Dowa is also pursuing guerrillas that have lost aid and expanding their territory. In Egypt, Dowa also worked with Osman. The reason is very simple. Dowa wants to fully grasp the strategic point of the Suez Canal. Before this, Dowa purchased the right to construct and use the canal from Ottoman, but the whole of Egypt, including Libya, still belongs to Ottoman territory. In order to avoid disputes with Dowa, Osman was reluctant, but he still gave Dowa many privileges in Egypt. However, the previous actions of Dowa's army passing through Egypt many times finally caused dissatisfaction with the Ottoman Empire. This is other people's territory. Dowa's army is always coming over, even if it is just passing by. It will make people uneasy. Because of this, some conflicts occurred between the two sides. As a result, the people in the UOB War Department felt that they would not do anything, and they would simply occupy Egypt. In this way, there is no contradiction. With this kind of thinking, Ottoman's senior officials may raise the table when they know it. The strategic location of Egypt is extremely important. At the same time, the Nile Delta is also a good place for the development of agriculture. It can even be said that it is the only place suitable for the development of agriculture in North Africa. The rest of the place is basically desert. For small countries, launching a war often requires careful consideration or long preparation. And for UOB, maybe only whims. The army sent a report to Wu Chenking. Wu Chenking looked at it and felt that there was no problem, so he chose to approve it, and the Chinese army began to act. The third group of troops originally planned to be transferred to Europe, a main division and a Chinese Union army after landing in Suez, launched a surprise attack on Osman. Osman's worries suddenly became reality. Sure enough, Yangzhou Dowa troops landing in Egypt is a very dangerous thing. Big reason to attack the Ottoman is also very much, just to find one is so tall, confidently. Those rich and powerful in Egypt also had quite big opinions on the Ottomans. After all, they hadn't been conquered for many years. In the name of restoring the freedom of the Egyptian people, Dowa even gained great support in Egypt. As a result, the Chinese army's war in Egypt is more like a home battle, and the Ottoman army has become the previous aggressor. There were local dignitaries who provided food and water to the Chinese army, and the Chinese army made great progress. Moreover, Osman has completely fallen behind in the development of the past 10 years, even inferior to the previous Mughal. He had even a modernization of the army are not, even most still use doji in this cold steel. This made the Chinese army stunned. feeling that they were conquering those indigenous tribal areas without civilization. But in fact, Ottoman has always been a place with very advanced civilization. 100 years ago, the existence of Europe was still slammed. Those Cold Steel Unit team, let alone Metuob's main division, and even by the Siamese Indians make up the association of Chinese military are playing they fled in panic. The whole of Egypt and some other places in North Africa quickly became a part of Dowa, much faster than fighting England, and there was no need to sign any treaty with the Ottomans, just to conquer directly by force. After taking Egypt, the main division continued to be transferred to the European battlefield, while the Chinese alliance army entered the Sinai Peninsula and began to attack the Arabian Peninsula. With Dowa's current strength, it is no longer necessary to avoid Talan combat, and speeding up expansion is a serious matter. In the process of occupying Egypt, Dowa also captured a large number of Ottoman soldiers, who were taken to the Suez Canal construction site. A large number of free feet to join the labor force, so that the rapid progress of the Suez Canal. It is estimated that another 6 months can be navigable. Although the Suez Canal looks very long, there are not many places to be excavated. The north-south length of a Big Bitter Lake alone reached more than 30 kilometers, accounting for a fifth of the entire canal. As for other sections, not all sections need to be excavated. There are still a large number of original sections, which only need to be connected to the canal. Something indeed. The Suez Canal has long been a succession of thousands of years ago excavated local rulers, even had also once navigable. Not only had they just dig the canal width is too small, UOB need is to be widened. There are a lot of machines, and the coolies that can be used to death can't be slowed down even if the speed of digging is slow. 1030 Chapter Evil laboriously. In terms of immigration, a large number of Indian immigrants arrived in South Africa, Egypt, and the east coast of Africa during this period. Taiwan is accelerating the penetration effect on Africa. Africa prepare for the future to recover. A large number of immigrants from the Central Plains arrived in the Ganges Plain, greatly increasing the proportion of the local population of the Chinese ethnic group. The overall ratio has reached 1 to 10, which can be even higher in some areas. This ratio can already complete the actual control of the Ganges Plain, relying on immigration to complete the trick of effective rule. In fact, the Chinese nation is the best at it, and it also plays the most. Thanks to a large number of immigrants, those places south of the south, in order to reach a firm to be part of China, because the people living there are basically Han Chinese, for China has a natural sense of identity. Today is also a way, those places overseas conquered Dowa, without exception. All of UOB has a high recognition, because man is dominated by those places have turned into Han Chinese. Plus cultural invasion, those indigenous began to learning, acceptance, approval of the Central Plains culture. If you identify with this culture, you will naturally identify with Dowa's rule. Moreover, for them, there is nothing wrong with being ruled by Dowa. After all, Dowa is now the most powerful country. To be a big Chinese, at least you don't have to pay a poll tax like an Englishman. The degree of oppression and exploitation is also far lower than in Europe and other places. Moreover, Dowa's advanced agricultural technology and industrial technology have enabled the local indigenous people to live better than before. Dowa global strategy rather than colonial immigrants, both have a large area do not. Colonization is purely sucking blood, not making blood. And large China immigrants bring advanced science and technology and culture, to guide local people to improve productivity and achieve common prosperity. Although the locals have to pay a lot of taxes to Dowa, they will find that after paying the taxes, they will find that what they have left for themselves is more than what they have previously gained. His heirs will not have to pay tax and dissatisfied because no one knows the time being, but for now the indigenous generation. The rule of UOBs still very. 1031 Chapter Birth Policy. Wu later from the Chinking No. As the world enters the modernization, the world will be a law that is more economically developed regions, people's desire for fertility will be lower. The higher the education level, the more money the region, fertility rates will be lower. The fertility rate in big cities is much lower than in rural areas. A do not place will differ, but the overall trend is like this. There are many factors that cause this phenomenon, including ideological progress, economic pressure, hedonism. Those who study more are beginning to pursue the quality of life, knowing that if they are incapable, having children is also a tool for capitalists to be exploited. The more you give birth to, the lower the cost for capitalists to acquire workers. The harder your children work, the more money the capitalists make, and the happier life will be. After starting to do what he has, fertility desires will be greatly reduced. Unlike those who have no culture, we know that more than one children, more happiness, then make fresh raw, in total disregard of the child's future after giving birth. In him they view themselves to raise the baby as doing to the responsibility. These people are the main force of future births. According to the current trend, the level of education in the Central Plains will definitely be ahead of other places, the awakening will definitely be earlier, and the desire to have children will decline the fastest. Life in big cities is stressful and the pace of life is fast. It is completely impossible to imagine a large number of people in the countryside, especially not for those at the bottom of the city struggling. The two couples need to work together to maintain life. One pregnancy for women basically means 1 year less work, which has a great impact on the lower level people. In addition, the child needs to be taken care of and the burden is extremely heavy. These difficulties will reduce people's desire to reproduce. And situ with urbanization is far faster than elsewhere overseas, so go the long run. The Han population growth rate will certainly be lower than other ethnic groups. This trend cannot be reversed by someone. Just like later generations, those elite white men and high-ranking government officials know better than anyone the terrible consequences of the decline in population growth. However, no matter how they persuade them, the highly educated people in this country are unwilling to give birth and are unwilling to provide capitalists with cheap labor. Then, in order to make money, capitalists can only be forced to accept immigration, because it has no way to assimilate immigrants. Immigration was not any way to bring a happy life, leading to a variety of domestic situation in chaos, and even tends to be occupied by blacks. To that point, the entire country that there really is already no way. At this point, the French expressed their sadness. In the short term, for individuals, those who have fewer births can live happily and have less stress in life. Yes, choice, you cannot say number. However, from a long-term historical perspective, this will harm the entire nation. Black and other marine account after leading the world, other nations may regret it late again. Also promised that the second generation of 3 generations of black generation would have been very hard bitterness, but people are creative. After the efforts of several generations, these people can turn over the future sooner or later to him after their number more than other people become the subject of a nation-state. They will be willing to grasp the rights of ethnic minorities in their hands. At that time, even white people crying and crying for equality will be nothing, because people want dominance and privileges. For this, you can refer to the next generation of South Africa. As a post-world, Wu Chengqing, aware of this risk, naturally cannot be ignored. Therefore, he wants to control the population of other ethnic groups. But this is difficult, especially when the popularity of hybrid rice and fertilizer, grain substantial growth, and people began no shortage of food, a lot of the inevitable population growth. They are full of warmth and lust. After the indigenous people have eaten enough, they do not play football or read newspapers. There is nowhere to release their energy. It is difficult for this population not to increase. And after these lives, the Dower court couldn't just watch them starve to death. It was very sad. So, Wu Chengqing, ready to contraceptives, deceives out, and then mandated that those barbarians use, limiting his number of their population. Wu Chengqing, ready to put this policy called family planning, provides non-Huixia plus Han Chinese ethnic minority areas, allowing only 2 students. After 2 forced divorce, the men sent directly assigned to do hard labor on the construction site, the effort they tired to think women are not. Women are sterilized to prevent them from becoming fertility machines. Want more than a couple, you can die, married to Yuob Menchant. As for the Chinese people, they continue to use subsidies to encourage childbirth without restrictions. Without contraceptives, this policy will surely cause turmoil. To peel one the right to pursue happiness of other people, maybe those men will fight hard and Yuob. With contraceptives, the implementation of this policy is much easier. This at least guarantees their right to happiness. Even if they are unwilling, with Dao's decree, they can only compromise. He did not put them into just live to the point where they do not have the courage and determination to rebel. If this goes on for a long time, their population will naturally become smaller and smaller. On the surface, two give birth to two, and it can maintain a balance. But in reality, it is impossible for everyone to be in pairs. More importantly, most of the beautiful women among them will go to other places. Those barbarians, the doomed, because there will be many bachelors, for women cannot find a wife. This is an inevitable trend, and people of other ethnicities cannot change unless they can overthrow the rule of Dao and take the lead. As long as the Dao society keeps secret control, it will be able to gradually reduce the population of other ethnic groups. Not over, so that it makes Yuob have lost a lot of cheap labor. Allow more Chinese to do some great work, fortunate bitter. But this is no way of things, gains will lose. Compared with this bit of fortune, Wu Qingqing hopes to maintain the dominance of the Chinese population. As long as the Huixia people can always dominate the world and control power, the government can continue to formulate preferential policies for the Huixia people. The treatment they enjoy is better than other ethnic groups. Therefore, for some poor families, he will be somewhat fortunate, but on the whole, the Huixia people are more blessed. You cannot have both fish and bear paws. The harm of the two is the lesser one. 1032 Chapter Beach Landing, Normandy, December 1st. The Chinese expeditionary fleet launched an attack on France. Although many nobles in the country are urging Louis XIV to negotiate with Dao as soon as possible to avoid war, but the solid execution of Louis XIV still feel that they talk to Dao fight to fight, so do not accept the humiliating conditions. And Yinglam be up. France does have some advantages. For example, the power is more concentrated, the population is larger, the army is stronger, the area is larger, the strategic depth is deeper, the capital is farther from the sea, and the preparations are better. When the Chinese army attacked London, Louis XIV was preventing the Chinese army from attacking Paris. To stop the Chinese army, build a line of defense on the seashore and prevent the Chinese army from landing is undoubtedly the best choice. In order to concentrate the defense forces, France can only choose one place to build the defense line. Phalanxy Department of the Army, after careful study, think our most likely landing place is Normandy or Calais. London is the closest to Calais, which is the only advantage of Calais landing. The Normandy coast is the nearest to Paris. From the Normandy landing, you can take the shortest land route. So, France Lanxi executives have recognized, Yuob will be landing in Normandy, because our army in Europe relative to the navy to be more weaker. Moreover, choosing to deploy in Normandy has another advantage. Even if they guess wrong and Dower landed from Calais, they still have enough time to change their deployment. But if you choose Calais, the result of a wrong guess is that the Chinese army goes straight to Paris. After weighing many factors, the French army chose to deploy defenses on the Normandy coast. And yes, guess actually, I'm wrong. Huajun plan is indeed from the Normandy landing. Regardless of Normandy, there are no defenders. The Dower navy, which has dominance of the sea, was floating in the Normandy waters, and the French could only stare at it, letting Dower's naval artillery fire. Taihua shelling was concentrated fire, fire suppression strength. Concentrated shot hit fire intensity at 3 levels, distractions, pressing and annihilated. Can reach 10% of killing the enemy. The enemy will be able to play a disturbing effect, so that the enemy did not look up, afraid to action in the fortifications. It must be avoided. The pressing need is about 30% of killing the enemy. Killing to achieve this number, the enemy's defense system will be of great vulnerability. For example, some positions are not guarded, in some places the machine gunners are all dead, the organization is no longer complete, and so on. Annihilating the enemy is purely killing and injuring the enemy. At least half of the enemies have to be killed to be considered as the intensity of firepower for annihilating the enemy. This is very difficult to do. Even if the top of the mountain is blown down by a meter or two, it may not be possible. In the past, the artillery intensity of the Chinese army was about harassing the enemy, and most of them could not even achieve the effect of disturbing the enemy. After all, the shells are too expensive, and with cannon shells showdown might as infantry dead yet. This time the attack on Normandy. The Chinese army finally had the extravagance to play with the intensity of firepower to suppress the emergency. It is time that the French army has enjoyed this level of firepower. It is a kind of honor. But they don't. 1033 Chapter Aircraft assist in the fight. Gun after hit stop. The French army immediately launched to rescue work. Those affected by injured soldiers need emergency treatment. Those who have been trapped soldiers are also in need of rescue. Every soldier is a treasure you cannot give up easily. However, the landing vanguard of the Chinese army had already approached the beach in a small boat. This made the French army want to cry without tears and give up rescue to meet the enemy. Many soldiers will definitely die as a result, and it will greatly harm the morale of the troops. After all, no matter which soldier it is, it doesn't. 1034 Chapter Paris Impatient Move. And Fuso small team compared Huajun soldiers assault troops happy and more. Here are 3 armored vehicles and a large number of mortars. The Chinese army has spent a lot of effort to get the armored vehicles to land in operations. How to get the armored vehicles to land smoothly is a difficult problem. To this end, the Huajun specially modified several landing ships. There were actually 4 vehicles that arrived for time, but 1 armored vehicle fell into the sea during the landing. This technology is still very immature, and the loss of an armored vehicle makes the Huajun a bit painful. Not before. In this failure, they can accumulate some experience. Moreover, the success of 3 armored vehicles to attack the enemy's position is still of great help. Plus forced strike the help of artillery battalion, Huajun quickly rushed the position of the French army. Is it difficult to land on the beach? The main force of the Chinese army really didn't feel it. Damn it, Camp G. Why haven't they arrived yet? Let them fill the gap. Charles, the frontline commander of the French army, angered. From open warfare to the present, he has been angry, not stopped. Probably, it is the legendary incompetent rage. Face of this terrible situation in front of him is nothing can be done. Moreover, this situation was the result he had anticipated long ago. He also explained to Louis XIV reasons why he could not fight, but Louis XIV did not listen. He had to come to Normandy to be responsible for blocking the Chinese army. This is not an embarrassment. Well, Commander, I think I have still withdraw it. Enemies have rushed the position. Even if it is useless, reinforcements came in the face of strong firepower. Our numerical superiority is also not come out to play. The subordinate persuaded, Charcy heard gradually calm down, with the situation, really have no need to continue fighting, not as to save power. But what to do after retreating? You can't even guard a place with a very big advantage like Beachhead. What place can you guard when you retreat to the back? From Normandy to Paris, it's basically a plain. When all the armored units of the Chinese army landed, Charles did not dare to think about the consequences. Order the retreat. First retreat to Rouen. Most end. Charles chose to retreat. There is no way if you don't withdraw. The soldiers below have already begun to flee. Under orders not to retreat. The real are almost the same. The French army began an emergency retreat, and the Chinese army was about to land, so it didn't have the energy to pursue it for a while. Not too little effect, and so long as all Huajun landing, which France is basically no insurance and defend, UOB's armored divisions can drive straight, destroy Paris. Accounting lead after Le Havre, UOB landing operations be basically completed. In this battle, they invested nearly 30,000 troops on land and sea, 2/3 of warships and transport ships, including aircraft carriers. Most end, they paid the cost of casualties 1,200 people, and won. More than 15,000 people were killed in the French army, and more than 20,000 people surrendered. Le Havre sole fall. Huajun's successful landing news reached Paris. Paris suddenly peopled to anger. He had long insisted on Louis XIV and dour dissatisfaction with the war, which were also capitulationists' credit secretly guide public opinion. Capitulationists constantly declared Yang Dao strong, tell the people we'll lose the war. The war must be the fall of Paris, to the time of property and security for all will not be protected. This caused great panic among the people and feared war with Dao. And Louis XIV has chosen not depending on their demands. So now all walks of Paris for Louis XIV are dissatisfied. This is a very dangerous situation, because Paris is the core city of France. Just like in the Big Hua, like some other people in the city of dissatisfaction with the court, they are not a big problem. But if the people of Nanjing collectively are dissatisfied with the imperial court, the trouble will be great. Because for the living among the people in the capital, there are many big names. These are the characters can influence the situation. The situation is similar in Paris, where a large number of aristocrats who hold actual power live here. In a secret room, a few nobles got together, and they were preparing to launch a court coup and send Louis XIV to the guillotine to calm Dao's anger. The same time to form a new government, and then Dao peace talks. As long as Dao can retreat without attacking Paris, everything is easy to discuss. Big deal like England, like cede territory Portland. Anyway, many places are robbed, do not feel bad, cut away. As for the loss of money, it fell on the ordinary people in the end, and it had little impact on their nobles. I need to start work as soon as possible. We have to catch up before Huajun fall of Paris to complete the coup. Only in this way will we be able to surrender before the fall of Paris, and the large Chinese negotiations, in order to prevent large Chinese entered Paris. Gentlemen, a large Chinese attitude towards the nobility. I don't think anyone wants Dao's army to enter Paris. The nobleman Leo said he didn't want Paris to suffer the tragedy of London. It was terrible. Now the nobles in London have become a joke in Europe. As for escaping from Paris, these nobles are not happy. They are all used to living in Paris, and going to the countryside is unbearable. Como, and your perspective prepare how about it? Leo asked. I have been persuaded Levy captain of the guard, to the time he will support us. Another nobleman Cuomo said. Is the warden done it? We need to break into the prison and rescue Earl Adrian. This is an opportunity to show good things to Dao. Adrian due to be pro-China disgust of Louis XIV, which was into the prison. For Leo and the others, rescue Adrian and let Adrian go to negotiate with Dao, which should be a little smoother. After all, Adrian is Wu Chengqing's father-in-law. Even Wu Chengqing's surface in order to do the work, will point to face it. I've been bought off a few soldiers. That time can secretly Adrian rescue. People have been incited. We need them to create chaos. They need the impact of the palace. I have been organized well, and now the city has been very public panic. Fear of Dao fight over. Moreover, they have found all of this is caused by King Louis. Weapons quasi ready yet? Maybe that day will erupt bloodshed. A section of the crowd meter forward, then ultimately determine and correct. They began the operation. And this time, UOB's armored divisions starting in Le Havre, Paris straight away. He found that the French army is not strong-willed to resist. There is light at Le Havre. 20,000 French troops surrender. So, he can be bold attack, a little early for France to solve, so they can go against other countries. 1035 cap off the head table. Louvre, Louis XIV looking out from the top of the palace, where in Seoul before the game did not complete the construction of the palace, he is living in the Louvre. And because the reason for the gates of Europe, UOB, but also makes the construction of the Palace of Versailles stagnant. This one he has been in no mood to enjoy. And how to survive the current head is full of the crisis. Le Havre soul lost. Let him completely understand that he had made those achievements on the European continent. How Debu is worth mentioning. In front of the Chinese army, The French army had no resistance. The endless array of weapons of the Chinese army also made Louis XV's brains hurt. What can we do about it? So arrogant that Louis XIV was unwilling to bow to Dower, although he was forced to flee Paris like Charles II. When he returned to Paris, he completely mastered the power of France. Possessing the supremacy of power has changed his mentality a lot. His pride no longer allowed him to bow his head, even if he died in battle. He was unwilling to surrender to Dower. Moreover, although the current situation is terrible, France has not completely failed. He can still use France's relatively long depth to deal with Dower, the Julio him who called. Louis XIV quasi-prepared things, and his right-hand man left Paris to discuss the core staff of the team. Paris from the seaside or a bit too close, not safe enough. Louis XIV wanted to withdraw to the Swiss border and insisted on resisting. Just as he gave the order, there was a gunshot from a distance. What's the matter? Louis XV's heart trembled. The Chinese army is still far from Paris. How can there be gunshots in the city? Could it be those spoilers? Louis XIV supported his forehead, very tired. And China Central Plains, different European countries on the emperor's private efforts to control, in fact much weaker, which led to the capacity of civil resistance has been strong. Revolt, it has been a tradition of the people of Paris. In large about 10 years ago, Parisians would make twice the contrary. The young Louis XIV was also scared, fled to Paris. In the future, the people of Paris will continue the tradition of rebellion, and will overthrow the government even more during the revolution. Soon, someone came to report to Louis XIV that the people of Paris rebelled. This time it was more ruthless than the last time, and the people could only make trebuchets to resist. And this time, those people in Paris actually had guns in their hands, and they were still the main breech guns currently equipped by the French army. It is clear that this is not a simple civil commotion, but it was behind the manipulation of pushing it. Damn, it must be Leo and Groenwell. Louis XIV angry curse. Leo was a staunch surrender, and Mrs. Groenwell was one of the leaders of the last rebellion. These are the enemies of Louis XIV. Your Majesty, I have to evacuate as soon as possible or Paris it. The guards suggested. He had troops deployed to Côte d'Ivoire, and deployed to North Africa and Normandy. Stay in Paris department team has been very little, even less than 10,000. And these people are not all in the hands of Louis XIV, many of them are from other nobles. This time the big aristocracy revolt. The army will certainly be a lot of people choose to follow those great nobles. Add in some people whose ideas are at odds with Louis XIV, and there won't be too many people who will continue to be loyal to Louis XIV. No, I can't run away in a hurry. I have already vowed that I will never leave Paris in a hurry. I ordered the suppression of those unsophisticated people, and I will quell the rebellion before leaving. Louis XIV was a solid executive who is also an arrogant person. He is still superstitious of his prestige. After all, he has gained too much feat before, expanding the territory of France by nearly a third. However, he didn't know that when the news of the Normandy French defeat came back to Paris, his accumulated prestige was completely exhausted. The people of Paris, the nobles of Paris, no longer believe in the king who led them to the fire pit. When the order of Louis XIV was passed down, only a handful of officers carried out the order. Most of them chose to wait and see, and a small group directly joined the rebels. The whole Paris is in chaos. Soon this chaos burned to the Louvre, and angry Parisians began to attack the Louvre. Although there is Louis XIV's most loyal guard, the number is too small compared to the angry people, not to mention that there are regular troops in the rebels. The two sides fought fiercely outside the Louvre for half an hour. Eventually, the rebels broke through the guards and rushed closer to the Louvre. At this time, Louis XIV finally panicked, but it was too late. Louis XIV before regressed, dominate the big European land, but this does not mean that he himself more nobody. Just because as a former French people have heard his command, those places are playing down others, just as he is the supreme leader, allow people to work in his head only. When he lost his subordinates, he became indistinguishable from ordinary people. The angry people dragged him towards the guillotine. His legs became weak because of fear. He was nothing more than walking and could only be held by two. When he went off when the head of the table, his brain are occupied by fear, forget the control valve, also will become wet crotch. Kill him. Kill him. This damn foolish lord caused France to offend the Chinese. It's this damn faint monarch who joined the European Union, and the Chinese who killed us hit our homeland. Off audience. The people were furious, as if all errors are caused by Louis XIV. The great axe fell, and Louis XIV died with fear and confusion. Him to death. Do not understand how things play suddenly changed to this point. No matter how much Normandy has suffered, the situation in France is not as bad as in England. People England capital have fallen month. Charles II is also alive and well. How to own, just to eat a defeat. The throne was overthrown it. Oh yeah. I can finally end Taiwan peace talks, and Paris safe. This damn tyrant is dead, and we can all live a good life in the future. When Louis XIV died, the people began to celebrate like a festival, singing and dancing. This is the power of the people. This is the end of the confrontation. Leo looked at this scene from a distance and sneered. When the vast majority of French people wanted to surrender and want to survive, Louis XIV went against the sky and wanted to resist to the end. But that was the end. Only a stupid king would feel that one person can control the entire country. Any one person palm premise right, is to get the majority of people. 1036 chapter. And then the next country. When the Chinese army arrived at Les Andelys, which was still 80 kilometers away from Paris, they were stopped by representatives of the French interim government and expressed that they would conduct surrender negotiations. This made Tao Qiu, the commander-in-chief of the Chinese army, very helpless. He wanted to ignore the opponent and advance all the way to Paris. However, this is a bit too much, and may completely anger all French people. After all, people have agreed to surrender, and they are going to beat them, which is definitely not justified. If we want to fight, we have to wait until the negotiation breaks down before we fight. This is justified in the past. After consulting Wu Chengqing, Tao Qiu started negotiations with the French provisional government in Les Andelys. The negotiation process was surprisingly smooth. In order to allow Dao to withdraw its troops and to be able to cease the war, the French provisional government has no bottom line, and it easily agreed to Dao's requirements. This made Tao Qiu completely lost his temper, and he couldn't find an excuse for the breakdown of the negotiation. That is to say, he may not have the opportunity to call back to Paris. Of course, can be enough to force the French agreed to those conditions. Yuob, fight this war can be considered with sufficient harvest. It would not withdraw its troops or not. After many days of negotiation, Dao and France signed the Les Andelys contract. Article about the provisions. The French ceded the entire territory of the former Dutch to Yuob, making it province in Europe. For European territories, it is very easy for Dao to occupy at this time. However, not all places. Dao Metropolis. 1037 chapter. Triumphant return. Phalanx upheaval, so that Spanish King Juan Carlos tears. 3 core Europe has been defeated too. Then with the toes can think, who next will be? Carlos doesn't think his country can outperform England and France. Even England and France have lost, so what can I do? Thinking of this, Carlos also wanted to open up, and sent an envoy to agree to Dao's request. Anyway, there are two ways before him. Is to agree to Dao's request now, and the second is to let Dao beat him up before agreeing to Dao's request. From a rational point of view, choice is the most appropriate. As for the situation of the people at home, thread, that Carlos should be able to feel they understand themselves. After all, both Britain and France lost in Les Andelys together after about signing a few days. Yuob and Spain also signed a contract suitor together about provisions. South America, the former Portugal, southern Italy and Rome, Sicily and other places ceded to Yuob. The war indemnity was 10 million Chinese yuan, and the number of troops was limited. Article about are similar, just the same as the standard contract. After the surrender of Spain, the next step is New Zealand, Sweden, Russia and the Holy Roman. Holy Rome also has the will to surrender, but Sweden, Poland and Tsarist Russia are more determined. The Swedes feel that they are innocent, and they have done nothing but joined an EU. They even coalition forces, they are at least out of the people. In this case, why should they suffer the same punishment as they in England? This is not fair. In short, the Swedes are unbalanced, so they refuse to agree to those conditions. And a peak Syrians is to continue to maintain their characteristics. Does it cry, they do not like, but they have not beaten before, is unwilling to cede so much interest. He Huts also have a number of fantasy. After all, they are relatively far away from the sea. Huajun want to attack them. The difficulty of attack is much more difficult than the EFS. From land, it is a lot of trouble to pass through Prussia and many other small states. And from the sea to attack Blue, it must pass through the Kattegat in Denmark. It is the Swedish site. In short, Poland is safe for the time being. Not the real face of the provisional dangerous moment. They naturally do not want to enter into the kind of dour humiliating treaty. As for Russia, he was the reason they do not sign even more fully. They are more secure. Taihua wants to beat them. More is not easy. Russian people did not guess wrong. You are temporary and did not intend to hit them. Such things do not worry. China and other major European railway built to that time before they start too late. After the British get sea for 3 kingdoms, Wu Qingqing ready to return to Nanjing. For the rest, find a minister here to preside over the situation. Yongxing years in April, Wu Qingqing returned to Nanjing. This expedition took 10 months and was the longest time Wu Qingqing left Nanjing. Not over. After this war, the whole world will no longer have to run for Wu Qingqing worth fighting. There is a high probability that he can only stay in Nanjing in the future. When the fleet arrived in Nanjing, the hundreds of civil and military officials in the country had already led hundreds of people at the dock waiting for Wu Qingqing's triumphant return. This time the expedition has achieved brilliant results. Although, changing someone to lead the team, the results are estimated to be similar. However, this assumption is meaningless. This time it was Wu Qingqing's personal conquest, so the credit is Wu Qingqing's. If the emperor achieved such a brilliant result, it would naturally be a big boast. Some government members felt that only a holy word has been unable to reflect the Wu Qingqing achievements. Ever since, the god sage a word will be out inventions. No theory is a bully, or the word of God, or holy, dilly, are some lofty words. When these words are put together, it gives people a feeling of being unattainable and can only look up. My emperor is 100 million years old. Billion years old, billion years old. With God Emperor cast anchor dock, Wu Qingqing out from the cabin, appeared deck, the king and the people fell to their knees chanted. Not over, he had the slogan has become a billion years old from Viva. After all, in the eyes of Dao's civil and military officials, how can the former emperor be qualified to be compared with Wu Qingqing? Former emperor can let the world people eat it. Can the previous emperor conquer the world? Can the previous emperor unlock Minzai? All the emperor's achievements, such as the Wu, do not add up before 1% of Qingqing. Continuing to say long live, it is completely unable to reflect the particularity and dignity of Wu Qingqing. Therefore, the officials discussed that they must change their slogan. It's easy to change the slogan. It's nothing more than to increase the number, so it's easy to understand. 1 years older than shit is honorable, so also may not distinguished than 100 million long live well. Although Dao now has a trillion unit, it is basically used by scientific researchers, even only astronomers. And it is too big for normal fields. Ordinary people have no idea what a trillion is. Indeed, even the 100 million, how much the average person, is very difficult to have that concept. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, anyway, as long as you know that the billion is big, it's more than the million. The billion years of age also demonstrated Wu Qingqing's status among countless emperors. People of the world have approved the Wu Qingqing achievements. I think he's better than all previous emperors. Dry. Wu Qingqing big hand wave, all flat body. If Wu Qingqing not pay attention to that, then let them kneel even if they do not mind. After getting up, All kinds of cheers followed. The people in the back were worried about their toes and wanted to see Wu Chengqing's true face. Wu Star Chengqing is not entertainment, but he is also a lot of people's idol. The people's worship of him is very fanatical. Some people, even enough because he witnessed one side and excited tears. Wu Chengqing a wave of action, they can be moved. Do not put unnecessary. Of course, this is actually quite normal. There are many careerists in this world, as well as more ordinary people. These ordinary people admire the strong. These people can worship the celebrities who play football, let alone a deified Wu Chengqing. Looking at these people who worshipped him, Wu Chengqing also felt a sense of pride. He has realized the self-realization among the 5 levels of human needs. A man capable enough to reach this point is not really dead loss. However, people are never far unable to meet. Even if it is to unify the world, Wu Chengqing still has other pursuits, and he wants to make this world exciting. Next, he should vigorously engage in the development, fight to make this world into the age of electricity, as soon as the information age. If it can reach beyond the generations, and that is truly remarkable feat. 1038 Chapter Big Slogan. In the primitive period, the battle between the 2 tribes was to compete for hunting grounds. After all, the number of prey in one place was limited. Then later, the 2 tribes fighting between in order to compete can land to grow food. Then later, the 2 countries fighting among each other in order to compete in mineral resources, human resources. The essence of war is the distribution of resources, which is to plunder the enemy's wealth after defeating the enemy, so that one can live a better life. Now that Dawa has fought another big victory, the next thing is to digest the benefits of the war. That is to say, the next Dawa, but more focused on economic development and livelihood development. If you just keep playing victory, but do not get people's living standards improve, people will not be happy. Mental satisfaction cannot be eaten, and the material living conditions have not improved. Just relying on spiritual satisfaction will become RQ. Wu Chengqing returned to Nanjing after they developed a new round of large-scale development strategy. In response to Wu Chengqing's strategy, all walks of life also shouted their own slogans. Transportation line industry called for 5 years. Let Dao every family has a bicycle, so that every family has a city car. Let every major city all through the railway. He had not actually proposed to develop aviation aircraft program. Although they are also airplanes, there is a considerable gap between the technological content of large airplanes and small airplanes. What's more, aircraft for civil aviation safety will have to secure, or who would ride. Even if there is no plan for passenger aircraft, the slogan of the transportation industry is quite domineering. Taiwan current rural population has exceeded 5 billion, or about 80% of the global population. Roughly based on a household of 10 people, this is also 50 million families, which means that 50 million bicycles are needed. At present, the number of bicycles in Dawa is just over 2 million. Which is 25 times worse. Wu million people among the urban population accounted for nearly 8%. That is to say, urban households there are about 4 million, every car, you need 4 million. At present, the number of Dawa cars is less than 400,000. Moreover, there are also a large number of transport trucks, less than half of which are private cars. This gap is still 20 times. At first glance, the gap is quite large. However, the transportation line industry is not just Liuanhan, people is the result of a special research statistics derived from the data. According to his forecast that, we can achieve this goal within 5 years. The same reason is that the manufacturing cost is low. A large amount of raw materials are shipped to Dawa at almost zero cost. And the cost of the entire vehicle is just a variety of processing costs. In the water large-scale production line, on average, the processing fee is also much cheaper than expected. Like a screws, it looks very complex structure, but its processing costs may not need even a dime. The cost is low, and the price is naturally low. If the price is low, more people can afford it, and the consumer market is bigger. City feel large. sending the factory to increase production. This is a virtuous circle, or even a perfect circle. Of course, sooner or later, this cycle will have problems, resulting in an economic crisis. For example, the city of saturated water, or rising costs, or improve the purchasing power of ordinary people too slow. But at least Dowa is still far away from the economic crisis, and Wu Chengqing is preventing it. So I don't have to worry too much. Let urban households have 1 car per household within 5 years. Many government members think this slogan a bit exaggerated, is grandstanding. But Wu Chengqing felt, these officials need to research internships. Always stay in the government building. Some people already do not understand the development of the world, or in their own worldview to the old management solution in the world. Wu Chengqing view. The transportation industry. This slogan is not an exaggeration. Everything is difficult to get started. After getting on the right track, the speed of development can often be very amazing. Just like in the original Time and Space, in 1900, the world's automobile production was less than 10,000. But 20 years later, the annual output of automobiles in the United States alone has exceeded 300,000 vehicles. The current development conditions of Dowa are much better than those of the later generations of the United States. After all, the United States needs to import raw materials and also needs to compete with Europe in the market. And large China products are not competitors, but does not require high costs. Sold in Europe do not even need to pay customs duties. Even technological innovations do not have too much to worry about. The officials will always give them the latest technology. In this case, the output of automobiles has doubled more than 10 times within 5 years, which in Wu Chengqing's eyes is actually a failure. Some noted that DPRK officials' members have been out of practice, the lack of a clear understanding of the world. Wu Chengqing had issued an instruction to those serving officials, site visits to social research in several times a year, to understand the actual circumstances. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. When formulating policies, you can't imagine it out of thin air. Combining reality is the most important thing. Whether the starting point is good policy, in practice it is easy to turn into a bad policy. The slogan of 1 car per household in urban households was directly published in the Dowa Daily, and the people of Dowa directly went up and down. But that steam car are, status symbol, a status symbol, a symbol of fashion and convenient symbol. Imagine how wonderful it is to drive a car and take a family outing in the suburbs on a rest day. How many years like large Chinese dream is to own a car of their own. But in the past, for an ordinary family, the car was still out of reach. But now, the Ministry of Transportation has called for every family to be able to afford cars. Doesn't that mean to reduce the price of cars again and increase production? This is for those who want steam vehicles is undoubtedly a great good news. It's also because Dowa's current system is not an electoral system. Otherwise, with the slogan of the Ministry of Communications, Dowa's people would be able to elect them as the new ruling cabinet. But also lower prices but also increase production. Under normal circumstances, the main factory is certainly not willing. However, in Dowa, these capitalists have no choice but to cooperate with the government's plan. No is the case. The officials stop direct technical support. You can make every minute capitalists' bankruptcy. To put it bluntly, the ability of these capitalists to make a fortune is not because of their ability, but because the government needs a group of factory owners and then supports them. With the official time you can support others, but they cannot do without official technical support. This kind of relationship has never existed in the original history. Dehua has currently the political system, social structure, is so unique. 1039 Chapter Research Study. Dehua has currently the case, saying it is a feudal monarchy, in some places very democratic. Say it is democratic. In many places, it is Wu Chengqing's utterance. Say it is a feudal country, and the bourgeoisie is quite active. Say it is capitalism. Capitalists have no decision-making power. If you have to use one word to describe the current situation of Dowa, perhaps you can only use Dowa's characteristic imperialism to describe it. Wu Chengqing a command. a large number of officials began their research activities. Factory, city farm, rural. Different parts of the door of officials. The situation is not the same. Need to know, need to go naturally vary. Lin Sen, a deputy chief of the Ministry of Agriculture. Wu. After Chengqing order was given, he was sent to the chief of field trips in rural areas, rural development, to understand the situation, looking for problems, understand the problem, and then come back together to find ways to solve the problem. Lin Sen's first stop was Zhumajin, Henan, which has been a large grain-producing area since ancient times. It was dusk when they arrived at Zhumajin. Lin Sen and another assistant Zhao Xiaolong could only find a hotel to stay for one night. Although there are travel subsidies, the expenses are limited. If the amount exceeds this amount, Lin Sen needs to pay for it out of his own pocket. Therefore, Lin Sen chose a very ordinary hotel. Zhao Xiaolong couldn't help but complain about this stingy boss. According to his estimation, the funds for this business trip were enough for them to stay in a middle-level hotel. Lin Sen did this, obviously trying to save some money, and then put it in his own pocket. There is no other way. The Beijing official sounds good to it, but it is difficult to do it. Nanjing consumers' fee level is too high, and they, in the bottom of the officials in Nanjing, wanted a better life, but also need to plan carefully. They came to 20 front-story bungalows, block hanging above the inn sign that read accommodations 1 yuan 1 night. Taihua has currently the minimum wage is 5 yuan a month, a little bit technical art workers can get 20 yuan a month. High-tech art of old masters, month 30 to 50 element of the room. In accordance with the minimum wage later owned 2,000 a month to count, $1 a night tantamount to 400 ka a night, almost catch star hotel. Of course, the population flow of Dowa is far less frequent than that of later generations, so it cannot be counted like this. There is also a backyard behind this hotel. Lin Sen also saw a small wheat harvester in the yard. After idle, Lin Sen asked the boss who owned that harvester. I bought it the year before last. I originally planned to help farmers harvest wheat when the farm is busy, so as to make some good fortune. It's a pity, alas. The innkeeper Zhang Erjing spoke suddenly, which roused Lin Sen's curiosity. What's wrong? Bad business? Lin Sen remembers that the various harvesters manufactured by the government have long been unable to meet the needs of rural areas across the country, so some private manufacturers have also begun to produce harvesters and sell them to self-employed individuals. Those individual households, it is possible to make money by these harvesters. According to common sense to say that this business should do well. Business is good. Someone is coming to make an appointment in advance, but I don't plan to go anymore. Zhang Erjing said. Why? Lin Sen more hair curious. Because to not make money you do not know how sturdy the troublemaking here. 2 years ago I went to the countryside to help harvest the wheat, careless guajuan and apple tree branches. I was stunned to lose $5 last year, one said, overwhelmed. A field ridge stunned me. $10 is deducted wages, which at who did live. Zhang Erjing Tukadao. You didn't report to the official. Do you care about it? Lin Sen asked. Where did the government handle such trivial matters? The government went to a few policemen, and all the villagers carried hoes into battle, and the police didn't do anything with them. Moreover, the entire countryside of Zhumadian is full of such incidents. The coal carts are afraid to fill them up when they pass by, and they don't know how much they will be pulled down along the way. Once a naive driver even dared to get out of the car and go to the theory. The villagers beat him up and dispersed, and no murderer was found. Speaking of folk customs here, Zhang Erjing shook his head. This. Lin Sen and Zhao Xiaolong were speechless. They didn't hear or understand this kind of thing in Nanjing. Continuing to chat with Zhang Erjing, Lin Sen also got more information about the rural grassroots. There are a lot of troubles in a small place. To say that this harvester bar, local people want to make their own private harvesters is not enough. Must be local strongmen, dare to bypass them. They will put the people hired harvester smashed or do other damage. And after him who would be drawn to. So, people spend more money, but earn much harvester master. And the people did not dare to head snake fighting, But 1040 Chapter Survey 2. As a new officer, Linson has a strong practical attitude. Survey. He didn't listen to Zhang Erjing's side words. After all, his butt determines his head. Zhang Erjing's interests in the countryside were damaged, so naturally he would not say good things about farmers. Lin Sen and his assistant came to the countryside the next day to hear what the local people said. He was riding a bicycle on the road, also really here to see the characteristics of the landscape. On both sides of the road, a few women in their 30s and 40s were holding long bamboo poles with a hook and shovel at one end. Yiliang coal cars been seen. They would if nothing had happened to the car's media to push lightly down, while cursing the driver can only accelerate the side. However, these experienced women chose a very difficult road. Linson rough estimate count a bit. At the moment, the car of coal was bala dozens of kilograms. Zhao Xiaolong was young and energetic, and wanted to reprimand him when he saw it. But Lin Sen stopped him. If you scold, a few will be able to change becomes the problem. This world there is no so difficult governed. Linson cannot forget that in mind. He is to find the problem. If now the villages and conflicts occur, then certainly did not investigate. Therefore, at this time, you must first penetrate them and blend in with them. Aren't income eligible good thing? Lin Sen greeted enthusiastically. Stealing coal is not a glorious thing after all. These women actually know in their hearts that none of the young girls who want face will do this kind of thing. They are all middle-aged women who have experienced the erosion of years and have come to realize their lives, because to know it's disgraceful, so they are also afraid of being made fun of outsiders. Linson's slightly agreeable and non-discriminatory tone immediately reaped the favor of these women. It's okay, one of the women laughed. You have to do this. Those passing drivers fear it will voice their opinions. Zhao Xiaolong said something. It is he who have opinions. We have opinions too. Originally, we clean the road. Since coal cars began to pass from here, the entire road were black. A woman dissatisfied. These words made Zhao Xiaolong speechless. He found that things were not as simple as he thought. For to do their own road of the village, crushed a group of large trucks, get dirty, they themselves would have resentment. High ethical villagers can control themselves not to steal that little coal, but who will solve their road problems for them. The transport of coal transport to economic development. Our drivers are not allowed to pass through here is not realistic. Zhao Xiaolong thought for a while, and found that this kind of problem is really unsolvable. Lin Sen and Zhao Xiaolong lied that they were journalists in Nanjing and came to investigate some of the difficulties in the countryside, and then published them in the newspapers. If someone sees it, they will find a solution. He had to say. The villagers of them suddenly a lot of enthusiasm, led them home. Sit down and chat. During the chat, Lin Sen learned a lot of current problems in rural areas. For example, the issue of land sales. During the Ming dynasty, land could be bought and sold freely, which led to the phenomenon of land mergers. Some money and powerful people, you can take advantage of a difficult time in people's homes, to buy other land. The result of this is of course very bad, and it can even be said to be one of the direct reasons for the uprising of Li Ziqing and others. Therefore, Dao prohibited the free sale of land after the division of the world, and at the same time established a system of tiered tax rates to prevent land mergers. However, with the development of society, some rigidities have appeared in this policy. For example, in the village Lin Sen investigated, one family found a good job in the city and wanted to move all of them to the city. However, in this way, the world of their family will be abandoned, and taxes will be paid. For their family, this land has become chicken ribs. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to abandon it. If Dao's land policy is more flexible, it will be beneficial to Dao's development if sales are allowed under such special circumstances. In this way, the family can get more funds and more capital for doing business in the city, and buy the land his family who can concentrate on farming, rather than half-hearted. In this village, Lin Sen found that many people were struggling whether to go to work or farm at home. Farming at home, the upper limit is 50 acres, not much money, it is even better to go to the city to find a good job. However, if enabled many more they buy 50 acres or 100 acres, the use of mechanized cultivation, their income will be more than work. You can concentrate on farming. Linson Knight, thinking for a long time, wrote Built Proposed Land Policy Adjustment Memorial. In his opinion, Dowa now does not need to worry about land mergers. The reason why they're before the annexation of land, it is because the social security system is extremely backward. 100 surname when they fall ill need of emergency can only sell the land. And now, UOB's security system to improve the lot of the relative situation by selling the land to the people need continued life is very rare, so do not worry because some people will lose their land and live. Furthermore, Dowa now has many job opportunities, and there is no upper limit on the demand for manpower. As long as they are willing to work, it is impossible to have no food. So, do not worry about the annexation of land will be out now what the consequences. On the contrary, after land annexation, it is also conducive to mechanized and concentrated planting, which is conducive to liberating labor. After writing, Lin Sen was a little panicked. After all, that land policy was drafted by Emperor Tanqing himself. What can be wrong with the Heavenly Emperor? Questioning the decision of the Heavenly Sacred Emperor, is this tired of life? Or is it tired of life? Or is it tired of life? Intellect Report complaints Linson, he did not need to write this memorial, as did not see the real situation in the countryside can be. To resolve a small problem, this task is successfully completed. However, as for the person who thought has awakened, he cannot help but want to express their views. More importantly, he is still young and vigorous, and does not have the mentality of an old official. Now that he discovered this problem, he wanted to solve it. So, most eventually he wrote the memorial. Without him was not immediately sent up. After all, only a local investigations you imagine, the sample is too small. Maybe, only this place is like this, but other places are still not suitable for free trading. I have to say that officials who have received the new style education have a much more rigorous way of thinking, and this also made Dowa less make a lot of mistakes. Dehua has currently a number of this new generation of officials, arguably the world's most elite group of officials thanks to him who Dowa able to methodically develop rapidly. 1041 Chapter are seen and heard. Lin Sen and Zhao Xiaolong's second stop came to the countryside of Linyi. Linyi used to grow grain, but because of the increasing demand for fruits by Dowa and the fact that grain has not been able to sell at prices, Linyi chose to plant other cash crops. Among them, the most people grow watermelons. Looking around, it's all watermelons. Hey! There are too many watermelons here. It seems that the watermelons in Nanjing can be cheaper this year. Zhao Xiaolong smiled. He is still pretty. 1042 Chapter Fights. The third stop of Lin Sen and Zhao Xiaolong, Zhozhuang, Bizhuang Town, Zhukan. As soon as they entered Zhu village, Lin Sen and Zhao Xiaolong heard a gunshot. What's the matter? Zhao Xiaolong asked. Large Huqing Ping has been a long time. The people of firearms among the also were forcibly seized. This is where the sound of gunfire. I don't know, be careful. Lin Sen wanted to find a place to hide, but they found that the people in the village did not flee everywhere, but went in one direction. Many people still carried hoes and shovel in their hands. This shouldn't be a battle with people in other villages for water sources. Fighting for water sources has been an eternal melody in rural areas since ancient times. Fighting caused by fighting for water sources was very common in the past. Not before. Now, this situation has a lot less. After all, Dowa has always been actively building water conservancy projects. And in the process of building water conservancy projects, it generally does not favor a certain place, just to avoid fighting. Let's take a look. Lin Sen said, if only two villages people fight, he who touches this outsider is absolutely safe. He had with the villagers ran right next to a reservoir. Then, he who did see two sets of people, but looking way, not like two people of the village fights, because a group of people very little. but his or her own firearms. In a normal fighting between the two villages, there should be similar numbers of people and similar weapons and equipment, rather than what it is now. Linson he huddled in the past. I have found a man in the abdomen gun is Moksu, and that holds 5-man gun. It is already surrounded by angry villagers. But because they were afraid of the opponent's guns, no one dared to take the lead in rushing forward. 2 allocated among the people. There is a person calling for calm on both sides. Lin Sen saw the opponent's armband and confirmed that this was a veteran and the head of the village. We are calm, have to lay down my arms, slowly have something to say. Shiro cross in the 2 middle allocation of people, trying to prevent escalation of the conflict. Zuxung, get out of here. We were all riding on our heads and shit. You, the village chief, have a bird to use. Greatly excited villagers anger. It looks as if trying to beat the Shuro together. Zilang is very tired of this. Although he can do Zu, he is not from the village. He was useful to Zukun before, so everyone naturally convinced him. But now he could not protect the interests of the villagers, so he was inevitably set off, and he was even given the nickname Zuxan, which meant he was very useless. Whoever dares to take one step forward, I will shoot. The package 5 people surrounded and very nervous. After all, many people Zukun are, they even have a gun. The other party to life once surrounded them on both sides, which is less than 3 meters away. 5 of them will certainly be torn to pieces. All for me to stop. Im Nanjing Agricultural Development Ministry Deputy Chief of 6 Products. This is going to repel you do. Seeing both sides love thread more and more excited, Linson also attend the whole story, to stand up and say things subsided. If it were to fight, at least more than 6 or 7 people would die in this fighting, which is already a very big incident. If he didn't meet him, it would be fine, but he didn't stop him when he met. Inevitably, he would be criticized. What is the development department of the Ministry of Agriculture? Things in fact, many people do not fully know this is what the official position. Fortunately, Lin Sen said that he was a positive 6th rank, which let some people know that the man in front of him was a high official. After all, the mayor of their city is only from the 6th rank. This section chief, you came just right. Zilang seemed to have found a savior, and other people, and this time also shouting to call the shots for them. Linson. It's not that they really reasoned or trusted Linsen, mainly because they didn't want to fight the gunman. If you can live, who wants to die? I used to talk about the past when I couldn't live, but now, even if I admit it today, I can still live on in the future. These people's bloodliness is inversely proportional to ease to a certain extent. The more comfortable the day is, the less they don't want to work hard. First put down the weapon, send the injured to first aid, and then tell me the whole story. I will naturally urge your mayor to handle it impartially. Lin Sen is a big official and has a great deterrent effect on ordinary people. He opened his mouth, and the villagers temporarily put down their weapons. Some carried the wounded for treatment, and others began to complain to Lin Sen. The cause of the matter is simple, and complicated. Simply put, the 5 take people's guns contracted Zukun Reservoir, used to fish. Then, villagers in Zukun often went to the reservoir to steal fish from the fishmonger. This time someone stole the fish and was caught. The 2 sides clashed, and one of them shot. It sounds as if the villagers are not right, but in fact, rural issues are often very complicated. Villagers in Zukun have been fishing in this reservoir for generations, and they all believe that this reservoir belongs to Zukun. Now someone put some fry into the reservoir and said that the reservoir was contracted by them. Where did the villagers of the village agree, and then say they did not get a dime of money contract? The villagers were dissatisfied, and the contractor was angry. They spent money on the contract and bought the fish fry to raise them. Then they watched the people in Zukun keep stealing the fish. I couldn't bear it. After listening to the complaints of both sides, Lin Sen was completely clear in his heart. This is an issue of resource ownership, and it is a fuzzy area of Dao at present. Like those important mineral resources, they all have clear ownership and belong to the imperial court. However, For such small reservoirs, Dowa currently has no express regulations, and a local official members affirmed that drilling of this loophole, privately contracted out to others. But in this process, the feelings of Zhukan people were ignored. Know the whole story. Linsen commitment promise a resolve. Then he found the mayor of Zhouzhuang and talked about it. The mayor of Zhouzhuang didn't want to stab this kind of embarrassment, and promised to solve it properly. Linsen estimated meter should be the punishment that officials call the shots without a meal, and then give people a little Zhukan compensation. Not before, and it has no relationship. Linsen. What he has to do is to record this case, and then write down his opinion and submit it. If the above gangster wait depending on the case, maybe they will sit down and discuss what the ownership of these resources less important. If the above are not the persons of view, it is hard to say. This problem may have to drag on. Big thing to deal with China. There are many, as this is not a particularly urgent matters, it is generally delayed treatment. There are actually many similar things in Dowa. Not too okay. Yuob has been imperfect, constantly getting better. 1043 chapter will discuss return fire on board. Zhao Xiaolong mood is not too high. After field research, he discovered that the problems in Dowa rural areas are numerous and complicated, and they are all extremely difficult to deal with. Large development path of China's rural areas, long way to go. As a rookie officialdom, the face of these problems inevitably some frustration. Branch Long, you say that the problems we found in rural areas can find a way to solve it. Zhao Xiaolong asked. In his opinion, any one of these issues is very difficult. Of course. Lin Sen answered in the affirmative without even thinking about it. He looked Zhao Xiaolong face. Some do not believe, smiled and said, Xiaolong you cannot take the current situation in rural areas and you imagined the perfect rural currently do comparison. That is unrealistic. If you compare the present with the past, or compare with the rural areas of foreign countries, then you will find that our majestic rural areas have developed very well. Zhao Xiaolong is not very old, and he grew up in the city, so he didn't know much about the old rural areas. Lin Sen then explained to him what the countryside looked like during the dynasty. During the Ming dynasty, all the peasants were yellow and thin, ragged, and could not eat enough to eat. They would sell their children and girls to sell land in a disaster year. But now Dowa's rural areas seem to have many problems, but compared with before, they are actually all happy troubles. For example, the family is entangled in whether to develop in the city or stay in the countryside to work on the land. Before resting, trying to have enough to eat is their unique idea, which there is such a happy trouble. Another example, those melon farming, which is so big before the consumer market, regardless of the price level, they sell all kinds out. Now, although it may be purchased at a low price, it is at least more cost-effective than growing food. Otherwise, those melons and fruits will not take the risk to continue growing melons instead of growing food, and they are also shrewd. So, those people still seem to have a lot of troubles, but that is because of human greed by nature. Lin Sen can even predict that even if they solve the problems of the people now, let them drive from door to door, use the TV, and eat meat, those people will still have troubles. Just like the city people living in Nanjing now, they are rich enough, but they still have troubles. They are people. Look at those green seedlings, full of vitality. Lin Sen pointed to the paddy field outside the window and said. When Zhao Xiaolong heard the words, he was thoughtful and touched a lot. The two returned to Nanjing and submitted an investigation report. According to the results of these field visits, the DPRK Ministry of Agriculture bigwigs also more clearly some of the current situation in rural areas, and then began meetings to discuss how to solve these problems. We will have to strengthen security control in rural areas to combat the forces of local bullies. The difficulty is not small. We don't have enough police, or permission to ask troops to help focus on the fight against these evil forces. Kia Shane's new. The problem of rural bullies has existed since ancient times, and it is still a stubborn disease. These bullies generally don't commit any serious crimes. It is not good if the punishment is too serious, and they don't care if the punishment is too light. This kind of roguelike attribute is very helpless. On this issue, the people from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Public Security finally communicated and reached a consensus. Although it is impossible to continue to impose severe punishments on these bullies, it is possible to have a wave of severe punishments at a certain stage, which has the effect of killing the chickens and the monkeys. This will not only reduce the cost of rectification, but also have a certain effect, and can also prevent Dawa from falling into tyranny. In short, this is the next relatively suitable method. We'll have to change the current land policy. Only liberalized the sale of land, we can accelerate the process of urbanization. His Majesty is not to say a thing. To promote the development of urbanization, rapid urbanization can promote economic development. Quan, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, said, urbanization is the current China main topic. The purpose is to increase the number of urban population and reduce rural population, to allow more people to live in the city. Where there are more people, the lower the cost of collaboration, the economy will develop. This is a law that has not changed since ancient times. Wu era in which the Chengqing passed life. Everywhere metropolitan area, about 70% of urbanization are higher abroad. These are all historical choices. Wu Chengqing is not very clear about the underlying reasons, but he knows that urbanization and the development of metropolitan areas are absolutely right. So, he raised the need to speed up the city-town of the process. With the liberalization of land sales, I'm afraid there will be a new round of land mergers. We need to worry about land mergers when we can't survive. Dawa's grain prices have been falling for 3 years, and our grain reserves are about to die out. Just find a job in the city, and you can buy it for a year with a month's salary. Do you still need to worry about land mergers? However, the cost of living in the city is high, and not everyone can afford it. Without land, these people will have no retreat. So, I have the next issue should be how to reduce the cost of survival of farmers in the city. The current land policy is formulated by His Majesty himself. And both into when His Majesty also said to His Majesty the Holy Spirit, he will not tangle it. Needs to change, he will not hesitate to change. Will the content of the meeting? There are a lot of controversy. Most wrap-up meeting of Wu Chengqing sent to the front. Its solid majority of people are inclined to reform, but nothing to worry about Wu Chengqing attitude. And Wu Chengqing not so hypocritical, not in order to maintain their wise on solid execution of stick to their policy. He can change at any time. As after a man, his very clear rigid system of hazard. Later generations of scholars who analyzed why Ming would perish had many perspectives. One of them was that Ming's system was too rigid, which was the main reason for Ming's fall. The analysis sounds quite reasonable. The times are developing, and different policies have completely different effects in different historical periods. A country, not afraid to occasionally sow out now wrong policy, afraid of losing the ability to change the policy. Wu Chengqing did not fully endorse the recommendations of the Ministry of Agriculture, but proposed a pilot requirements. It is difficult to predict whether the effect of the policy change will be good or not. If you make a complete change at one time, the impact will be too great, so just choose a place as a pilot. You can choose a city or a province, and other places remain the same. Investigate again after 1 or 2 years, and if the effect is good, make a comprehensive reform, and stop the loss immediately if the effect is not good. Taiwan is a superpower, the pilot must continue to promote this concept. No is the case, a bad policy, it will cause a huge negative impact. 1044 Chapter Worker Industry. China on agriculture has been very great importance, because in fact closely related to agriculture and industry. As long as there is a bumper harvest and enough food is produced, more labor can be liberated. As long as it has a labor force, Dawa's industry can develop rapidly. The world is Dawa's market. Without a single competitor, Dowa's industry has no shortage of markets. European aristocrats are almost crazy about Dowa's cars. At present, Dowa's cars are sold in limited quantities in Europe, with a share of 10,000 vehicles a year. Want to buy UOB's car? Had to queue. As for the more high-end electrical products, Europeans can only stare. There is no large power station in Europe, and there are not many electric lights. The world is also Dowa's free raw material supply base, and Dowa's industry does not lack raw materials. Whether it is oil or iron ore, Dowa has only one transportation cost. Wuchengqing technology can provide anytime, anywhere. Dowa industry nor the technical bottleneck. Taihu enterprise can be said to be the happiest of the enterprise. You can do this with a little capital. It really doesn't need to be too smart, and it doesn't need too much managerial talent. As long as there are sufficient number of labor and talent enough, Dowa industry will be able to take off. Its growth rate may be staggering. In terms of steel output alone, Dowa's current output has reached 60 million tons. The permanent in 7 years' time, UOB's steel output has only 5 million tons. Now after more than 5 years, Dowa's annual steel output has directly increased 12 times. 60 million tons is almost equal to the total annual output of steel in the world in 1920 in the original time and space. 60 million tons, which is not too much. After all, Dowa's technology in some aspects has exceeded the level of 1920. Compared with technology, the development of the steel industry has been slower. Today, Dowa's major cities already have large steel plants. Nanjing, Yiwu, and Manshan are major steel production areas, and Wuhan, Foshan, Guangzhou, Tangshan, and Shenzhen are also major steel production areas. There are also large steel plants in many places overseas, such as Seoul, Edo, Nagoya, Fukuoka, Hanoi, Saigon, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangkok. North Korea's official staff for overseas development is divided into two factions. One supporting the development of overseas school field should be limited, the steel mills and the like all heavy industry on the Central Plains, to prevent bigger overseas. Like Fuso 4 provinces, now working industry is very strong, just a Kyoto province. Its steel production are more than the whole of Europe. Nowadays, the economic strength of the 4 provinces of Fusang is quite strong. If the people want to rebel, it will definitely hurt Dowa. However, it is not realistic to put all of them in the Central Plains. Like Seoul, resources to have the resources to labor force labor to market games of a market. Try to turn raw materials transported to the Central Plains, and then let the workers go to work in the Central Plains. North Korea finally pulled the product to sell. This is too toss. Setting up a steel plant directly in Seoul can solve these problems and save a lot of costs. This is true not only for steel plants, but also for some other manufacturing industries. In Edo City, a large industrial area has been formed, and the development speed is almost comparable to that of Wuhan. Therefore, overseas development cannot be contained at all, unless Dowa is willing to sacrifice the overall development speed. And this is something Wuchengqing doesn't want. In contrast, Wuchengqing more inclined to believe that their own deterrent. As long as he is still in power, it is estimated that no one overseas would dare to rebel. As for the future of things again in the future he said, anyway, I still have decades to live, and by then, overseas may have been completely assimilated. In a steel plant in Yiwu, officials from 2 industrial development ministries are also investigating. Your development has been rapid in recent years. Seeing the busy figure of the workers in the factory, Qiang greeted him. Qui Yongxing, the director of the steel plant, shook his head. Oh, what do you say? Qiang curiously said that the newspapers have always said that the steel industry is developing very well, and it looks like it is thriving. As a result, Qiang also believed those statements. However, the immediate Guixing look, it seems on the status of the steel industry, and not imagined so good. On the surface, it doesn't make much money in fact, and the competition pressure is high. It's better to farm. Guixing sighed. Although there is still strong demand in the current steel market, There are two types of demand. A method of manufacturing from the needs of industry. One is the demand from the construction industry, building a large demand for the industry, but low profits. The profit of supplying steel to the manufacturing industry is good, but the competition in this market is extremely fierce. Well-known steel plants have grabbed orders. Medium-sized steel plants like Yongxing can only pick up some breadcrumbs. At present, the Dow manufacturing industry is still facing the problem of lack of professional talents, so its development speed is not as fast as the steel industry. Yongxing order to avoid being eliminated, the selection of 1,000 people sent to Nanjing training, learning techniques from automobile manufacturing workers. He must prepare himself to open a car factory, which provides for ourselves steel, extra point increase profits. No, it just by selling steel, it has been not as huge profits. Pay sent more than 1,000 workers in training not only to pack their room and board, have to give them wages, had to buy a car assembly line manufacturing, high-tech talent please. This makes Yongxing's expenditure very large. In his steam before the car is not made out. These are pure investment. The future can be expected. Qiang smiled. He thought there was something wrong with the steel industry. After hearing Yongxing's account, he was happy. Yongxing cannot riches. He did not care about it. Moreover, he also knows, Yongxing certainly make a lot before, or elsewhere so much money into the automaker. Sending more than 1,000 workers to training is quite impressive. Qiang only cares about whether this industry can develop soundly. Now it seems still is not wrong, margin pressure forcing some people began to move into high-tech manufacturing, which allows Dow a more rapid development of the manufacturing sector. At present, Dow's manufacturing industry is short of professional and technical talents. Refrigerator, air tune, tape recorders, television sets and to be formed, these are very sought after commodity. Basically produce a number of how many will be able to immediately sell. Some large manufacturers received more orders next year. However, the manufacture of these products requires more educated and professional workers. This is the main reason why these industries cannot develop rapidly. Now, capitalists in other industries actively spend money to train high-skilled workers, which will surely accelerate the development of Dow's manufacturing industry. Also promised, before long, refrigerators, tape recorders and other products will be able to enter the homes of ordinary people. 1045 Chapter Liu Ba asking God into the villa. Nanjing, the new Chinese community. This is a community just built in Nanjing last year. The characteristics of this community are advanced, trendy, fashionable and high-end. It is a new era community district where a total of 5 buildings, each of them are up to 20 stories, each can accommodate 4 families. In addition to these 5 high-rise buildings, there are also single-family villa areas and apartment areas. Villas are generally 2.5 stories, occupying a large area, with independent courtyards and parking garages. These are places for the big tyrants to live. The average small tycoons can only live in apartments, and it is good that a family can occupy 1 floor, and that a layer of living for general areas, but also for customers in Nanjing middle-class families. People who don't have the strength, how can they have the confidence to live in this Xinhua district? You know, in the new China area, all kinds of infrastructure are the world's most advanced. To some extent it is said to be more advanced than the palace. This day is the joy of Zhong Zuiyan's housewarming. His family moved into Villa number 1 in Xinhua community, Zhongqiuyuan. This villa set a global housing price record of 990,000 yuan. Calculated in terms of purchasing power, it is approximately equal to 400 million for later generations. In this era when 10,000 yuan households are still scarce, spending 1 million to buy a house is so arrogant that it made the headlines directly. The joy of housewarming is naturally unavoidable to invite some friends and relatives to celebrate. Basking Liu Yi is one of the guests. He is Zhong Zuiyan's grandfather, has been living in Huainan home, unwilling to leave home. Today, Zhong Zuiyan's housewarming joy. He couldn't hold back his granddaughter Liu Yan, so he came to Nanjing to attend the wedding banquet. In the city of Nanjing, Liu Basking God have been scared not light. After all, Nanjing and his imagination is completely different. In his light of the time, I came to Nanjing once. Yeah. However, in current Nanjing, except for the shadow of the old Nanjing on that side of the city wall, there are almost no similarities in other places with the previous Nanjing. Sitting steam car, from the pier to the city, along the way to see much after, Liu grandfather feels that he has almost adapted to this strange place. But to the new Afterhui district, 3 outlooks Liu grandfather is still to be refreshed again. At that moment, he did to himself was dreaming. In the next moment, he felt that he had come to heaven again. In short, he just didn't believe that there could be such a weird place in the world. Luxury, science fiction, beautiful, spectacular. These are not the impressions of Grandpa Liu from Xinhua community. He only finds this place weird. Is a large cell door fence, nor whether to push or pull it to the side so that the automatic shrink back. Also loss of Liu Basking God youth have experienced storms, or else this thing at first glance. It is also not address him jump up and cry monster where to run. Entering the community, the doorbell also puzzled him, feeling that this thing is the windier in Journey to the West. Entering the villa, the marble floor was exquisite and made him reluctant to step down. After entering the hall, he even noticed that several people were trapped in an iron box. What he saw was a television. As for the most advanced and high-end residential, power and television signals are standard. This is Dower and Cell in the world to be covered by TV signals. Television has officially entered the lives of the people. What is that? Why is that person in there? Basking Liu Yi, after all, could not remain calm. Creepy. Could this is the legendary and purple hyacinth almost magic? Seeing his appearance, the young people laughed. Then there is a small in light coming explained, too. God. It was the TV, there are images, not real. Who said, how dynamic image, but also to talk. This is obviously just magic. Basking Liu Yi do not believe. The explanation of why the image can move and why it can speak is complicated. In the entire villa, few people understand the basic principles. But he who does not need to understand. They just need to know that this is television. Television is so used to know enough. Yes, interpretation, we cannot let Liu grandfather satisfaction. Not too accustomed to all this TV, Liu grandfather will not refuss. Loss of identity. After a while, he drank a few cups of tea. A big hall. You want to go to the latrine? Was the result of Ante inside the house band. This made Grandpa Liu shook his head again and again. For such a good house, the cottage was built in the back room. It was really a terrible sight and ruined this exquisite house. But the result surprised him. This cottage didn't smell at all. That pumping toilet, also good looking than the chamber pot. People in the city really know how to play. Basking Liu Yi even rang the toilet several times. This is the toilet stunned him as toys to play with the couple. At noon, Grandpa Liu felt a little hot and wanted to ask someone to get some ice cubes to cool down. As a result, Zongzhui's son turned on the electric fan. Suddenly, a cool breeze hit. What is this again? Banana fan. Basking Liu Yi very depressed. He felt this life lived in vain. Yet there are so many do not understand something. To God, not enough. The fan was adjusted to second and third gear. Enough is enough. This wind is really strong, and I don't know who made it. Liu Basking Yeshui. When this question was asked, everyone was also dumbfounded. He had pressed the switch only know that there is wind. As the wind came from, this was at least on the university to be able to know. Telephone, washing machine, water heater. Basking Liu Yi in the Bell family for 2 days. 2 days where he saw a variety of appliances, but also enjoy a variety of cuisine. Hear various anecdotes. Soft Simmons bed, but old bones. So that he had a dream. To be honest, he has 1046 chapter containers. Shanghai dock. Xi Jin looked for a conflict on the dock. He is the traffic transport research officer lose his men to send. The main method is to investigate the status quo transportation society, looking for problems, and improve efficiency. These foolish people are really unreasonable. I think education is the top priority. Only when the quality of the whole people is improved, can society develop rapidly. Assistant Li Zhao spit out. There was a hint of dissatisfaction with the dock workers in his tone. Of course, the dockers in the docker conflict do have some dislikes. The reason for this conflict is simple. Panhai Container Company has robbed the dockers of their jobs, so the dockers are looking for trouble with Panhai. Container Mind is a very flexible gasoline truck driver's invention, and perhaps cannot be called invention, but should be called thought. After all, this container really doesn't have much technical content. It's just that everyone is a step slower, and Tongzong first thought of it as early as the year before last. When Tongzong drove the car to the dock to load the goods, he discovered that it was very troublesome to move the goods from the ship and then to the car, and the transportation cost was also high. So his mind will have an idea. You cannot directly get the car on the ship transported to Luz, so do not toss. However, after in-depth study of this method, Tongzong found that it was impossible. As a result, the utilization rate of the car is too low, and the car itself also takes up space. The steam car to get on the ship transport, more harm than good. However, Tongzong did not give up. The car could not be obtained on the ship, but he could put all the goods in very large wooden boxes, and then move the wooden boxes to the car at one time. This way, it saves much time and effort compared to the original transportation method. After this idea came out, it was out of control. With the funding of his boss, he started practical research. The wooden box is easy to crush, so change it to be made of iron sheet. The metal box is too small to be convenient to put on the car, so increase it, unify the specifications, and add some changes in details. The process of invention is not difficult, and the process of improvement is also very smooth. After all, compared to other inventions and creations, his technical content is much lower. After the finished container comes out, the transportation cost of some goods suitable for container transportation can be reduced by 50 to 90%, which is very exaggerated. And this projection, but also to children and their boss Chung excited. You know, the current city court because the reason why some goods more expensive, simply because the freight expensive. Like Hainan Island and the southeast side of Banana, and more eat, with close scrap prices will be able to wholesale. If the 5% reduction in transportation transport costs, the sale of bananas who profit directly be doubled up. There are many similar examples. In short, it is a very scary thing to reduce the freight by more than 50%. Tongzong and his boss applied for a patent together, and then opened a company, which specialized in container transportation business, and realized integrated seaway transportation. Due to be person to eat crab, so they earn pause. But he had never expected, they make transportation convenient, and make money, but the workers on the docks, but therefore a large number of unemployed. This is quite fatal to those workers. Without a job, there is no income. This is undoubtedly a disaster for those who need to support their families. Some than the more honest workers have opted for a career change, shop and go to other jobs. But some people are not reconciled. He had been accustomed to handling, and no other technical looking for work have a learning process. He had it all attributed to the coastal shipping companies, those containers tremendous damage to their interests. So they join together, want to bring down the coastal container company. He began to hinder mariners on the pier transport, create trouble. Panhai Company is also very helpless about this, and the effect of the alarm is very ordinary, because there are too many dock workers. Moreover, the undeniable recognizes that these workers are unemployed. Indeed, coastal caused to the company. The police are generally required to slightly favor the weak disadvantaged groups, so they are not good disposition of these dock workers. So quality education is not able to get the short term. We can only count on the quality of the new generation. For these people, to support the family runs out of him all of their time and effort, which have energy to improve the quality of learning. Xijin said, then what should these workers do right now? It's unreasonable with them, and it's impossible to get hard. Li Zhao expressed a headache. This, maybe it can only make Panhai Company bankrupt and avoid disasters, and let them give those workers a sum of compensation. Anyway, if they make so much, taking care of the disadvantaged groups can be regarded as repaying the society. Oxygen smiled. Things in fact, to solve this problem is easy, just to absorb some of the workers losing their jobs to give other people some compensation, so most people will accept, and then went to look for a new job. As for the few diehards who want to take the opportunity to blackmail, this policeman is easy to handle. As long as the number of troublemakers is reduced, the police can take action and make sure that the diehards will regret it. But the problem now is that the greedy Panhai Company only wants to let the police help them settle the matter, and does not want to spend wronged money. The Ministry of Public Security is too lazy to take care of it. The positive feeling that outside of the law enforcement also requires a combination of practical, not because the company's only marina in law on reimbursing helped them to consider the feelings at vulnerable groups. Most end the conflict according to Oxygen also ended in a predictable manner. Panhai Company spent money to avoid disasters and gave some of the dock workers who lost their jobs a living allowance until the other party found a new job. The same time, the company reabsorbed the coastal part of the original dock workers, their training into new technologies. Stevedores. The same time, Coastal hyped this newspaper company please their good move, set up a campaign's image with a human face. He who gave money to those dock workers, not in the name of compensation, but set up a charity, nominally to help unemployed workers ride out the storm. As a result, he had even spent the money, but that is not also lose, because they get the advertising effect, access to the part of the people, get a good reputation to some extent to say, and they went so far as dock workers to achieve a win-win situation. This result is unexpected to many people. No, it has also been inspired by so many people. He found the original ad can also do this, so the original can resolve conflicts, the original, this game can also be played. The world is constantly becoming more complex, and this complex world greatly enhances people's thinking ability. Whether people today are smarter than the ancients is hard to say, but the ability to think is definitely much stronger. 1047 Chapter Direction Selection. Not only middle-level officials, but some senior officials who participated in the survey also came to the society to investigate. For example, Tao Huancheng, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economic Development. This person is the nephew of Tao Dongqing, the head of the General Strategy Department of the Dao Army. Relying on Tao Dongqing's relationship, he became the Deputy Minister of an important department at a young age. Of course, others are capable. If you can climb to this position by relying on relationships, then Tao Dongqing's own son is sitting in this position, not his nephew. In Dao's officialdom, a backstage is better than no backstage. But no background, not worry too much, as long as have the ability to be able to head. A rapidly developing force cannot accommodate incompetent people in any position. At this point, it is not to say how well Dao has done it, but most of the forces are full of vitality in the initial stage. Only after a long period of time, class consolidation and conservatism and other factors, will the inside of a power become corrupt and incorrigible. No ability of people in high positions have the capability of living people among those who may have the capability of how willing. The next is not going to rebel thing, and those who have no ability in face of those ruthless role revolt. Naturally it is easy to failure. Great King dynasty to the late time, in fact, that the Manchu minister's heart in all the world there is clearly a lot of people want to rebel. But he who is completely incapable of prevention, either remove the waste Manchu nobles and give the position to the able Han people, or wait for the Han to rebel, and then let the waste go and fight the fine English and Chinese people. The methods are different, the result is the same. The power is transferred to the Han people. When he had sent a large number of Han Chinese to study hard, and put their own nobility when raising pigs moment, the King dynasty has not been saved. After all, it is people who determine the development of history. In short, in Dao's officialdom, There is not much waste of corpse position vegetarian meals. Tao Huan Chang. This research is important because the problem is now the Ministry of Economic Development in a very important debate, and that is the issue of economic development. With such a high-level subject, even in the 21st century, it is impossible to contend for a high and low level. In the current era of Dower, where economists are scarce, this question is even more unanswered. There are time racing. Did not make the other convincing arguments to each other, the battle will become academic position battle. This is definitely not feasible. This kind of economic policy will have a great impact on Dower, and we must be cautious. So, Tao Huan Cheng need to practice in the investigation. Although he didn't know whether this kind of research was useful, he still chose to do so. Things can only be known when they are done, and dreaming is not enough. My lord, this is the investigation report of Huayu Company and Qinghong Company. Assistant to submit a document to Tao Huanchang. His research is somewhat different from that of middle-level officials. After all, what middle-level officials need to solve are small problems, and there are few things that need to be investigated. The Tao Huancheng to be decided is the grand model of economic development, involved too much. He needs a lot of sample surveys in order to reach a conclusion, and not because to see the individual in society is like, and then derive conclusions. Give a concrete example will be, in layers officials see line sell watermelon, and then come to this conclusion because the information asymmetry. The Tao Huan Chang seeing this, is to think about its root causes. Is due to blindly follow the trend watermelon planting leads to the need for greater than, or because of traffic inconvenience resulting in high transport costs, or because local officials do not act, or because of information asymmetry. In short, Tao Huanqing needs to obtain more information. It is impossible for him to obtain this information personally, but to let his assistant go, and then he will summarize and analyze the information. For example, the current document records the situation of Huayu and Chenghong. These two companies are both recently established TV companies. Because their bosses have seen the broad prospects of the TV industry, they want to eat crabs. However, when he later had two people with the influx of capital in this industry, it has suffered some embarrassing situations. There are too few related talents, and they can barely meet the talent needs of a company. If it is divided into two parts, the result is that no one can build a complete production line. Today's situation is really real as the case. Grab a half-month UE talent, Chenghong also grab a half people, then each other constantly dig each other's people. If one of the parties are strong, dry out and die opponent is pretty good. But why two are similar strength, who could not die the other side? The result is that the two sides cannot even properly started. This is only the competition for talents, the urgently needed parts and accessories, and market customers are also competing. In these respects, their competition has also caused some trouble. For example, students produce picture tubes because businesses get two orders, so we recruit more people. Point to increase production. But life after production came out, and because the two companies compete against each other not yet ready for production, do not want full payment in advance getting goods, their financial chain were a little nervous. The manufacturer increased investment to build so many picture tubes, but couldn't get the payment immediately, and the flow of funds also followed up with problems. Without cash, they can no longer buy other raw materials for other products, which affects the production of other products, and as a result, delays the progress of downstream manufacturers. Now they can only continue to collect debts, and then think of ways to borrow money to tide over the difficulties. In short, it's all chicken feathers, and dangers are everywhere. The financial chain is broken, and for an enterprise, the impact is still great. And like the idea that event, there are many in both companies. Here two companies break things, but also directly or indirectly affect other businesses. The root cause of this situation is that the current talent pool, not enough to prop up the two high-tech companies. The best way is to withdraw from one of them, let the other operate normally, and then cultivate more relevant talents while producing. But, No theory is Hong Chang Hui month or they are unwilling to quit. They want them to withdraw out of both sides has been slow and inefficient. From this incident, we can see a drawback in the free economy, the blindness and selfishness of capital. 1048 Chapter Embarrassing Conclusion. Tao Huan Chang picked up another report, the top state-owned enterprises Kirin brand bicycle factory, as well as the private sector Evergreen brand bicycle factory, the development process of 2-horse brand bicycle factory 3 plants. 3 self-car manufacturer, Kirin brand is the earliest. It can be said to seize the opportunity. Both Evergreen and Shuangma have been behind for more than half a year to build factories. However, 5 or 6 years have passed. The Kirin bicycle factory is about to close down, the Evergreen brand has closed down, and the double-horse brand has occupied more than 50% of the market. To say that the biggest difference between the 3 companies, that is state-owned and private companies, Kirin-owned depot production model to predict market demand is forecast rate of personnel training and development of production scale. According to raw production scale purchases of raw materials and accessories, to do so, will not lead to overcapacity, it will not buy too many raw materials wasted. The Shuangma brand bicycle factory grows savagely, no matter how much the market needs. It is hard to build anyway. Originally, Shuangma brand was just a small factory. Because of the sudden increase in market demand, the Kirin brand could not meet it. As a result, Shuangma brand, which was still unknown at the time, took a super order and rose in one fell swoop. After that, the double-horse brand was made even harder. If you can't sell too much, find a way to sell it. Reduce prices, improve sales skills, increase advertising, and improve product quality. This series of measures directly hurt other bicycle factories. However, when they hurt the enemy, they also hurt themselves. The cost of upgrading, Li Yun reduced. Once the 2-horse brand does not survive, Evergreen brand bankrupt. In order to survive, they can only continue to study technology, improve product quality, reduce production costs, and shape their brand image. Most end they achieved a breakthrough, inexpensive products to market quickly. Let a customer choose between Kirin brand and double-horse brand, and more than 80% of customers will choose double-horse. He had several stories between the plant. There are many such dual licensing occupy the market, after a single large began to significantly increase the price. Another example is Evergreen themselves after the collapse of the depot, who was acquired, lessons learned, and did another brand, the flagship for women's lightweight bike. The material is very long. Tao Huan Cheng saw it late at night. Then he still can't sleep, he still needs to write a summary, experience, or thoughts after reading. After summing up, Tao Huan Cheng suddenly discovered that he seemed to have done a very absurd thing. North Korea in contention on, it will become meaningless. After reaching this conclusion, Tao Huan Cheng was naturally dumbfounded. Economics is really a complicated science. Not before. Take the time to research about it, not a bad thing. After investigation and research, the dispute between North Korea and China can finally stop, and then unswervingly develop in the current way. Moreover, after investigating and studying, Tao Huan Cheng also discovered some things that can be improved in detail. These are also gains. 1049 Chapter Tax Reform. When the Ministry of Economic Development handed the report to Wu Chengqing was also a little flustered, because this was beyond his ability. In the end, is a planned economy better, or the market economy better, and he does not come out, respectively. In the department cannot help busy place systems and future generations experience, he immediately becomes a mortal. At this time, Wu Qingqing could only trust the analysis of the ministers below. Since he say that the current model is best, it would continue to follow the current model. In the face of such a major reform, there is no harm in being conservative at all. Moreover, Dao's economy is still operating very well, and there is no need to change it rashly. In the face of an uncertain thing, Wu Qingqing chose a conservative. But in the face of certain deterministic things, he was quite decisive, such as tax reform. Next, he wants to add personal income tax to the tax policy. In the past, Dowa had no personal income tax, only one corporate income tax. In future generations, there is no country that does not levy personal income tax. This shows that this tax policy is reasonable and necessary. The levy of personal income tax in accordance with the tiered tax rate can smooth the gap between the rich and the poor to a certain extent. On the other hand, the collection of personal income tax can also greatly increase the country's fiscal revenue. Of course, bad place there. Let the rich domestic friar. Wu tax rate set in Chengqing, a monthly salary of more than $30 began to levy personal income tax. A monthly salary of 30 to 100 yuan is levied at 5%, from 100 to 500 yuan is levied at 10%, and from 500 to 1000 is levied at 15%. 1000 yuan to $5,000. 5,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan to 10 million, more than 100,000 yuan, the tax rate divided notably 20% of 25, 30, 40. This tax rate is actually lower than that of later generations. However, for Dawa's high-income group, it is tantamount to a bolt from the blue. He who does not need to pay tax, it used to be, now not only pay 15% to 40%, ranging from business income would go over in the last 40% of personal income, just to old life. Previous month profit of thousands of car owners, only 20,000 tax on it. But now, I have to pay more than 40,000. Wu Qingqing, convened minister, proposed this program. Many of the ministers' hearts are surprised a bit. After all, they also belong to the high-income group. Once this new tax policy is implemented, they will have to pay more taxes. This is undoubtedly a very bad thing. At the same time, they are also worried about the tax policy will dower dissatisfaction with the rich class. After all, most people's consciousness are not so high. To him it contributes to reducing the gap between rich and poor. You have no problem, bring their money to contribute. But it is absolutely not. These high-income groups are very influential. Even in the previous dynasty, some of them were the core class of a country, and they could even challenge the emperor. But now, their status in Dowa has dropped drastically. Ordinary people, the middle class, scientific research, military influence of these are very large. Influential share of the wealthy class dropped a lot. Before, the rich is not high interest, and the world must be chaos. Now they are upset, and they can probably only hold back. Wu Qingqing to start businessman, not time. Really have that bloody, back in the good years had revolted. Wu when setting monetary policy, Qingqing those who did not fight the outbreak, now ease the courage after so many years. They did not resist the more. This matter is of great importance. Liu Taihua said. Ruandu after Cheng, Ma Shiying, and so that part of Chengqiu retired veteran, former mayor of Nanjing, Liu Dawa, the former inspector, who became the hospital's Chongming decision-making. The second step is the new generation of officials, such as Ouyang Shiki, Li Yao, the second Xiaorong, Hong Jin and so on. Liu Taihua has been the representative of the southern merchant class. It is the leader of the wealthy class. Not only before, this guy more timid, cautious. Wu Qingqing have to move every time the interests of those wealthy. He pretended not to see all the same. Do not go against the system. All the way to survive, he was even reached the decision-making level, and was not discovered by Wu Qingqing. This time, Liu Dawa heart of this personal income tax policy is very inconsistent. But what can it be? He was very clear, once the Wu Qingqing a man quietly out policy. The implementation rate as high as 100%, no one can stop of the. Therefore, Liu Taihua will only be symbolic to say this stake, to prove himself Emperor King be given an account of the wealthy class. This policy can greatly increase the income of the court, and it will not affect the lives of the people. It is really wonderful. After reading the document, Li Yao did not hesitate to support it. Hearing what he said, some officials could only curse assholes in their hearts. Everyone's pursuit is different. Some people pursue wealth, while others pursue others' approval. And Li Yao obviously pursues his personal career and ideals. He doesn't care that his wealth will be less. After all, he is not very rich. He doesn't care that the rich class hates him. Anyway, he doesn't belong to that circle, and there are enough rich people who have offended before, and there are more lice, and it doesn't itch. Li Yao care about nothing but their official duty, authority, and let you all better this ambition. Personal income tax can reach a substantial increase in revenue court. Let the court have more money to do things. And this is a big good governance. He will definitely unswervingly support this kind of policy. I am afraid it will cause dissatisfaction with many powerful people. Someone reminded, he who can do dissatisfaction with the poor, so they do not pay taxes. Raid the court. Been a long time. It is estimated that someone has forgotten me towards the traditional arts. Li Yao coldly snorted. These words changed the expressions of officials who represented the interests of the wealthy class. Large Huazouting traditional craft is raided. From the uprising to years after the founding of the raid had not stopped. It was not until later that the political situation became stable and the uneasy elements disappeared, and the number of home ransacks suddenly decreased and moved to overseas occupied territories, from Fuzhang to Annan, from Siam to India. This kind of thing has never stopped. The Dao imperial court was the most proficient in locating homes, and even had a set of standard procedures. If Dao were to set off the banner of home confiscation in the Central Plains now, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the wealthy class. This is why the officials have changed their colors. They are really afraid that Wu Qingqing will listen to the lunatic Li Yao and re-engage in the craftsmanship of the house copying. 1050 Chapter Tax Reform 2 North Korea Dispute Domestication Debate. Wu Qingqing ultimately have the final say. Personal income tax will have to levy, followed by UOB to accelerate the development of long-term need to engage in a lot of big projects. No money. How the line? The money is placed in the hands of the wealthy individuals, and its effect is extremely limited. Only by focusing on the country can the country use the money to accomplish more important things. And this is also good for the rich. Building railways, building highways, and building large ports. If it were not for the country to spend money to do these projects, could the traffic now be so convenient and the business could be so easy to do? Taxation is taken from the people and used for the people. The blindness and selfishness of the individual cannot help Dao to develop rapidly. The function of the court is to lead. For example, the court is the head of a country's household. Sure, the money is to spend most suitable head of the family. Pay for children. They will only be used to buy toys. Wu Qingqing, with a slight Tukao, reminded those at heart dissatisfied, or worry about officials. Wu Qingqing told those guys in plain words, the court collect this tax, not greedy for their money. After the court received the money, was it not spent on them in the end? Without the country's overall planning and long-term planning, the money is scattered in the hands of the wealthy, and it will not have much effect on Dao's development. Is it possible to let an individual build a road that is not profitable but has a great effect? This truth is actually very simple, and it is not necessary for Wu Qingqing to say that those people understand it. Not only over those who in the final analysis short-sighted and selfish. As long as he is to have money, they will heartache. He had hoped the court to collect more money to scrape the poor, build the infrastructure to facilitate their business money. Although this kind of thinking is extremely shameless, many people do think so. Not only before, Wu Qingqing just will not let them do so. Regardless of the rich who go begao-xing, Wu Qingqing decided to do so anyway. It will not change. As for whether this will cause turmoil in Dao, Wu Qingqing is not worried at all. Being the so-called warm-boiled frog, a one-time increase is not too hot. If you want to rob all of the rich people's money at once, they will surely provoke a rebellion. However, just grabbing a little bit each time makes them both distressed and unable to make up their minds. Wu Qingqing had done this kind of thing before, and it was very smooth. For example, the reform of the standard currency means that the rich people who hide silver in the cellar will directly shrink by 10 to 15%. Most end not only the rich who momentarily yield. It was the same this time. The final fate of those businessmen was definitely paying taxes in abusive manner. And so on, and then after a few years, and so they were used to pay this tax, this foul-mouthed voice will disappear. At that time, Wu Chengqing should introduce an inheritance tax. Boiling frogs in warm water is really a coup against the wealthy. The news of individual tax reform soon leaked out. Who made many of the officials participating in the meeting represent the interests of the wealthy class. Will be meeting over, they took the message put out, so that the rich have to use their brains, think of a way. News was of course the rich people in Nanjing, but soon the rich people in other places also learned. Telegram and telephone have closely linked the world together. After the news came out, the rich world suddenly wailed. The more earners, the more miserable they cry. For example, the shipbuilding industry in Hongtailin, lucrative industry of corporate tax is 40% plus his monthly income of more than 100,000 yuan. It is equal to 64% of the money he earns in the future, which will be handed over to the imperial court, and all of them will work for the imperial court. It's really unreasonable. I know that this tyrant never treats us as human beings. He is raising us like cows. He will be milked once in a while. You can keep your voice down. I'm tired of you. Yidong Mansion. A woman was scared to quickly go over his master's mouth. Kongzhen's words just lashed out at today's heavenly sacred emperor, which is a big rebellion. If this is heard and stabbed up, the consequences will be disastrous. I'm going to say, if I have the ability to kill me, forget it. Kongzhen slapped the table fiercely. No wonder he was so angry, because he used to be a big landlord. Wu Chengqing engaged in currency reform. It forced him to the seller of the money to replace it became the standard currency. Wealth has shrunk by nearly 15%. After the land reform, he was forced to sell his land cheaply, and his wealth shrank by nearly 40%. This is why he hates Wu Chengqing. Of course, this is only a superficial reason. The root cause is still selfishness. Circulation hole only to see Wu Chengqing get him a lot of money, but cannot see Wu Chengqing end of the war, gave him a safe society, a good business environment. See Wu Chengqing those engaged in infrastructure to facilitate his business. See Wu Chengqing beat the other countries, plundering resources of cheap raw materials from overseas to do to him. To see Wu Chengqing advanced technology cannot provide them. Wu 2 policy Chengqing is indeed plundered more than half of his wealth. However, Wu before the founding of Chengqing no whole circulation of wealth, less than 502,000. Today, his wealth has reached 3 million yuan, and after depreciation, it is about 2 million before the founding of the People's Republic of China, which is equivalent to a quadruple. This is something that 3 generations of his ancestors did not do. He did it. Those landlords who have fallen in the trend of the times may still have the qualifications to hate Wu Chengqing. However, Kongzhen, who has caught the ride of Dower development and enjoyed the benefits of Dower development, does not have this qualification. Not before. Only normal people see the contribution and role of Wu Chengqing, and the like follow. This whole has been blinded by selfish people's eyes. It is felt wealth growth is the ability to rely on their own efforts earned. Even when he made this money, he was still a little complacent. My heart will think even if you use force to grab the father of money, but I still can rely on the ability to earn more. Whole follow a great resentment of the heart. But Wu Chengqing was completely not worried about such people. This kind of extremely selfish person is precisely the easiest to rule. Don't watch Kongzhen pat the table and throw the chair, but if Wu Chengqing is standing in front of him now and giving him a gun, he will not do anything. He is not the kind of person who loses his mind just to vent his anger. He would like before a sample, reduction in the side, and then sleep at night. When there is someone to stand up against the next fantasy Wu Chengqing. When others are sure to win, he will stand up and shout again. In not necessary before the hope of victory, he even still silent. He was not so stupid to throw his head and blood